We go live, they gon' sign. National signing day, we live. We live. TDA, you know we live.
It's National Signing Day. Signing Day, TDA.
You know we live.
National Signing Day. Signing Day, TDA.
It is Christmas time for Alabama fans and the program in general. Wednesday, we did this last year from Tuscaloosa. Now in our new home of Birmingham, we got National Signing Day for the 2022 class. These young men getting set to put pen to paper, nationally signing letters of intent to play college football. I'm joined here by our esteemed scouting and recruiting extraordinaire analyst, Justin Smith. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. And Justin, you've spent so much time looking at these athletes, covering games, scouting these athletes, and now here's the moment. These young men put pen to paper, nationally sign letters of intent to spend their next 3 to 4 years of college football. How excited are you right now?
Hey, I'm excited. I know a lot of Alabama fans are excited to learn a lot more about these guys. And we have you guys covered with a lot of content, a lot of interviews throughout this live National Signing Day. We will break down these guys, break down them in every way possible. I know a lot of Alabama fans want to hear about the highlights, but we're going to talk about some of the lowlights, some of the things you don't really know about these prospects, some of the things that they may need to work on at the next level. We're going to dissect each guy who signs a national letter of intent with the Crimson Tide, and there's so much to talk about with guys having some upcoming decisions as well, looking at some of Alabama's top targets and Curtis Perry, Marvin Jones Jr., and Earl Little Jr. as well. So there's so much to get to, and Alabama is already hot, rolling on the recruiting trail, rolling with the national letters of intent, already rolling in to them.
Absolutely, Justin. Already 12 guys have signed those national letters of intent. We're going to get to those here. Could be some big drama today, but Alabama looking forward to hitting on all needs. Coach Saban always talks about, can we hit on our needs? Can we get the guys we need in this program to continue to build the culture of winning championships, developing players, developing young men, both on and off the field. So we start this thing off with a linebacker, Justin, and I'm really excited to have in this program. Well, two I'm excited about, but one in particular has signed, and that being Shawn Murphy. How big was this one? What does he do well? What does he excel at? Break down Shawn Murphy right here.
Well, this is a significant get for the Crimson Tide. 5-star linebacker out of Unity Reed High School in Manassas, Virginia. Has the prototypical size of a linebacker at 6'2", approximately 220 pounds. And he has really improved as an all-around linebacker during his senior season. But I think he's just a natural headhunter, a guy who likes to have physicality. He wants the offense to feel him every time he steps onto the football field. And I think that is one of the things that really stood out when he first started playing high school football. This is a prospect who has started at the high school level ever since he was a freshman. I remember talking to his head coach at Unity Reed High School, and he told me that even when he was raw as a freshman, we would just tell him to go out there and hit somebody, because he's going to hit somebody. Just send him out there and he's going to hit someone, because he has that natural physicality, that natural linebacker feel. Eventually his game has molded out a little bit more. He has learned to be more of an inside linebacker. I think one of the things he has really grown at during his senior season at Unity Reed High School is actually being a linebacker in coverage. I think that is so important with the way that everyone is passing the football all over the field. You are going to want a linebacker who can drop back in coverage, and the stats show that with an impressive stat line to help him win the High School Buckets Award, which is given annually to the top high school football senior linebacker in the country. So Shawn Murphy is a great get for the Crimson Tide. Like I said, I think he has really matured as an all-around linebacker at Unity Reed High School. Caught 2 interceptions on this last season, so this is a good get for the Crimson Tide for sure.
Now, of course, Alabama fans, Justin, they've been asking, when will the program get back to having, like you mentioned, those all-around linebackers, guys that can take on blocks, stick their nose in the plays, make tackles, wrap up, pressure the quarterbacks, get back in coverage? When will Alabama get back to having that full package player at that position like it's seen in years past with Rolando McClain's, with C.J. Mosley's, with Donta Hightower's, Courtney Upshaw's, Reuben Foster's, names of that magnitude? When you look at Murphy, do you see him as a guy that can get Alabama back to having those types of elite level players at that position?
Yeah, I definitely think he's one of those prospects. He's one of those guys who I feel in this 2022 recruiting class, there are going to be a couple of guys I talk about today who I feel could get Alabama back to the spot where their fans are longing to want them to go to, where their defense is a stout defense, not giving up a lot of yards, not giving up a lot of yards over the top, being aggressive. Some of those guys who have that dog in them. I know a lot of Alabama fans have been talking about that recently. So Shawn Murphy is definitely one of those prospects who can return Alabama's back to the days of where the defense played at that level. So I think Shawn Murphy is definitely one of those guys. When you talk about his physicality, it just jumps out on film. He's an old school linebacker, and with him winning that Buckets Award, the first player to sign with Alabama to win the award since Dylan Moses. So he's bringing a lot to the table. So I think Shawn Murphy is one of those guys that we're going to continue to talk about today who could help Alabama return to the defensive role.
Now, before we get back to defense, let's go to offense here. So far, who has been the most impressive offensive guy you've seen sign in this class, putting the letter of intent in so far?
It's a lot of impressive guys. It's really hard to pick a guy, but I've really been impressed with Emanuel Henderson ever since he was basically a young guy at Geneva County High School. I remember catching up with him when he was after his freshman season, a remarkable season at Geneva County High School, and his head coach has always talked great about him and what he brings to the table. But when you turn on that freshman film, you just saw him just separating from guys, and you knew, hey, this guy is going to be a big-time running back once his recruiting class is up. So Emanuel Henderson is a guy who has always produced, always put on a show when I had an opportunity to see him in person. So like you said, he has already signed his national letter of intent to the Crimson Tide this morning. He is locked in. He has been locked in with the Crimson Tide throughout this 2022 recruiting cycle, helping the Tide recruit in this 2022 recruiting class, even though he was committed. And when you're committed, you're not bound to visit Alabama anymore during the summer. He was there every weekend helping the Crimson Tide recruit, helping build this relationship with the Crimson Tide's coaching staff. So I think he's one of the leaders in this Crimson Tide 2022 recruiting class for sure.
Now, of course, Justin, we have our own independent recruiting rankings here, Touchdown Alabama Magazine, which done by you, in which you've done an incredible job with these rankings, breaking these guys down, scouting them, analyzing the tape, the film, the data, and what they do in terms of athletes here on the field. So just looking at Emanuel Henderson, you graded him as a 5-star on your board in those recruiting rankings. Watching his skill set, watching what he does, how does he translate to the guys already in this room? When you look at a Chase McClellan, a Kamar Wheaton, a Trey Sanders, how does this guy translate?
Yeah, he's going to bring a different field. I think he's a different running back than any running back Alabama currently has in their running back room. First off, he has that slim frame that is sort of worrisome to some Alabama fans because he is a bit on the smaller side. He possesses a slender frame. He has put on some weight ahead of his senior season at Geneva County High School, but he's still a pretty slim guy. But he's an all-around athlete. Like I said, he has that natural game-breaking speed. I think that is the thing that he stands and bases his game all around. But he is an all-around athlete who actually had some D1 college basketball offers to go along with his football offer. So you know what he brings to the table, Emanuel Henderson, in terms of an all-around athlete. But what makes him different from some of the guys who are already in Alabama's running back room, this is a guy who can easily possibly be a slot wide receiver, line up all over the field at different wide receiver positions.
So are you telling me he could be a Kenyon Drake type?
That is exactly the running back who I would compare him to. I think this is the first running back since Kenyon Drake that Alabama has had who can do that same type of design that Lane Kiffin had him doing when he was the offensive coordinator with the Crimson Tide. So Emanuel Henderson, I think, is an all-around athlete, has some basketball offers. So you know he has that athleticism. He has the ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, also run some routes down the field and catch the football as well. I see the Crimson Tide continue to try to use their running backs in that position this season. I think I haven't seen in recent years where they've used guys at the wide receiver position as much as they did this year. I've seen in recent games where Trey Sanders and Brian Robinson were actually lined out wide. It was in certain situations where they were the out wide guy. They were the widest guy on the football field at the wide receiver position. So I think that's a position where Emanuel Henderson can really flourish at. Of course, he will have to continue to hit the weight room, continue to get bigger. He told me that was one of his goals heading into his senior season at Geneva County. So he looks noticeably different, but he still has a slender frame and will need to add on some weight.
Now, one of the things, Justin, that intrigues me about this class is last year, Alabama had an impressive haul of offensive linemen. Tommy Brockemeyer, James Brockemeyer, Terrence Ferguson, Ferguson. Then this goes on, Jaden Roberts, J.C. Latham, an impressive haul of linemen. This class, you've got Dane Shore in here, Tyler Booker in here, Elijah Pritchett is in here as well. But just looking at Tyler Booker, Coach Saban continues to heavily recruit IMG Academy. You might as well call IMG the Alabama high school, the Alabama prep school to some degree, because he continues to hit that program in terms of offensive linemen, running backs, you name it, what have you. And bringing in a Tyler Booker, another IMG guy, you know he's got a relationship with J.C. Latham. You know he's got a relationship with Evan Neal. How huge was this to bring on another guy from IMG that you already have an established relationship with that program? And what does Booker bring?
Yeah, Booker brings a lot to the table. I know IMG Academy used him as a left tackle during his senior season there, but I think he is most likely going to play guard at the next level. And he has a great relationship with J.C. Latham and Evan Neal, like you said. I remember catching up with him at the Under Armour camp in Atlanta during the spring, and he told me he had a great relationship with J.C. Latham. He felt that Latham was a blood brother to him, and he said it would be a huge deal for him to play with him at the next level, with them spending so much time at IMG Academy over the last 2 years when J.C. Latham was in Bradenton, Florida. So he has a great relationship with the Crimson Tide's coaching staff. He told me that the Crimson Tide were his dream school. I caught up with them when IMG Academy took on Auburn this past season, and he constantly said that it felt good to be committed to his dream school. And like Henderson, he has been one of those guys who has helped the Crimson Tide recruit a lot in his 2022 recruiting cycle, trying to get some guys to come to Tuscaloosa with him in the future that could pay off today, as one of the Crimson Tide's top targets out of IMG Academy, and Jihad Campbell is set to announce a commitment a little bit later today. Of course, we will continue to cover Alabama signees, commits, guys who make decisions as the day goes on. But as far as what Tyler Booker brings to the table, he's one of the most college-ready offensive linemen in this 2022 recruiting class. He could be an offensive guard next level, could play tackle, bringing that versatility to the next level. And I think Alabama loves that out of his offensive linemen. It is no telling where you are going to play when it comes to the Crimson Tide. Wherever there's a need, they are going to put you in there if they are confident that you can get the job done. I think Tyler Booker is going to be one of those guys early on at the University of Alabama. A guy who continues to block down the field, can get to the second level, stacks up the pancakes throughout the night. I think his entire highlight film throughout IMG Academy has been his ability to make pancake blocks. He's a guy who's a bit more on the athletic side, because he actually plays running back at times for IMG Academy and runs into the end zone at the fullback position. So the Crimson Tide are getting an athletic offensive lineman who's bringing some versatility to the table when you look at Tyler Booker out of IMG Academy.
Absolutely, because one of the main things that I've always seen on the offensive line, Justin, is whether it was Alex Netherwood, whether it was Evan Neal, they can start off at guard, but they can end up being at tackle. So if you can find a spot where you fit in, you get in where you fit in, and you grow from there. And I'm excited to see Booker. I'm excited to see Dane Shore and what he brings. He looks like tough, physical, angry, aggressive on the offensive line, and also Elijah Pritchett as well. So even after having a massive haul of linemen last year's class, this year's group, Nick Saban continuing to pound on. It's worn in the trenches. You got to get the offensive line, the big guys here up front in this class. But defensively here, another thing Alabama fans have been wondering, can it get back to having those cornerbacks that are sound, that are physical, that have great technique, high IQ, ball skills, tackling, guys like your Dre Kirkpatrick's, your Kareem Jackson's, your Patrick Surtain's, your Levi Wallace's, Cyrus Jones, Marlon Humphrey, the list goes on. Traquan Fagans is one of those guys that has the athleticism, the ball skills to bring that certain type of play back. Now, I know Earl Little Jr. in this class. Fans want to know what happens with Damani Jackson. Can Alabama potentially get him? Denver Harris, where could he fall in this mix? But with Traquan Fagans playing at Thompson High School, Coach Freeman has done a phenomenal job at that program in Alabaster here in the Birmingham area. What intrigues you about Fagans' game?
He's, like you said, a traditional cornerback. He's very technically sound. I've seen him rise throughout the recruiting rankings, but not just the recruiting rankings, just seen the rise in his game for the last several years. He was actually on the Southern Express 707 team when Malachi Moore was on the team, and that just shows you how long Traquan Fagans has been trying to mold his game to be an all-around defensive back at the next level, just playing with those guys at that level very early on in his high school career. And he's one, like I said, those technically sound defensive backs. I think his athleticism really stands out. His ability to turn interceptions into pick sixes is really impressive. And I think he has championship DNA. He's one of probably the only prospect who the Crimson Tide will sign in this 2022 recruiting class who has won state championship at multiple schools.
Now, is that 2 or 3 for Vegas? I'm trying to get this hammered down, man.
Yeah, that's 2 for him. He won his first one at Oxford High School, and he played a huge role throughout the season for the Yellow Jackets. And he also played a huge role in that state championship game, I think, in 2018, I think. So, yeah, and once he's past his senior season here for Thompson High School, of course, he played a huge role throughout the season for one of the best defenses in the country at the high school level in Thompson, and he pulled in a couple of interceptions, had about 35 tackles as well. So he's definitely a great get for the Crimson Tide. When you look at his recruitment, was once committed to the Miami Hurricanes. I think that was a bit of a surprise to many because the Crimson Tide were actually building a great relationship with Fagans, was showing him a lot of interest before he made that decision. He eventually decommitted from the Hurricanes with some of the coaching changes and some of the uncertainty about their future. Once he was back on the board, it immediately became clear that the Crimson Tide was one of the favorites to land him. They eventually landed him, and he has been solid to the Crimson Tide, signing that national letter of intent this morning. So the Crimson Tide have one of the 2 defensive backs from the state of Alabama who they had committed before today signed. The other guy signed this morning as well, and Antonio Kite, the 4-star athlete out of Anderson High School in Anderson, Alabama.
Will Kite play receiver, Justin, or will Kite play DB? Because when watching his tape, he can do both. I mean, he can get up, catch the football, great ball skills. Love how, not his coordination, he's able to contort, find the football, look for the ball, play the ball in the air, wherever that ball may be in relation to the field. So do you see him more so as a defensive back, a corner, or do you also see him as a bit of a receiver?
I think his natural position will be defensive back. I think that is something that he has naturally grown into. He has a basketball background. Actually, I don't know I think most Alabama fans know this, but some people may not know. He actually had an offer from Alabama basketball and Nate Oates before he had an offer from Nick Saban in Alabama football, and I think that just shows.
So we can call Coach Nate Oates a football recruiter also. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, and that just shows the level that he brings to the basketball court with him having multiple SEC offers early in his high school career. He had eventually focused on football, so he's not going to play basketball at the next level because he doesn't feel that there are many point guards at his size with him being 6'1" in the NBA or anything. So his future is most likely brighter as a football prospect, and he understands that. So he's going to make the full transition to playing football only at the next level, but he will play basketball at Anderson High School in Anniston, Alabama this season. He will enroll during the summer. He will not be an early enrollee, but he says he's going to try to get healthy, continue to try to perfect his game because, like I said, he has a basketball background. His first year of playing high school football was his junior season at Anderson High School, and he was really raw. You could tell just by his game. You could tell how he stood. You could tell that he was a really raw prospect. But you could not tell how raw he was when it came to anticipation, knowing where a play was going, and it seemed to be a natural part of his game. And I think his game foundation is that high IQ that he brings to the table.
Now, we're going to stick here just with corners. We're going to stick here with defensive backs. Now, there are 2 guys in this class that Alabama fans are really intrigued by, that they want to see can they get either of these 2, if not both of these 2, and that would be Damani Jackson, who was initially committed to USC. Of course, when the Trojans let go of Clay Helton, he decommitted. Now you've got Lincoln Riley at USC trying to make sure that Jackson remains a thought there for the Trojans, the 5-star defensive back. And then you also have Denver Harris. Of course, as of late, it seems like Texas A&M may be trending right there. Do you see Alabama possibly flipping either one of those 2 corners, maybe both? What could possibly happen in that situation?
Well, I think we'll definitely have to wait till Friday to see where Damani Jackson's decision will be. But when it comes to Jackson, Alabama was definitely in the driving seat for a couple of weeks there. Before Lincoln Riley was hired at USC, you can see that Alabama was the obvious favorite to land Jackson because he released that top 2 and included USC and Alabama. So you can tell that if USC did not come back in the picture, his decision was going to be to sign with the Crimson Tide. But Lincoln Riley has totally shaken things up. He has pulled in multiple 5-star recruits in the 2023 3 recruiting class, flipped a running back that he had verbally committed to Oklahoma, and Raleek Brown, a 5-star running back, told him to come to USC. He is coming to USC, so the future is looking bright at USC, and I think Damani Jackson is really attracted to their program because he was verbally committed to USC a couple of months after Clay Helton was let go. Even though there were some uncertainty, he still stayed committed, which is why I said it was going to be hard for the Crimson Tide to flip Jackson because this guy is staying committed to that program, although there's some uncertainty surrounding it. But he did eventually decommit because he said the uncertainty about the head coaching job was too much. He decommitted and opened his recruitment up, said Alabama was going to be one of his top choices. After he decommitted, it seemed like Michigan was possibly going to be involved in this recruitment as well. Michigan fell off. He released that top 2 after Lincoln Riley was hired. So the Crimson Tide and USC are going to be his top 2 choices heading into that Friday decision. USC has a lot of momentum heading into Friday.
So, and then looking at Denver Harris, what could you provide on that right there on that end in terms of where he could possibly end up? I think
it's going to be a Texas A&M Alabama battle. Texas A&M has a lot of momentum on the recruiting front. Looking at that 2022 recruiting class, if Alabama cannot pull out the number 1 recruiting class in this 2022 recruiting cycle, Texas A&M will most likely get that distinction when you take a look at the guys who they already have verbally committed and guys they are signing today on National Signing Day, as well as some of the guys who they could possibly land on today. So I think Texas A&M, Alabama are going to be head-to-head throughout today, fighting for their number 1 recruiting class in this 2022 recruiting cycle for prospects like Jahad Campbell, the 4-star defensive end out of IMG Academy, along with Anthony Lucas, the 4-star. Well, he's going to be a 5-star if he does commit to Alabama because we have our own independent recruiting ranks, but with our independent recruiting ranks, we only rank guys who are committed or signed to the University of Alabama. He's a 5-star talent in my opinion, so if he signs with the Crimson Tide, he'll definitely be rated as a 5-star recruit on touchdownalabama.com. But as far as Anthony Lucas is concerned, he's another one of those prospects who will choose between Texas A&M and Alabama, along with programs like Notre Dame as well a little bit later in today. So as far as Denver Harris is concerned, it's going to come down to the Aggies and the Crimson Tide. The Aggies have the momentum heading into his decision. The Crimson Tide looked like the favorite throughout his recruitment for several years. Nick Saban personally offered him when he was a freshman at North Shore High School in Houston, Texas. Many felt that the Crimson Tide were going to eventually get the job done, although Texas home state programs like Texas and Texas A&M were still involved. But the Aggies look like they have picked up some momentum here for Denver Harris.
As we look at now other corners here in this class, Justin, you look at Earl Little Jr., the young man, the corner from Plantation, Florida, played by the way of American Heritage High School, coached by Patrick Surtain Sr. So hopefully we can get some news there on that end when he signs his letter up in 10. I know Alabama's in a great position to get that young man as well. But going back to the receiver room here, we've seen so much speed come through this program when you look at, especially under Nick Saban, when you discuss guys like the Jerry Judys, the Henry Ruggs, the Jalen Waddles, now the Jamison Williams. There's so much speed coming through here. And when you look at this receiver class now, you got Kobe Prentice in here. You got Isaiah Bond in here. You got guys that can really, really go, like really run. So looking at just Bond here for a minute here, the 4-star athlete according to how you rated him on the independent recruiting rankings for TDA. What stood out the most about you when you watched Bond's tape, when you watched him attack the football, when you watch his speed, his playmaking ability? What jumped out with his film to you?
His speed definitely jumps out. This guy has a PR of 10.48 in the 100-meter dash. Had an opportunity to see him play earlier in the season when Bruford High School took on Meyer Parks High School out of North Carolina. Him and Jake Pope both of them play on both sides of the football. He's a guy who's a versatile athlete who could be a defensive back or wide receiver at the next level. I think the Crimson Tide want to keep the door open for him to possibly play wide receiver or defensive back, but I think he wants to play wide receiver at the next level, which is the reason why he's going to most likely start off at wide receiver for the Crimson Tide here in this 2022 recruiting cycle. A good route runner, but I think his biggest attribute that he brings to the table at the moment is his ability to create some separation when he has the ball in his hands, which is something that Jamison Williams does really well. Can turn a play where it could be a short game by another wide receiver, can turn it into a 50-yard score. He's a guy with that type of speed, so he's bringing a lot of speed to Alabama's room. He's also bringing some athleticism, some versatility, which is why he's going to be listed as an athlete. Could be a defensive back. Has really gotten more physical during his senior season, which is something you see a lot from guys at the defensive back position, which is something I saw from Traquan Fagans as well. I remember watching him at Oxford early on in his high school career. He was not as aggressive. He did not come downhill to make big tackles, but I saw him play with Thompson this past season. He was coming down, lowering the boom, making big hits, which is something that was surprising, and I was really impressed with that. And I think that is when he made another jump in his game, showing his ability to come down and help and run support. And that is something Isaiah Bunn has done as well. Great ball skills. And when you look at guys who play on the offensive and defensive side of football, they usually bring those ball skills all over the football field, no matter where they play. I think he's a guy who could be a threat in the special teams game as well in terms of returning kicks and punts. So Isaiah Bunn is a guy who's, like you said, bringing all of that speed, 10-4, 800-meter dash speed. I think is a new horse in the race to be the fastest guy on Alabama's roster this upcoming season, with guys like Kobe Prentice and Bunn joining the team.
It's going to be fun to watch those races there in the future with this group of wide receivers. Now, Justin, bringing up Prentice here, you spent time with all of these guys in the recruiting trail. You were out there at every game, at every practice, at every event, scouting out these guys, checking out these games. But you spent a lot of time with Kobe Prentice. You were out there at a lot of those games at Calera High School. What was it about him? I know you mentioned that he's going to have to get better consistently with his hands. He had some drops here and there. But aside from that, what was the number one part of his game that had you go, okay, this guy gets it. This guy could be something really, really good here for this program in Alabama?
Well, similar to Bond, I knew he had the speed with them running a 4.3, 840 at an Alabama camp last summer. I knew he had the speed, but something that I've really been impressed with in terms of what Kobe Prentice brings to the table as of late is his ability to run routes. He's become a great route runner. He's become a great route runner. So Kobe Prentice is going to bring a lot of speed to the table. I think his route running has really improved. It has really improved over the last couple of months here. So I think like I said, that route running has definitely stood out. That speed is already there, but I also want to talk about these guys' game as a whole in terms of what they bring to the table.
Now, Justin, has Kobe Prentice signed for Alabama now?
No, he has not signed.
He is not signed, so he signs at 10.
No, he actually signs at 6 o'clock according to his ceremony, but most guys have not been sticking to their ceremony times. They have been announcing at different times, and they have been signing their national letter of intent in the morning, but they are most likely going to have a ceremony later on in the day.
Justin Smith here, scouting, recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama Magazine. We got the National Signing Day show right here. Touchdown Alabama Magazine live here in Birmingham, talking 2022 recruits signing that national letter of intent. Christmas time for you as Alabama fans and the program as a whole. Coach Saban not only trying to get the number one class, but more so hit on needs, hit on things that this program has to set in order in terms of continuing that tradition of winning national championships, developing young men both on and off the field. But getting back here to defense here, Justin, somebody who has signed, defensive back Jake Pope out of Buford High School. This is a high school program that's producing some big names here for the Crimson Tide. I go back to Caveman Dylan Lee, who came from Buford High School, signed to Alabama. I think he came in 2012, and now you've got Isaiah Bond from Buford High School. You got Seth McLaughlin, who's a product of Buford High School in the 2020 class last year, a 3-star offensive lineman who played well in the second half of the Iron Bowl and stepped up big time in the SEC championship game against Georgia. Alabama getting the 41-24 win. But as we look at Jake Pope here, what does he provide as a defensive back, as a safety that's very key, that's very important? What intangibles does he bring to this team, especially in the defensive secondary?
Well, he's a guy who's versatile as well. Like I said, when him and Bun played, they both play on both sides of the football for Buford High School in Buford, Georgia. When I saw them play earlier in the season, it was a bit surprising that they did not play a little bit more, but they seemed to take a series off because both of them were playing on both sides of the football. I saw Jake Pope probably played one series on the defensive side of the football, but I've seen his tape, so he's a guy who's really athletic. I'm a fast prospect, a guy who looks like a safety already in terms of what he brings to the table, and he's a guy with a nice vertical as well. He can high point the football, which is something you really want to see out of a wide receiver and out of a defensive back, because those 50-50 balls are going to happen a lot. You're going to want the guy who attacks the football, so he is a guy who brings that to the table, along with his ability to be a wide receiver, although the Crimson Tide are going to stick with him playing safety. Charles Kelly, the Tide safeties coach, was his main recruiter out of Bruford High School in Bruford, Georgia. He's similar to Bun. He's a guy who could also be a threat as a kick returner and as a punt returner, so I think he still has some room to grow as well. Like a lot of these guys, I know some recruiting sites have Pope listed as a 3-star recruit. I feel he is listed there because of his size. I think he definitely needs to add on some more weight, so I think some guys are holding that against him. But when you take a look at his athleticism, that is why I have him listed as a 4-star recruit. You don't see guys who are doing what he is doing in terms of what he brings to the table with that athleticism, with this ability to high point the football, that speed that he brings to the table, and this ability to defend the run. This is a guy who can make effective tackles in the open field, so he's a guy who we have listed as a 4-star recruit in our Touchdown Alabama own independent recruiting rankings, and the Crimson Tide are lucky to have him on board.
Absolutely, folks. We're going to go to a quick break right here. Don't touch that dial, folks. When we get back, we continue breaking down recruits. 2022 National Signing Day. The young man putting pen to paper, getting those letters of intent in for the Crimson Tide. He is Justin Smith, the lead scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. We'll be back right after this.
Hey everyone, Justin Smith here, scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama, here with the Crimson Tide's 4-star athlete commit Antonio Kite, who will sign his national letter of intent to University of Alabama on Wednesday. Man, how excited are you to make this official, go from being a commit to an actual signee?
I'm really excited. This is something I dreamed on as a kid growing up and football in my rec days, so it's good knowing that I'm about to sign tomorrow.
And you took your official visit to Alabama last weekend. I saw you posting pictures with guys like Traquan and Jeremiah Alexander. How was that official visit, and what all did you get to do?
It was great. Got to see some of the recruits. I know most of them, but the ones I didn't know, I got to really talk to and get to know more. And we didn't really, we did a lot, but like most of it was just eating and then like doing over all the like school stuff, NIL stuff like that. We got to chill with Coach Saban and stuff like that.
And I saw you also, did you guys get a chance to go to the Alabama-Houston basketball game?
Oh, yeah. That was great.
How was it? I know you are a basketball guy. How was it?
That was actually my first time ever going to a college game, so it was great.
Okay, and of course, I know you are going to play basketball at Anderson High School, but you're going to focus on football at the next level. When you look on Alabama's football roster, there are a couple of guys like Bryce Young and Jordan Battle who say they are the best basketball players on the roster. You are a guy who actually has some D1 basketball offers before you pulled in some D1 football offers. What do you have to say about possibly showing those guys that you are skilled on the basketball court as well as on the football field?
They're gonna have to hand it over now. It's a new king of the court.
Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. And another thing I wanted to ask you is what do you plan to do now? I know you're not early enrolling. I know you're playing for Anderson High School. What do you plan to do during the off season before you enrolled in the summer?
I'm still playing basketball for my school, but mostly I'm just staying healthy and getting a lot of work. Still got a lot of stuff I need to learn. So gonna get down all that, and then I'm gonna get to work.
Back in here, folks, yours truly, Stephen M. Smith, Touchdown Alabama Magazine, but with the man, the scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire, Justin Smith here, talking National Signing Day for the Crimson Tide. And Justin, one of the guys I am the most excited about in this class has signed Jamarion Alexander, the big-time linebacker out of Thompson High School in the Birmingham area in Alabama. Justin, when I watch this man, I see young Ryan Anderson. Angry, mean, aggressive, physical, breeding pass rusher. Justice, this is big. This is big right here.
Yeah, it is definitely a big get for the Crimson Tide. Not only is he one of the top prospects in the state, most likely the top 10 player in the country in this 2022 recruiting class, and he's bringing a lot of aggressiveness, a lot of power, a lot of muscle. A guy who's one of the strongest overall players in the 2022 recruiting class, actually trained under former Alabama wide receiver Mike McCoy in Bessemer, Alabama. So he's a guy who
shout out to Mike McCoy right now. Mike McCoy, big ups to homie right there.
Yeah, he's really big in the weight room. Like you said, he's bringing a lot of aggressiveness to the football field. I remember watching him at here at Trussville High School when Thompson played here at Trussville High School earlier in the season. He was completely running through running backs, running through offensive line, big offensive linemen, because here at Trussville High School is known to have nice size, almost college size offensive linemen at the high school football level. And he was running through those guys like they were not even there, tearing through paper, trying to get to the football field, trying to get to the football. So when you take a look at Jamarion Alexander, he's going to be a great edge rusher for the Crimson Tide. He has some experience at lining up as an inside linebacker, but I think the Crimson Tide are going to focus on him playing as an edge rusher, as an outside linebacker at the next level. Does not have that size that some Alabama's other outside linebackers possess in terms of those long arms, 6'4", 6'5". Those guys, he's not those type of guys. He's not that size. I think he's about 6'2", 250 pounds. So he's not that type of prospect, but he's a guy who's going to bring a lot to the table at that edge rusher position. I think it's going to be hard to find another edge rusher who's going to have that type of aggressiveness, that type of violence coming off the edge like Jamarion Alexander does.
I mean, it's crazy, Justin, because you look at this under Coach Saban. We've seen Eric Anders as an edge rusher. We've seen guys like Courtney Upshaw as an edge rusher. We've seen even some of the smaller guys like an Adrian Hubbard or an Xavier Dixon. But then you get the bigger names like the Tim Williams, the Ryan Andersons. And now you look at what Alabama has with Will Anderson, with Dallas Turner, with a Drew Sanders. You add a Jamarion Alexander to this group, to this list, to this lineage. We're talking about a continuation of guys getting to the football, of guys harassing quarterbacks, of guys stuffing running backs for tackles for loss. Sal Sunseri has got to be the happiest man alive right now as he looks at this outside linebacker room.
Yeah, that outside linebacker room for the Crimson Tide is set to be pretty crazy next season. When you take a look at them returning Drew Sanders, Will Anderson, Dallas Turner, possibly
Chris Allen.
Yeah, possibly Chris Allen. So it may be a bit difficult for Jamarion Alexander to get some early playing time, but we've seen Alabama's outside linebackers get on the field pretty early when you take a look at Dallas Turner and Will Anderson, but those guys are coming back, so I'm pretty sure they're going to try to stay on the field as much as possible. So Jamarion Alexander understands that those guys are still going to be in Tuscaloosa. He has a great relationship with them. We actually have an interview with Alexander that we are going to play live here on the National Signing Day show. He's going to talk a little bit about playing behind Dallas Turner and Will Anderson and Alabama's plan for him, with him being a unique prospect who is not one of those long outside linebackers who they usually pull in multiple recruiting classes at that outside linebacker position. Hey everyone, Justin Smith here, scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama, here with the Crimson Tide's 5-star linebacker signee Jamarion Alexander out of Thompson High School in Thompson, Alabama. Man, you are getting set to officially sign with the Crimson Tide. How excited are you to make it official and become an Alabama signee instead of an Alabama commit?
It's definitely a blessing. I've been dreaming of this moment since I can remember. And just a dream come true, basically. Less than 24 hours now until I sign my letter of intent to the University of Alabama. So blessed is truly an understatement.
And of course, just focusing on your game, you are a bit of an unique prospect because of your build, because of what you bring to the table. You could be an edge rusher at the next level, or you could be an inside linebacker, just the versatility that you bring to the game. What do you think playing at Thompson High School under Mark Freeman, under you guys' great defensive coaching staff, what role do you think that has played in your game evolving?
It's definitely played a big role. They treat us like college players, really, like about the film time, the film studies and stuff like that. Like, we have a lot of stuff that we do at Thompson that I'm pretty sure a lot of colleges do. So without the coaches putting that under, I wouldn't say pressure, but just putting that under us at a young age, because I know a lot of high school schools probably don't watch film and stuff, do the stuff that we do at Thompson. So it's definitely a blessing to have coaches to prep you for college, basically.
Yeah, you guys' defense had a big-time season, helping you guys win another state championship. But as far as you moving to the next level, what is Alabama's plan for you on the defensive side of football? Where do they see you playing at now?
They see me rushing the passer at the Jack position.
What do you like about that position? Of course, we see Will Anderson and Dallas Turner dominate as outside linebackers for the Crimson Tide this past season. What do you think about lining up at that position in the future? And what do you like about rushing the quarterback?
I like about it because I say it comes pretty natural to me. I've been doing that for a minute now since my freshman year. And watching guys like Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, Dallas as a freshman, being able to play at the University of Alabama, it definitely gives me big hopes because me and him are pretty close. So if I come in this mid-year and do what I have to do, I'm looking forward to just becoming the best player I can be.
You took your official visit to Alabama last weekend. What was it like getting a chance to interact with some Alabama commits? We saw on your IG story where you and a lot of guys seem to be having a lot of fun. What was that like getting a chance to interact with Alabama commits, your future teammates, and just that official visit as a whole?
It's always good to, have relationships with the commits that's coming up there. It's not my first time being up there with Emanuel or like Spooty, Traquan, but the guys that were up there like Jahai Campbell trying to get him to come to Bama. And Dalen, he just committed to Georgia today. I kind of let me down on that. I thought he'd come to Bama, but you got to do what's best for you. But it's definitely good going up there and seeing the other commits, building relationships.
Yeah, one of the last questions we wanted to ask you here, Jeremiah, was your relationship with Nick Saban. You have been able to build a great relationship with him over the last couple of years because they have been recruiting you for a couple of years now. How would you describe your relationship with Coach Saban heading into you enrolling at the University of Alabama in December?
I would definitely say me and Coach Saban's relationship has grown since, I want to say my first time visiting and meeting with Coach Saban was 8th grade year when I went to the camp, and ever since then it's grown. It's gotten since I committed, and the amount of trips me and my family has taken up there, it's meeting in his office and the phone call and stuff like that. I'm definitely looking forward to being under Coach Saban for the next 4 years.
Back in here, folks. Stephen M. Smith, Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Yours truly, Justin Smith, the lead scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire for TDA. Breaking down some National Signing Day action here. And Justin, the next guy to sign in, 4-star tight end Amari the Black is in. Nationally signed letter of intent is booked. Pen to paper has been done. The Black, another highly athletic tight end, joining the O.J. Howards, the Irv Smiths, the Jaleel Billingsleys. Another athletic tight end here in Black coming into Alabama.
Yeah, when you look at the Black, I think he fits the mold of Jaleel Billingsley a bit more than some of the other prospects in this 2022 recruiting class. I think he's a guy who will most likely spend a lot of time at lining up at a wide receiver position, which is something we see Jaleel Billingsley. Of course, he lines up as an inline tight end, sometime, but not all the time. I think that is where Emanuel Black will find his niche in terms of what he will bring to the table. Of course, Alabama will need him to block. He blocked a lot more actually during his junior season at Lakewood High School. During his senior season, he was pretty much a wide receiver. Go look at his highlight film. He's always lining up at the wide receiver position. He lined up at wide receiver, lined up at slot, lined up out wide throughout that 2020-21 football season. And when you take a look at what Emanuel Black brings to the table, he's an athletic, long tight end at 6'4", guy who can go up and get the football, guy who has some nice route running ability. He's a bit raw. Still think he needs to mold his game a little bit more. Just like some other tight end prospects the Crimson Tide will sign in this 2022 recruiting cycle. So the Crimson Tide have been trying to go after athletic tight ends a lot over the last couple of recruiting cycles. Unfortunately, they have not been able to do so with great efficiency over the last couple of cycles. But when you look at this 2022 recruiting class, they said we are going to get every tight end imaginable, every type of prototype imaginable. And I think they did. When you take a look at the 3 guys they will most likely eventually sign in this 2022 recruiting class. Taking a look at Emanuel Black, like I said, he fits the mold more so of Jaleel Billingsley, sort of like a wide receiver tight end, although he can be an inline tight end. That's nice size already. The Crimson Tide saw him camp during the summer, and Nick Saban was really impressed. Offered him, he committed on that same day when he camped at the university. So the Crimson Tide really like Emanuel Black. But taking a look at Elijah Brown, who is also signed with the Crimson Tide.
I like him. I really like him.
His national letter of intent is signed and it is in at the University of Alabama. When you take a look at Brown, he is like an NFL tight end already at 6'6". He is the mold of a guy like Travis Kelce, a guy with nice size who's going to easily be able to block as an inline tight end, can line up all over the field and just present a big target. That is something that Wayne High School's head coach Roosevelt Mukes told me when Alabama landed Elijah Brown. He told me that he was a big target, an athletic kid who has a basketball background. I actually like when football prospects play multiple sports, and Elijah Brown is one of those guys. A lot of guys with the Crimson Tide are signing in this 2022 recruiting class have a football or track background, and when you take a look at Elijah Brown, he's a guy that has a basketball one. When you just take a look at some of the things that can translate from the basketball court to the football field, Elijah Brown possesses some of those qualities. You're going to have to box out on the basketball court. You can box out and go up and get the football when you're a tight end. You also have to go up and get those rebounds, to climb the ladder and take the football at his highest point. He's 6'6", so the highest point of football is not going to be as far away from him as some other guys, so he can go up and get the football as well. Pretty sure he can dunk the basketball. You have to be able to dunk the basketball if you're 6'6". So Elijah Brown is bringing a lot to the Crimson Tide, a hybrid tight end, the tight end that you see on Sunday at the NFL level, guys who NFL coaches would love to have.
So we're looking at here, Justin, a little bit of an Antonio Gates, Jimmy Graham. You mentioned Travis Kelce type of player when you look at Elijah Brown at that position. So, but who are some other guys here, Justin, that have already signed, put their letter of intent in, that you just really enjoy studying their tape, their film throughout this entire process?
Well, I think 4-star running back Jamarion Miller has also signed his national letter of intent to the Crimson Tide. Miller is one of the Crimson Tide's most recent commits. He's flipped his commitment from Texas to Alabama in November. He's a product of Tyler Legacy High School in Tyler, Texas. He's a bit on the bigger side. I know that Emanuel Henderson, like I said, possesses that slim frame. He could be a slot wide receiver, just you could put him in so many different positions, but this is your traditional running back in Jamarion Miller at 5'10" and 195 pounds. He's that old school type of running back. Some of the running backs Alabama has had in the past, like Damian Harris, guy who's a tough runner. He's going to fight for every yard, but I would say do not sleep on this guy's athleticism. Similar to Emanuel Henderson, he does line up at wide receiver at times. I really liked it. I think that it's really intelligent, really knowledgeable by their high school coaches to line the running backs up at the wide receiver position, get them to catch the football out of the backfield, because you are going to have to do that. And if you have that as part of your game, you're going to be really viable at the next level and further on when you take a look at the NFL, which is why I think Brian Robinson has seen a boost in his NFL draft stock, because he has shown that he can catch the ball out of the backfield. So that is something that Emanuel Henderson and Jamarion Miller both did at the high school football level, and I think that is one of the reasons why they are going to be able to be a threat to get some playing time may not be early on, because I think that running back room when it comes to the Crimson Tide is going to be pretty loaded next season, but they're going to have the potential to show that they can catch the football out of the backfield. Rodell Williams and Jason McClellan do that really well.
They do, and also going back to what you mentioned there, backs of years past, when you look at the Damian Harris is fighting for yards, when you look at the Trent Richardsons that fought for yards, I'm not going to put Derrick Henry in there because Derrick Henry is completely an outlier, but then you even have like a Najee Harris who also fought for yards, but you could also have him as a wide receiver. Josh Jacobs, the same thing. So getting Jamarion Miller in here, definitely a big deal here as we continue to run down this list of recruits that have already signed for national letter of intent here for the Crimson Tide. And who else, Justin, that has signed that you are basically about to go on this string of talking about these guys?
Well, we can take a look at the Crimson Tide's signees in this 2022 recruiting class. We've talked about a lot of different guys so far, but the Crimson Tide are going to try to sign as many guys today as possible. Similar to the last couple of recruiting cycles, remember a couple of recruiting cycles back where the Crimson Tide did not get an opportunity to sign everybody early, and it sort of impacted their recruiting class in a lot of different ways. It was one of the lower ranking recruiting class Nick
that
Saban
was
has ever brought
2018,
in.
and even with that, Justin, still that class was able to get a national championship. That's why a lot of times when people ask the question, why did Alabama get that 5-star? Why did Alabama get that 5-star? Why did Bama miss out on that player? Why the Crimson Tide missed out on that player? The main thing is you can get the recruits in. You can sign the recruits on paper, but the process is can you develop that player? Can you grow that player? Can you mold that player? Can you coach that player? Most importantly, can you win with that player? Can you win with that class? We've seen Butch Jones at Texas at Tennessee recruit the guys, but could not win with those guys. We've seen coaches recruit all of the 4- and 5-star talent known imaginable, but when those guys get on the campus, when they get into your program, can you win with those guys? Can you develop those guys? And when you look at Coach Saban, even down to the 2018 class that maybe did not finish top 5, that maybe did not finish number 1 or top 3, that class still has a national championship, and you still have players from that class, guys like your Josh Jobs, your Jalen Armour Davis, your Slade Boldens, who are going after a second national championship.
Yeah, that is definitely important. Development is definitely important. I still felt that class was pretty good. When you take a look at who you landed in that recruiting class, 2 first-rounders was in that particular recruiting class.
Surtain and Waddle, yes.
Yeah, Surtain and Jalen Waddle. So development is definitely important. I thought that was still a pretty impressive class. But going back to the guys who have already signed, and the guy who has signed his national letter of intent pretty recently here for the Crimson Tide in this 2022 recruiting class is Aaron Anderson.
Let's go!
4-star wide receiver out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, by the way of Edna Carr High School. The Crimson Tide hold on to the Louisiana wide receiver despite LSU trying to push for him late in this 2022 recruiting cycle after he was once verbally committed to them, with Brian Kelly being the head coach at LSU.
Big get there for and when you look at Anderson here as he's committed, I know you have Kite there. You also have Kobe Prentice. You have Isaiah Bond. But what does Aaron Anderson bring that maybe is different from the other guys in this class at receiver?
If I had to compare anybody to Jalen Waddle, it would be Aaron Anderson. I know a lot of Alabama fans, they throw off the Jalen Waddle comparison really quickly. Every time it's a fast guy, it's Jalen Waddle 2.0. We hear that comparison so many times, and I sort of dispute that comparison because I think Jalen Waddle is a special wide receiver. Although he does possess a lot of speed, which is something that really made him special. I think the thing that made Jalen Waddle a game changer was his ability to go up and attack the football and pull in those catches over defensive backs. And I think that is something that really transformed his game and made him one of the top overall NFL draft picks. I think Aaron Anderson is one of those guys, a bit on the shorter side like Jalen Waddle, but he can still go up and attack the football. If you guys can remember going back to Jalen Waddle's high school days, he was able to dunk the basketball, and Aaron Anderson is one of those guys who can climb the ladder and catch the football.
Henry Ruggs did too.
Yeah. And Devontae Smith, I'm pretty sure Devontae Smith was able to dunk as well with his ability to go up and get the football. I just think you are a different wide receiver where you can go up and catch the football and not play on the ground. I think a couple of these guys the Crimson Tide are going to sign in this 2022 recruiting class are more so guys who play on the ground. There's nothing wrong with that when you have a lot of speed. Christian Leary does it well. Kobe Pritchett does it as well. Kevin Ridley was more of a wide receiver who played more so on the ground, so he definitely can be a great wide receiver at the next level. But I think if you're able to have a nice vertical, you are a different wideout, in my opinion. And Aaron Anderson is that type of guy, along with his looseness, along with his great size and the great build that he currently has. He can make defenders look foolish, tie moves together with some great speed, and I think he's going to be a great slot receiver for the Crimson Tide.
Holman Wiggins continuing to do an outstanding job as Alabama's wide receivers coach on the recruiting trail. Crimson Tide brought in Wiggins in 2019, so you can clearly see what he has done, not just as a coach and as a technician, but also as a recruiter.
Yeah, Holman Wiggins has done a great job on the recruiting trail, but like you said, developing wide receivers. Alabama has had a string of first-round draft picks at that wide receiver position. He's a guy who the Crimson Tide wide receivers really get along with. I constantly hear him on the recruiting trail, not just with wide receiver recruits, but with recruits in general at different positions. So the Crimson Tide picking up Aaron Anderson out of Edna Carr High School in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, getting him to officially sign to the Crimson Tide is huge for Alabama's 2022 recruiting class. We take a look at the wide receivers who they have signed so far. They currently have Aaron Anderson and Isaiah Bond. Kobe Pritchett will sign his national letter of intent at 6 o'clock. His ceremony at 6 o'clock. He may sign early like a lot of these guys are doing today. So his national letter of intent will most likely come a little bit earlier than 6 o'clock if I had to make a guess on right now. But when you take a look at an Alabama target who will announce a commitment a little later today, another Louisiana guy in Shaz Preston, a four-star wide receiver out of St. James High School in Louisiana. We will see what his decision will be, but the Crimson Tide's wide receiver room has an ability to be a great one in this 2022 recruiting cycle. But going all the way back to a guy I don't think we've had an opportunity to talk about here today, who has already signed as well, is 6'7" offensive lineman Elijah Pritchett out of Columbus High School in Columbus, Georgia. He's a guy who I saw play when Columbus took on one of the schools also located in Columbus. I think it was their cross-town rivalry earlier in the year. And I talked to Corey Jordan, the head coach of Columbus High School, Columbus, Georgia, and he told me that Elijah Pritchett is a one-man wrecking crew. They can run behind him. They can use him to protect the passer. They can use him all over the offensive line, but he's a true offensive tackle with him standing at 6'7" and 295 pounds. Has great size, prototypical size. You see a guy who's standing at 6'7", 295 pounds, but also when you're 6'7" at the high school level, as soon as you step into the stadium, you don't have to look any further. Hey, that's Elijah Pritchett right there if he's listed at 6'7". So that's the first thing I noticed when I saw him in person play earlier in the season was the size. It wasn't hard to pick out him. He was towering over everybody on the football field. He has some aggressiveness. That is something that his head coach Corey Jordan said he has continued to get better at. Has continued to become more aggressive because he was not really as aggressive during his junior year, which is something we see out of a lot of big guys, a lot of big kids in high school. You have to get that aggressiveness, pull it out of them, and you have been in Elijah Pritchett and Corey Jordan have been able to work together to influence that athleticism, influence that aggressiveness to come out of Elijah Pritchett. And he's also a more knowledgeable guy. Corey Jordan told me, he said he is not he is not just doing something. He knows why he is doing it. So he's becoming more knowledgeable as an offensive lineman, as a football player.
As outstanding as is getting these offensive linemen players in this class for Justin, I go back to the wide receivers coming out of Louisiana. It's crazy to think about. Kenny Bell started this for the Crimson Tide, getting Kenny Bell in 2009 out of Rayville, Louisiana. Getting Kenny Bell, and then from Kenny Bell, so many other players, whether it's running backs, whether it's wide receivers, defensive players. Kenny Bell started this all the way back in 2009 in terms of guys coming from the boot, coming from Louisiana to join forces with Coach Saban at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa. But continuing running down this list here of signees, who is next, Justin, down this list here?
Well, when you take a look at guys who haven't signed, I think that is something to pay attention to as well. Guys who have not signed a national letters of intent. I see a couple of you in the chat asking, Denver Harris has not made an announcement yet as of today. But in terms of guys who have not signed or are currently committed to the Crimson Tide, you have Ty Simpson, the five-star quarterback out of Rescue High School in Martin, Tennessee. He will most definitely sign with the Crimson Tide. Expected to enroll early and actually enroll this week. So we are waiting to get his official signed national letter of intent. I know that is going to be a big one in terms of the Crimson Tide adding another quarterback to their room in the 2022 recruiting cycle.
Alabama continuing to hit now on these quarterbacks when you look at, and I know Blake Sims, he does not get the flowers he truly deserves because he was kind of the guy to start this athletic, mobile, dual-threat quarterback look of the Nick Saban era. But with him, you look at and bringing in a Jalen Hurts and bringing in a Tua Tagovailoa. Now you've got a Bryce Young, and so now and also Jalen Miller as well. And now you have so many people going, well, as an athletic quarterback, I don't have to go to the USCs. I don't have to go to the Oklahomas. I don't have to go to the Big 12 and the Pac-12 and the ACC schools when I can now go strictly to the University of Alabama to have my football career. And Bryce Young, winning the Heisman, played a big role in this also. So it's going to be fun to watch Simpson when he makes his when he signs that national letter of intent. Now, when you and I have talked about this, Justin, you said he kind of reminds you of Johnny Manziel back at Texas A&M. I think a more controlled Manziel, a more refined Manziel, a more polished Manziel. But just when you look at Simpson play, from the athleticism, the anticipation, the ball placement, the accuracy, the talent, the total package there as a quarterback, what do you see in his game a lot?
Yeah, I do see some Johnny Manziel. I think Manziel may be a bit faster. It's crazy that Ty Simpson is. I think he's more quick than fast. I think he's a guy who has some really quick feet, and it allows him to get out of a lot of tough situations. He can throw the football from a lot of unusual angles while being chased after by defensive linemen. So Ty Simpson is going to be a guy who I consider a magician in the pocket because he can create some magic, some exciting plays. Although his head coach at Westwood High School does not particularly like when he's going backwards the way he does, but he has shown that he can go all over the field, left, right, backwards, forward, and throw accurate passes on the run. I think he's going to continue to try to work on his consistency because I think at the quarterback position that's one of the most important things, being consistent, being consistently accurate, and just being consistent at your game overall, learning the plays, knowing the plays. And with him enrolling this week, I think that it will really help him moving forward. He will most likely help the Crimson Tide prepare for Cincinnati. I'm with him enrolling this week.
So Cincinnati has a quarterback by the name of Desmond Ridder, very athletic quarterback. So getting Ty Simpson on campus to prepare for Ridder is a big deal there. Going back down to the defensive line, Alabama did pick up Isaiah Hastings at defense on the defensive tackle position on that front line. And here's another question a lot of Alabama fans have been wondering, when does Alabama get back to having those aggressive defensive linemen, those guys that can two-gap, but as well as not only stuff the run, but attack the quarterback, collapse the pocket, get sacks, bat balls down. Fans have watched the Jonathan Allens come through, the Ashawn Robinsons, the Jaron Reeves, the Deron Paynes, the Quentin Williamses, the Dalvin Tomlinsons. The list goes on and on. The Christian Barmores. They've watched these type of guys roll through, and fans go, that's an impact guy. That's a star. That's a stud. That's what being a defensive lineman should look like and should play like at this program. What does Isaiah Hastings bring this group up front, led by Coach Freddie Roach?
He stands at 6'4", weighs 290 pounds, so he has great size. I think he fits the mold of those guys like Byron Young and Justin Boyd that the Crimson Tide currently have on their football roster. Big defensive lineman. He's a guy who has a quick burst off the line of scrimmage. He's a guy who can really go after the football. He has great backside pursuit. I really love that out of a defensive lineman. I think Micah Goodwine was doing that really good in the 2020 recruiting class. Guys who chase after the football attack plays that are not going in their direction. Those guys are really valuable, especially when you are a defensive lineman. Those type of plays can help plays not turn into long plays, make those 10 to 15 yard games, possibly turn to 6 to 7 yard games, but it could be crucial when you're in the SEC. So Isaiah Hastings is bringing a lot to the table in terms of his quick burst off the line of scrimmage, his backside pursuit. He's continuing to grow as well. He's originally from Toronto, Ontario, Canada. It's the Crimson Tide. We'll get another Canadian on their football roster, which is one of the reasons why he was pulled in by the Crimson Tide. Of course, he had a great official visit. Alabama, he knows what their reputation, he knows what they bring to the table. He knows they are one of the best programs in the country. When I talked to him a couple of weeks ago before he signed, he said he was excited to sign because he knows he's going to go to one of the best programs in the country, but transforming back to what he brings to the table here and what he will bring most likely to the University of Alabama. His ability to use his arms and use his hands is really impressive as well. So Isaiah Hastings is going to bring a lot to the table. I think he's going to need a couple, maybe a year or two to grow at the defensive line position. I don't know if he's going to be an immediate contributor for the Crimson Tide, who most likely enrolled during the summer. He will not be an early enrollee.
Well, folks, we're going to go to a break here on the show. National Signing Day for 2022. Don't touch that dial. When we get back, we continue breaking down recruits. Christmas time for Bama fans in the program as these young men putting pen to paper. We'll be back after this.
My name is Antonio Kite, 4-star athlete, committed to the University of Alabama, and you're watching National Signing Day with Touchdown Alabama.
Justin Smither, the scouting and recruiting analyst at Touchdown Alabama magazine here in Hartford, Alabama, Geneva County High School. Check out the Crimson Tide's 5-star running back commit, Emanuel Henderson, and Bulldogs kick off the season. Henderson never disappoints. He's a guy who always puts on the show.
What's up, bro?
Hey everyone, Justin Smith there, the scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama magazine. If you're not subscribed to Touchdown Alabama on YouTube, do that right now. Hit that subscribe button below, turn on all of your notifications. Also be sure to leave a like whether you are subscribed or not. I am here once again to break down some recruiting film. Today we're going to take a look at the Crimson Tide's 5-star 2022 linebacker commit Shawn Murphy out of Unity Reed High School in Manassas, Virginia. He is one of the top inside linebackers in the 2022 recruiting class. A very violent prospect, so I wanted to take a look at his film, give some insight, and break down what he brings to the table. We have John Ivory on the film, getting everything rolling for us, so we're going to take a look at what the violent linebacker could do for Unity Reed High School. On his very first play, he's going to show off that violence, show off that headhunter mentality that he has in him, attacking the football, plays downhill really well. He's going to do that on the second play as well, taking a very great angle to the backfield, sees that the ball carrier is trying to break outside, makes a great hit, a very effective tackle as well, bringing his arms along with this force. On this particular next play here, the ball goes over the quarterback's head. You're going to see he takes a straight line to the football, trying to make a big hit. Another opportunity to make a big hit for Shawn Murphy on a punt, on an expecting punt returner. You're not going to see him miss out on those opportunities at all. Blitzing on that particular play, showing off that physicality, that tenacity that he can bring when he is blitzing. We are going to see him blitz a lot because Unity Reed's head coach said that puts a lot of pressure on opposing offenses. Blitzing on that play as well on the goal line situation. You see him showing that tenacity, scratching, crawling, trying to get into the backfield. Along with the tenacity that he brings to the table, he also has patience when he is playing on the football field as well, as he gets an opportunity to sort through traffic, and I think that shows his natural flow as an inside linebacker. This play here is going to break free a little bit, but we want to see the relentless pursuit that Shawn Murphy shows. John, can you go back to that last play right there? And I think that shows the tenacity that he brings to the table as a competitor. The play is broken free. To stop it from becoming an even bigger play, we see Shawn Murphy chase it down and make a play down the field, showing off that natural competitor, showing off the natural competitor that he is for Unity Reed High School in Manassas, Virginia. Now we see another great play showing off that tenacity. Can you go back to that play right there? Matter of fact, can you just stop it really quickly, John, at the very first beginning of this last play here, because a lot is going on in this play. Obviously, we're going to see a couple of the different things that I have talked about so far come to fruition in this very play here. We are going to see Shawn Murphy attack the football once he sees where it is going. We are going to see him show that patience. We are going to see him show that tenacity as well, along with the speed that he brings to the football field, how quickly he is able to get to the football once he figures out where it is going. So he has some speed to go along with that physicality that he brings. Bad. Go back to that first play, that next play as well, that last play. I mean, we're going to see another bad snap, another great opportunity for Shawn Murphy to make a big hit, basically making sure that quarterback knows that he is there, making sure that quarterback knows that I'm going to be here all night, throw it, keep it, I'm going to hit you regardless. That is just that old school linebacker mentality that Shawn Murphy brings to the table. Another play where he has to show some backside pursuit, showing off that speed, showing off his ability, showing off that natural competitiveness that he brings to the table once again. Physical, very physical linebacker. Physical in a goal line situation. We see him fight off blocks, get to the football. Definitely a guy who's going to consistently show off that physicality and that violence that he brings to the football field. Blitzing on that particular play, we see him blitz a lot constantly. He's a very effective blitzer, guy who shows a lot of speed, knows where the football is going, and he's going to attack it. In this situation, we see one of the few times where he is in pass coverage. He looks comfortable. Can you go back to that last play where they did pass the ball, John? He's not defending the pass in a lot of these highlights. You can go back to the first beginning. You can just pause it right there. So I want to talk about this play just a little bit. He is not seen in defending the pass in a lot of situations. When you look at his highlight film, that is something he is constantly striving to get better at, according to Carol Walker, the head coach at Unity Reed High School. They want him to be more comfortable defending passes and defending the pass at the linebacker position, because everyone knows that is the direction that college football is going. Everyone is throwing the football all around, and if you are going to play inside linebacker, you are going to have to be comfortable in pass coverage. He looked comfortable there. You see that the guy did make the catch, but you saw him make up for it with that speed. So I think he's going to have to grow there, but I think he has the physical makeup to be great in pass coverage in terms of his frame. He started at 155 pounds as a sophomore, as a freshman in high school, actually at Unity Reed High School, and I think he naturally has that type of lean frame, but he has packed on some muscle, currently standing at 6'2" and 220 pounds now. So I think he's going to consistently get better.
All right, baby, we're back into the action. National Signing Day, Christmas time, for Crimson Tide fans in the whole program. 2022 National Signing Day, early signing period. Guys getting the pen to paper where national letters of intent are concerned from Alabama. Joined here by our esteemed scouting, recruiting analyst extraordinaire for TDA, Justin Smith. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. So, Justin, Robert Woodyard, the four-star linebacker that you spent a lot of time covering, had been committed to Alabama for a while, but has chosen to flip to Auburn in terms of signing that national letter of intent. What does Woodyard's flip mean to Alabama? What does this open? What does this do here?
Well, this seemed like it was eventually going to happen with Robert Woodyard, the four-star linebacker, like I said, at Williamson High School in Mobile, Alabama. He has visited Auburn several times over the last couple of months, has not taken a trip to Tuscaloosa. So it seemed like this was going to inevitably happen when it comes to Woodyard signing with the Auburn Tigers. I think this was a mutual parting of ways between both parties. I think Robert Woodyard still has the potential to be a great linebacker at the next level, but the Crimson Tide felt he wasn't the best fit for them with his current situation. But I still feel that he has the potential to be really good. I saw him play earlier in this season. He's a guy who has some natural athleticism, can fly all over the football field. He's aggressive, has a high IQ, so he's going to be a great pickup for the Auburn Tigers. As far as the Alabama Crimson Tide are concerned, they have a couple of targets that are going to announce later today who they hope they can pick up in this 2022 recruiting cycle. And I think with Robert Woodyard flipping his commitment from Alabama to Auburn, that also opens the door for the transfer portal. I know we haven't talked about that a lot here on this show yet, but the transfer portal is going to be really important with so many high-profile prospects already announcing and making it public that they are in the transfer portal. So I think that could open the door for the Crimson Tide. But as far as some announcements that will happen later today, you have announcements coming from four-star defensive end Curtis Perry, four-star defensive back Earl Little Jr., five-star outside linebacker Marvin Jones, a guy who I think is a five-star defensive end, Anthony Lucas. You also have four-star wide receiver Chaz Preston out of St. James High School in Louisiana.
And now going back to the corners here, when you look at those targets, Alabama trying to get some high-end corners in that defensive secondary. Guys, fans have been asking, what's Denver Harris going to do? What's Damani Jackson going to do? Is Alabama going to get these guys? Bama needs corners. They need high-end corners. And you mentioned the transfer portal, and that's where Eli Ricks, formerly of LSU, is in right now. If that comes into play, should that happen, when you look at this, Justin, like how difficult is it at times in recruiting where fans may want a guy, fans may really say he's a five-star, this is Bama. Why couldn't Bama pull him? Why couldn't Bama get him? What's going on this end? Just kind of talk to sometimes the difficulty and how tough it is to, even though you may want that guy and may have that guy, it's hard to get that guy sometimes because of the fact that other programs, they may have a coach, they may have an assistant coach that just vibes with certain players.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Relationships are really important on the recruiting trail. I know if you're an Alabama fan, like you said, as always, we are in the national championship running. We win national championships. No one has more national championships than us over the last decade with Nick Saban as our head coach. We should be able to get any recruit in the world to sign with us, no matter who else is going after them. But relationships are very important. This is one of the reasons why Texas A&M is having a lot of success on the recruiting trail right now, because of the relationship that they are building on with a lot of prospects. And also, when you take a look at what Texas A&M brings to the table, like I said, the Crimson Tide are going to battle it out with them a lot of times on today for a couple of top prospects, and I think that just goes back to the relationships that they have been able to build on with these relationships they have been able to build with recruits over the last couple of months on the recruiting cycle, during this recruiting cycle. So the Crimson Tide, when you take a look at what they will have to go up against to sign some of these prospects, it definitely goes back to relationships. Those are the most important things, and when it comes to recruiting.
Having those relationships with coaches, assistant coaches, all of those things, a massive deal, a major deal here on the recruiting trail. So as we now look at here, you brought up there Curtis Perry. That is going to be a huge name for the Crimson Tide as an in-state guy, a big-time defensive lineman, a guy that you mentioned when you watched him play, Justin. You haven't seen anybody more violent than him in terms of pass rushing, stopping the run, getting to the quarterback, creating just so many negative plays consistently out there on the field. When you watched him play, and most importantly, as you charted the interaction with the coaching staff for Alabama with Perry, what was that interaction like? What was that vibe like? What was that connection like as Alabama looks to try to get in somebody in state that they know this guy can truly be a difference maker for the program?
Well, his recruitment has been pretty interesting. He has taken it very slowly, while some guys were announcing commitments during the summer when they were taking unofficial and official visits. He was not even taking official visits. He did not have a top school list. He was just enjoying his recruitment, taking it very slowly. When recruits were able to visit campuses again after the 15-month recruiting dead period was put to an end because of COVID-19, Alabama was his first stop. Auburn was his next stop. And it was evident then that it was going to be an Iron Bowl recruiting battle for Curtis Perry, because he does have a great relationship with the Auburn coaching staff, going back to how important relationships are in terms of these recruits. So we knew that Alabama and Auburn were going to be heavily involved, but we did not know who else was going to heavily recruit Perry. We saw Ohio State make a push for him during the summer. He took an unofficial visit to Columbus. He said he had a great time, but Ohio State eventually fell off when it comes to Perry's recruitment. Clemson has made a run as of late, and they are heavily involved in his recruitment. They had an opportunity to host him for an official visit last weekend, actually, and they have sent a couple of their coaching staff to his house in Montgomery, Alabama, trying to get him to sign with the Tigers on today. You also have UCF, a bit of a surprise, but I think that goes back to Gus Malzahn, and it sort of paints a picture of how long the Auburn coaching staff has been recruiting him, and the relationship that he was building with Gus Malzahn even when he was in Auburn. So his decision will come down to Alabama, UCF, Clemson, and also the Alabama, Auburn, UCF, and Clemson will most likely get a commitment and a signing from Curtis Perry a little bit later today. And like you said, he is one of the more violent players that I've ever seen play. Is the most violent player that I've seen play. Has a violent edge, plays aggressive, can play all along the defensive front. I remember watching him at Park Crossing last year before he transferred to Pike Road High School in Pike Road, Alabama. The first play, he hit a guy, made his helmet come off. He sacked the quarterback, and I think that just shows the aggressiveness that he plays with. So the Crimson Tide will be lucky to have him. I think a couple of weeks ago, I felt Alabama was a clear-cut favorite. If he made a decision a couple of weeks ago, I'm pretty sure it would have been the Crimson Tide. But Auburn has made things really, really interesting with them hosting him for an official visit on Iron Bowl weekend. That even though Auburn did lose, you was in Jordan-Hare Stadium. The stadium was rocking, and it was a great environment.
It was a great environment. It was a chaotic environment. I'm just saying, that 2-point conversion at the end from Bryce Young to John Mechie, very big moment there. Alabama getting the 24-22 win at Jordan-Hare. But when you just look at recruiting, Justin, as a whole, and you look at the prospects, and you look at who all could be coming to Alabama, who's already signed at Alabama, the target still remaining here on the board. Some people look at this as, if you don't finish with the number one class, is it a great thing or is it a detriment? If you don't finish with a top 5 class, is it a great thing or is it a detriment? And I, for one, I've always talked about, it's more so of you don't know what your recruiting class is going to be until 3 to 4 years down the road, because you really have to put in time with these guys. Because let's be honest, you sign a big group of guys, you sign a big haul of guys, you don't know who's going to remain 3 to 4 years down the road, who's gonna actually pop out, exceed, excel, and be great 3 to 4 years down the road, or who may just be, just good 3 to 4 years down the road. So when you actually look at these classes, when you actually start recruiting like you have been for us here at TDA as the extraordinary that you are, looking at this thing, dissecting this thing, what do you tell fans, especially Alabama fans out there that look at, Bama didn't have a number 1 class, or Bama didn't have a top 5 class, and this is just awful, we didn't have a top 5 class. What do you tell those fans that have the expectation of, because it's not number 1 or because it's not top 5 and it's automatically this is a bad class?
Well, Nick Saban has not had many classes there outside of the top 5. For I think that class that we talked about earlier, I think it was like ranked number 7 in that particular recruiting cycle. It was the
2018 class.
Yeah, the 2018 recruiting class. So that class was not ranked pretty high. But outside of that class, Nick Saban has either pulled in a number 1 ranked class or easily a top 5 class. And what I ask fans when they talk about Alabama not having a number 1 recruiting class, what is a number 1 recruiting class? That's the first question I think you should ask them to see what their response is, because the number 1 recruiting class is basically referred to by the recruiting sites. And how do you come up with that number 1 ranking? Those top rankings when it comes to team rankings is basically you give every recruit a number grade, which is something I'm not familiar with. How can you give a recruit number grades? Not throwing shade at any of the national recruiting sites, but you come up with a number and you calculate all of those numbers, individual numbers of each recruit. Then you come up with the number 1 recruiting class. So in my opinion, the top 3 recruiting class are pretty much the same type of talent. It's not going to be a huge gap between the top 3 or top 5 recruiting classes usually, and that is usually where Alabama sits. And I think Nick Saban and his coaching staff does a great job of picking up on needs and developing prospects and getting prospects or sometimes 3-star, low-ranking 4-star guys and developing them. So I think it is something that's fun to talk about in terms of getting the number 1 recruiting class. But just because you don't have like the number 1 class, if you have a top 3, top 5 class, and you see the talent and you see what they bring to the table and not get caught up in all the numbers that make up a number 1 recruiting class, you could see that Alabama has traditionally and basically over the last decade always had a great class. And like you said, even going back to the class that was ranked like number 7 by a couple of recruiting sites, you had 2 first-round draft picks in Patrick Surtain and Jalen Waddle.
And also, Justin, you look at it just in Alabama, you bring up Mac Jones, you bring up Josh Jacobs, you bring up also Eddie Jackson. All of those 3 guys came as 3-star athletes. They came as 3-star athletes to Alabama. All 3 of those young men are in the NFL. You can look at a Mac Jones, who more than likely will be the NFL Offensive Rookie of the Year. You look at a Josh Jacobs, who's having success in the pros with the Raiders. You look at Eddie Jackson, who's having success in the NFL as a defensive back for the Bears. So it really doesn't matter if you are a 4-star, 5-star, 3-star. You get into a program, you are developed properly, you are developed well, you are coached well, you are taught well, and you're able to gravitate towards that coaching, towards that teaching. You are going to be a very special talent. You're going to be a very high-level, high-end, high-caliber player, most definitely in all forms of college football, but most definitely in Alabama. When you look at how Coach Saban and his staff goes about looking at these guys, working with these guys, but just in terms of as we continue throughout the day here, anybody in particular that you have your eyes on and that you're thinking if this guy signs or if this guy flips or if Alabama can get this name right here, it would really be something special. It could really be something marquee.
Well, I think the second half of this show is going to be really live, really lit, just based on the guys who are yet to announce. And Curtis Perry is one of those guys. Like I said earlier, Jeremiah Alexander is one of those guys who, if Alabama lands those guys and get them to sign, of course they have signed Jeremiah Alexander, it transforms their defense. It puts their defense in a direction to going back to where it was, that old defense, the defense that was stout and that defense that was mean. I said Curtis Perry is one of the most violent players that I've ever seen play. You want to get a guy like that. He's a mean prospect. Like I said a couple of times about Jeremiah Alexander, if you get a guy like Perry, your defense gets meaner as soon as he signs, as soon as he eventually enrolls at the University of Alabama. So we will see what Curtis Perry does a little bit later today. We also have Earl Little Jr. set to announce his commitment. A lot of people compare him to Minkah Fitzpatrick. I'm not a big fan of comparisons, but it's hard to basically deny that comparison. I took a look at his senior
What
film
makes
recently.
him? What makes him similar to Minka, though, in your mind?
I think it's versatility. You can put him anywhere. Line him up in the inside, line him up against slot wide receiver, line him up wide, line him out over the top, line him inside the box. I think that is the thing that made Minka Fitzpatrick special, a special defensive back. You saw times where Minka Fitzpatrick was pretty much in the box, blitzing the quarterback and getting home. That is something Earl Little can do. He is lined up at basically an inside linebacker at times for American Heritage High School. He's very versatile. I don't like throwing out comparisons because I think that sets sometimes some high expectations for recruits, and sometimes comparisons are sort of hard to do because these guys are their own type of prospect. They bring different things to the table, but Earl Little Jr. is definitely a guy who fits the mold of Minka Fitzpatrick.
For me, Justin, in this class here, I came into the day wanting Alabama to hit on two things. Well, three things more than likely. So the three things I wanted Coach Saban to hit on with this class was, number one, definitely wanted Saban and this Alabama coaching staff to hit on that cornerback position, because just going back to watching the Cyrus Joneses, watching the Kareem Jacksons, watching the Javier Arenases, watching the Marlon Humphreys, watching Patrick Surtain, watching these guys really truly latch on, defend, break up passes, break on balls, create turnovers, tackle in space, high IQ, turn, face, cover the football, turn and face the football as you're covering the guy that you're defending at that wide receiver position. I really want to see, Alabama get back to having those high-end guys at that cornerback position. That was number one. I think the second position group I wanted Alabama to hit on is at that inside linebacker spot. Now, of course, they brought in some guys from the 2021 class. When you look at the Deontay Lawson, you bring in a Deontay Lawson, you bring in an Ian Jackson, you bring in a Kendrick Blackshire also. So Bama has hit on those things in a previous class, but getting to Shawn Murphy, that's a huge deal because it gets back to Alabama having those linebackers that not only cerebral in terms of looking at the play, breaking down the play, seeing the play, but reacting and getting the football, taking on the block, throwing that offensive lineman away from you, attack where that ball is, attack where that running back is, getting to that quarterback, being absolutely kind of like a general controlling the troops if you're going to war in the military, if you're speaking in that terms. But number three, I wanted Bama to hit on that defensive line because, like I mentioned, you've not seen just the ferocity on a consistent basis here from this defensive line. Now, you got players that have that fierceness. Byron Young's got it. Fadarian Mathis has had a good year, absolutely. But in terms of just consistent ferocity, wanting to get back to that as well. So those were kind of the three areas I really want to see Alabama hit on the recruiting trail. And I think it's going to hit on that. Like you mentioned, we have another half of the show where things can get interesting. We could see some drama ensue. So it's only the beginning, people, of the signing day.
Yeah, most definitely. Just looking at the second half, you also have a guy going back to what you were talking about, the defensive line. You have an outside linebacker, five-star guy, and Marvin Jones Jr., who the Crimson Tide are really prioritized in his 2022 recruiting class. You're going to get another one of those traditional outside linebackers who the Crimson Tide have gone after if the Crimson Tide are able to get a national letter of intent signed by Marvin Jones on today, as he will announce his verbal commitment, then sign a national letter of intent a little bit later at 3 o'clock today in Plantation, Florida at American Heritage High School. And he's going to be, like I said, a guy like Will Anderson, a guy like Chris Allen, those long outside linebackers who could come in and try to make an immediate impact. Like we said earlier, that's going to be a bit difficult with the guys Alabama has on its roster. I'm interested in seeing what Anthony Lucas does. I think that would be a great get for the Crimson Tide, but it looks as if Lucas may be leaning more towards Texas A&M. The Crimson Tide could possibly make a surprising commitment from him. I think that could be most likely the biggest surprise Alabama is going to be involved in on today if they can get a commitment from Anthony Lucas, the nearly 300-pound defensive lineman who looks natural at the wide receiver position. How many 300-pound defensive linemen can play wide receiver, like line out wide, and play wide receiver and play tight end and run great routes? I don't think I've ever seen that.
So just going back to American Heritage High School, just this program, after having Patrick Surtain II come from that program, what has it meant to have Patrick Surtain Sr. as the coach there, and how he's been able to develop these guys, mentor these guys, and position these guys to the University of Alabama? When you now look at Earl Little about to make his decision on where he's going to go to, Marvin Jones Jr. making his decision, how much of an impact has Surtain Sr. played in molding these guys to be tremendous athletes on the collegiate level coming from American heritage?
He is a great coach. He has a great program as well. When you take a look at American Heritage, and similar to him, with them being,
I think Dallas Turner actually played some too there.
Yeah, he played American Heritage into his senior year when he transferred to St. Thomas Aquinas in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. But going back to American Heritage and Patrick Surtain, senior, like I said, he has a great program, and he has a lot of former NFL players involved in the program with them. Looking at Earl Little Jr., his dad is a former NFL player. Earl Little Sr. played in the NFL, went to the University of Miami, played for Cleveland Browns in the NFL as one of the teams that he played for as a National Football League football player. And you also have Marvin Jones Jr. His dad went to Florida State, also spent some time in the NFL as well. So both of those guys have college lineage and NFL lineage in their blood. And when you take a look at that program at American Heritage High School, they have an opportunity to connect with so many former NFL prospects and train with a lot of great guys. And I think Florida is a mecca of high school football. Just taking a look at some of the guys that they are producing. I know the traditional state has been Texas, but when you take a look at Texas and Florida, I think they battle it out in terms of producing some top talent nowadays.
When you also look at Surtain himself, he played in the NFL also, spending some time with both the Miami Dolphins and Kansas City Chiefs. So that is a program in American Heritage that's continuing to pump out marquee talent, marquee athletes going to these respective schools here in recruiting. But continuing here with this, with potentially what Alabama looks to do today, what they can try to do today. I know what you were mentioning here. Not quite sure about the full number of guys that Alabama could sign or may try to sign, but as you look at some guys that have already signed here, how many of these guys do you feel like will be early enrollees, and other guys that could enroll early, who can make the immediate impact potentially in spring ball coming up here? Because that's another thing. When you get the guys to sign, fans want to know who could be some guys that in spring ball could have us go, oh my gosh, holy smoke, get this guy on the field, put that guy on the field. So, who could be some of these guys that could be, impact players should they enroll in spring? Well,
we can talk about some of the guys who have already signed who plan to enroll early. Ty Simpson plans to enroll early. It'll be interesting to see where he stacks up during the spring in terms of with with Bryce Young coming back. Also, Jalen Miro, Paul Tyson could most likely come back. It'll be interesting to see how Ty Simpson fits into that quarterback room during the spring on A-Day. You also have Tyler Booker enrolling early. Will he get an opportunity to make a move during the spring, possibly get into the rotation to be one of those IMG Academy products like Evan Neal to get on the field
You're
early?
going to need 2 new offensive tackles now.
Yeah. Although I think he's a guard, he could play tackle. That is something that we will definitely keep our eyes on in the spring in terms of a guy who could make an immediate impact. Elijah Brown, like we've said, he's a hybrid tight end. He's one of those NFL type of tight ends, also being 6'6", a guy who has experience lining up as a slot wide receiver, a big target, a guy who can block, a blocking tight end, a hybrid guy who can be an all-around tight end at the next level and be a great NFL prospect one day. Elijah Brown is set to enroll early. Emanuel Henderson, Jeremiah Alexander, also set to enroll early. We heard from Alexander in that interview that he's excited to enroll early, get some reps at that outside linebacker position, and those guys get an opportunity to get an early feel for the strength and conditioning program as well. So those are just a couple of guys to pay attention to during the month of January in terms of guys who will enroll early. Like we said earlier, Ty Simpson is enrolling this week, will most likely help the Crimson Tide prepare for Cincinnati.
Now, Justin, I remember a few years back where the recruiting phrase was "savages want to play with savages." I remember seeing that on Twitter just a few years back. Do you still feel like that is still the mindset of a lot of these guys? Savages want to play with savages. The best want to play with the best. The best want to compete with the best. And when you were, on the road traveling to see a lot of these guys, what was the mindset they presented to you personally about what they were trying to do and accomplish?
Yeah, a lot of guys want to come to Alabama to play with the best, but I think coming to Alabama is something that I think we need to pay attention to, and I think a lot of recruits are paying attention to it now, with somewhat, especially with the transfer portal in place and the fact that you may not be able to play immediately. You need to understand your situation. Like Ty Simpson, for example, I interviewed him earlier in the season when Westview High School took on South Gibson in Martin, Tennessee, I believe. And he told me that it doesn't matter if he has to wait till his 5th year, senior year to play football at Alabama. He's waiting. He doesn't care. He understands that guys like Mac Jones, all those guys had to wait. You understand? Even Tua had to wait a year, even though he came in and took Jalen's spot in the national championship and led Alabama to a national championship on 2nd and 26. Those guys had to wait their time, wait their turn. And even when you go back and hear guys like Tua Tagovailoa and also Najee Harris, you hear about them struggling early on, saying,
well,
I hated that.
I had to wait also because when Bryce came in, a lot of people were like, this is going to be the starter. He's going to supplant Mac Jones. Bryce is the guy. And now you hear Bryce talking about, sit back and waiting was the best thing that ever happened for me. Yes, I was frustrated. Yes, I was bothered by that. But watching the process that Mac went through, how he prepared, how he studied, how he planned, how he focused, how he took everything seriously. Like, he made time for everything. And now you're seeing how Bryce soaked up all that preparation, and what it has done for him this year, it's won the Heisman Trophy. It's made him a consensus All-American. It's made him a Davey O'Brien Award winner, Maxwell Award winner, multiple award winners, and it's got him in a place where he's trying to lead this team to a national championship. So sometimes you do have to wait.
Yeah, you definitely sometimes have to wait. I think that is something that all recruits, if you are considering Alabama, that's something that you definitely have to consider. You know that you may have to wait. I think that is something that is known right now. We've like we said, we've seen marquee guys that are going to be first-round draft picks, top 5 draft picks. When you take a look at Tua Tagovailoa, have to wait if you come to Alabama football, and I think these guys are realizing that more and more, that it is a process. You're going to most likely not get an opportunity to play during your freshman season. Just take a look at Alabama's 2020 recruiting class. Some of those guys have played, but not at the extent that we have seen in other recruiting classes. So a lot of those guys have had to wait their turn.
A lot of those guys have had to wait, but once they get that opportunity, they are going to really excel and thrive in that. Folks, we're going to go to a break here. Don't touch that dial. When we get back, we continue talking National Signing Day 2022. Touchdown, Alabama Magazine, bringing you the action right here live from Birmingham. We'll be right back.
I am Jeremiah Alexander, 5-star committed to the University of Alabama, and you're watching National Signing Day with Touchdown Alabama.
back. Alabama got a big one now. The hay in the barn. National Signing Day Wednesday 2022 class. I got the scouting and recruiting extraordinaire analyst right here with me for TDA. Our own Justin Smith. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. Justin, Ty Simpson, 5-star quarterback, has signed hay in the barn. The young man from Tennessee who really impressed you throughout his entire high school career. Pen's been put to paper. Ty Simpson is in the program.
Yeah, it's a good get for Alabama. A magician. Like I said, I think this guy is so fun to watch, exciting to just watch. Like you compare him to Johnny Manziel. I feel that comparison is true as well. I don't think he has the speed as Johnny Manziel as far as him being like true dual threat quarterback, but the way that he escapes in the pocket, escapes from getting tackled when he's trying to look down the field, keeps his eyes downfield and just throws accurate passes from those unusual angles. I think he's a guy who Alabama fans are really excited to have. His huddle film is so fun to watch because you don't really see a lot of quarterbacks doing that. He goes backwards, although you don't want your quarterback going backwards, losing yards in case he gets sacked, in case he gets a sack, which is something Westbrook High School did not really like that Ty Simpson did a lot, but he was so exciting to watch. And I think he's a gym rat, a guy who has a lot of strength. Like I said, he's not really the fastest guy, but he's a scrappy runner. He's going to fight for every yard. He is, although he should look to get out of bounds, like because you're a quarterback, you don't want your quarterback to take many hits. He's one of those guys like a Jake Coker type of guy. He wants to embrace contact, fight for those extra yards. I'm a quarterback, but I'm a football player as well.
So we're throwing Jacob Coker in here for Ty Simpson. We're throwing Johnny Manziel here for Ty Simpson. And then you said those throws from unusual angles. Now I'm getting some Patrick Mahomes. I'm not going to put Mahomes in there because that's just not right. Yeah. But we're getting some interesting vibes here when you talk about what Simpson can potentially bring to the table from the quarterback position.
Well, it's funny that you bring up Patrick Mahomes. When you take a look at Ty Simpson, I think it was his junior film. He did make a very great throw, and it reminded me of Patrick Mahomes. The throw that Patrick Mahomes made in the Super Bowl last year. I think it was a throw where he was basically falling down and he flicked the football
parallel to the ground. Yeah,
it was parallel to the ground. On Ty Simpson, of course, this pass did not go as long as Patrick Mahomes did, but it did. It was a completed pass. I saw him do that. I was like, yo, that's very Patrick Mahomes-like in terms of just throwing the football from those different type of angles. He do bring it to the table, but he needs to work on his consistency, just be consistently accurate. I think when I saw him play earlier in the season, he looked really good at times, but he was off on a couple of his throws, so he has to be consistent on a consistent basis. I think that will be the thing that he will work on. I think every quarterback wants to work on that in terms of their accuracy, because you're going to have to be accurate on a consistent basis to be a great quarterback in the SEC and in college football in general.
So what leads to that, Justin, in your mind as a recruiter, as a player now going into college? You've been through the high school ranks. You know what you have to work on. But what goes into, from a quarterback perspective, being more accurate, being more precise, leading your receivers more with passes where they can catch, they can go in stride, and they can make those plays. Just to you, what leads into that more?
I think it, in terms of just being accurate, I think that is just so important, because you're going to be able to put the ball in the best position. I think you're going to be able to throw guys open. I think that is something that you definitely have to do, because when you're in the SEC, your guys sometimes may not be able to create separation when you're going to get some of the top quarterbacks in the country. And just being accurate is just something you have to be able to do consistently to be a great quarterback at the collegiate level and have some success.
Ty Simpson, they're getting that letter of intent there for the Crimson Tide. According to our own Justin Smith here, he will be enrolling as of Thursday to the University of Alabama, helping the Tide prepare for the college football playoff, getting it set for Cincinnati taking on Desmond Ridder in the semifinal of the Cotton Bowl, AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas. So falling along the same lines as Jalen Hurts from his freshman year in 2016. He comes in early to help the Tide prepare for one Deshaun Watson, in a national championship game against Clemson that year. Of course, that year, Jacob Coker was the starting quarterback for the Crimson Tide. So it's kind of neat here seeing Ty Simpson follow in that same plan there as one Jalen Hurts did just a few short years ago. But continuing with talking about these guys that are going to sign, these guys that are still being targeted down the line here, we continue to run down this list. Who is next, in your opinion, here to possibly make that move as we run down this list in terms of signing?
I think Curtis Perry is going to be the guy we look at the top of the break. Of course, we are going to take an hour break around 12 o'clock, but don't worry, we're not going to go completely off the screen. We do have content that
we're not going off the grid, people. We're not going completely off the grid.
Yeah, we do have content that we have been working on throughout the year that we are going to continue to stream on our live stream. We do not, compared to last year, we do not want to go on a break where you guys are just seeing like the National Signing Day logo. We want to provide you guys with content. We have been traveling all over the country over this last couple of months, checking out some of these prospects in their high school games, going to some camps. So we definitely have that content coming to you guys. But going back to Ty Simpson and going back to something you said earlier, guys knowing their situations, knowing that they may have to wait at the University of Alabama. I spoke with Ty Simpson earlier this year after seeing him play for Westview High School. We're going to show you highlights from that game. We're also going to show you that interview with Ty Simpson, basically him saying that I know I have to wait if I come to Alabama, but I'm not afraid to wait. If I have to wait to my 5th year, senior year, if I have to be a super senior, I'm still going to play at the University of Alabama. We're going to play that from Ty Simpson, and we'll be right back on our National Signing Day show. Justin Smith, third scouting and recruit analyst for Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Here with the Crimson Tide's 2022 quarterback commit, Ty Simpson. You guys pulled off a big win tonight at home. What did you guys see tonight that was working for you?
Yeah, you know, they're a good team and stuff. Coming off a big, bad loss last week. We fought hard. But, I didn't think we played very well, like we usually do. We got a lot of corrections we got to make, and, got a good game next week. So, we're going to look forward to that and get back to work Monday.
Of course, you've been committed to the Crimson Tide for quite a bit of time right now. What do you feel that commitment stands at the moment, and what was it about Alabama that made you want to choose that program?
Yeah, I love Alabama. I'm, all in. I can't wait to get down there in December. But, the reason I chose Alabama was just because, one, the competition. Go there every day, get, first-round pick on defensive line, the first-round pick, middle linebacker, cornerbacks, wide receivers, everywhere, and compete against that every day. Whether I start, my freshman year or, my 5th year senior year, I don't really care. It's the fact that I get to go down there and learn from the best coach of all time and, just be like how Mac was, I guess you can say, just learn from Tua and Jalen and Bryce, Paul, and Jalen for me, just, trying to make my game better.
Hey everyone, Justin Smither, scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama, here with the Crimson Tide's 5-star linebacker signee Jeremiah Alexander out of Thompson High School in Thompson, Alabama. Man, you are getting set to officially sign with the Crimson Tide. How excited are you to make it official and become an Alabama signee instead of an Alabama commit?
It's definitely a blessing. I've been dreaming of this moment since I can remember. And just a dream come true, basically. Less than 24 hours now until I sign my letter of intent to the University of Alabama. So, blessed is truly an understatement.
And, of course, just focusing on your game, you are a bit of an unique prospect because of your build, because of what you bring to the table. You could be an edge rusher at the next level, or you could be an inside linebacker, just the versatility that you bring to the game. What do you think playing at Thompson High School under Mark Freeman, under you guys' great defensive coaching staff, what role do you think that has played in your game evolving?
It's definitely played a big role. They treat us like college players, really, like about the film time, the film studies and stuff like that. Like, we have a lot of stuff that we do at Thompson that I'm pretty sure a lot of colleges do. So without the coaches putting that under, I wouldn't say pressure, but just putting that under us at a young age, because I know a lot of high school schools probably don't watch film and stuff, do the stuff that we do at Thompson. So it's definitely a blessing to have coaches to prep you for college, basically.
Yeah, you guys' defense had a big-time season, helping you guys win another state championship. But as far as you moving to the next level, what is Alabama's plan for you on the defensive side of football? Where do they see you playing at now?
They see me rushing the passer at the jack position.
What do you like about that position? Of course, we see Will Anderson and Dallas Turner dominate as outside linebackers for the Crimson Tide this past season. What do you think about lining up at that position in the future? And what do you like about rushing the quarterback?
I like about it because I say it comes pretty natural to me. I've been doing that for a minute now since my freshman year. And watching guys like Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, Dallas as a freshman, being able to play at the University of Alabama, it definitely gives me big hopes because me and him are pretty close. So if I come in this mid-year and do what I have to do, I'm looking forward to just becoming the best player I can be.
You took your official visit to Alabama last weekend. What was it like getting a chance to interact with some Alabama commits? We saw on your IG story where you and a lot of guys seem to be having a lot of fun. What was that like getting a chance to interact with Alabama commits, your future teammates, and just that official visit as a whole?
It's always good to, have relationships with the commits that's coming up there. It's not my first time being up there with Emanuel or like Spooty, Traquan, but the guys that were up there like Jahai Campbell trying to get him to come to Bama. And Dalen, he just committed to Georgia today. I kind of let me down on that. I thought he'd come to Bama, but you got to do what's best for you. But it's definitely good going up there and seeing the other commits, building relationships.
Yeah, one of the last questions we wanted to ask you here, Jeremiah, was your relationship with Nick Saban. You have been able to build a great relationship with him over the last couple of years because they have been recruiting you for a couple of years now. How would you describe your relationship with Coach Saban heading into you enrolling at the University of Alabama in December?
I would definitely say me and Coach Saban's relationship has grown since, I want to say my first time visiting and meeting with Coach Saban was 8th grade year when I went to the camp, and ever since then it's grown. It's gotten since I committed, and the amount of trips me and my family has taken up there, meeting in his office and the phone call and stuff like that. I'm definitely looking forward to being under Coach Saban for the next 4 years.
Justin Smither, the scouting and recruiting analyst at Touchdown Alabama magazine here in Hartford, Alabama, Geneva County High School. Check out the Crimson Tide's 5-star running back commit, Emanuel Henderson, and Bulldogs kick off the season. Henderson never disappoints. He's a guy who always puts on the show.
What's up, bro?
Justin Smith, the scouting and recruit analyst for Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Here with the Crimson Tide's 2022 quarterback commit, Kite Simpson. You guys pulled off a big win tonight at home. What did you guys see tonight that was working for you?
Yeah, you know, they're a good team and stuff. Coming off a big, bad loss last week, we fought hard. But, I didn't think we played very well, like we usually do. We got a lot of corrections we got to make, and, got a good game next week. So, we're going to look forward to that and get back to work Monday.
Of course, you've been committed to the Crimson Tide for quite a bit of time right now. What do you feel that commitment stands at the moment, and what was it about Alabama that made you want to choose that program?
Yeah, I love Alabama. All in. I can't wait to get down there in December. But, the reason I chose Alabama was just because, one, the competition. I go there every day, get, first-round pick on defensive line, the first-round pick, middle linebacker, cornerbacks, wide receivers, everywhere, and competing against that every day. Whether I start, my freshman year or, my fifth-year senior year, I don't really care. It's the fact that I get to go down there and learn from the best coach of all time and, just be like how Mac was, I guess you can say, just learn from Tua and Jalen and Bryce, Paul, and Jalen for me, trying to make my game better.
talking National Signing Day 2022 live from the Magic City of Birmingham. Touchdown, Alabama magazine. Young men putting pen to paper. Nationally signed letters of intent for the Crimson Tide. I'm joined here by our esteemed scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire, Justin Smith. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. And Justin, while we were in that break there, looking throughout the social medias here, and a whole lot of fans had this one question. Can Alabama get both Curtis Perry and Shamar James, both of these two young men from in-state, to sign with the Crimson Tide due to how important it is to get those in-state kids to sign, those in-state young men to sign with the programs? Just looking at Shamar James here, where do you think he stands right now in your mind when you look at when he attempts to sign, when he looks to sign his national letter of intent? I know at one point in time he was committed to Florida, backed off of that pledge due to the firing of Dan Mullen from the program. But now you look at this moment right here, where do you see Shamar James in terms of Alabama?
Well, I feel Georgia has the momentum heading into his announcement today. Of course, Shamar James is a 4-star linebacker out of Faith Academy High School in Mobile, Alabama, one of the top athletes in the 2022 recruiting class. Faith Academy has used him at the wide receiver position as a running back. I think possibly the best blitzing linebacker in this 2022 recruiting cycle. Like I said, an all-around athlete. You don't see too many inside linebackers playing wide receiver on the opposite side of the football. You usually see them possibly playing running back. But when you take a look at Shamar James, that is what he brings to the table. But just going back and looking at his recruitment, like you said, he was verbally committed to Florida at one point. When he was committed to the Gators, I made the trip to Mobile to check on him at Faith Academy, and he told me that Alabama's defensive coordinator Pete Golding was talking to him every week. Alabama's outside linebacker coach Sass and Siri was still in contact with him. They told him at that moment that we are not going to stop recruiting you until you sign a national letter of intent. He will sign a national letter of intent today. The Crimson Tide have not stopped recruiting him. Pete Golding had visited him last week. Nick Saban visited him as well, showing that, we still want you to join our Crimson Tide 2022 recruiting class. Alabama will definitely take him. They definitely want him, but Georgia does have a lot of momentum heading into this decision today. He visited both programs recently, so we will see what Shamar James does. It wouldn't surprise me if he went to either school at this point, but if I had to make a prediction right now, I'd say Georgia has things working in their favor, but it will be a huge get for the Crimson Tide, adding him to the duo of Shawn Murphy. And just looking at Shamar James, he's one of those prospects that is going to make the second half of this show so big. I can't even really put into words how big the second half of this show will be, just talking about the guys who will make commitment, make decisions, and we will break them down right here as they come in, as they make those decisions. A couple of Alabama commits who were committed before today will also sign. We will talk about those prospects as well, so there's a lot to look at.
I mean, second half of the show, Justin, we're talking Shamar James, we're talking Curtis Perry, we're talking Marvin Jones Jr., we're talking Earl Little Jr., guys that can make some huge difference, especially on the defensive side of the football. What Alabama fans have been asking, can Alabama get back to having that attacking mindset style of defense where it just looks like Bama out there on the field? So second half's gonna be fun to watch. But before we wrap the first half of this up here, Justin, I want to look at the NCAA transfer portal now and what effect, what impact has this had on the recruiting trail, because now when you look at guys, they can transfer intra-conference, they can go whatever they want to go. They do not have to sit out immediately. They're eligible to play. We've had coaches to cherry pick the best out of that portal. We've seen Nick Saban go in there for Alabama and pull the best players out. Whether that was Landon Dickerson in 2019 at center, whether that was this year with Henry To'o and Jamison Williams. Jamison Williams has been incredible for Alabama out of the transfer portal this year. Henry To'o, 100 tackles in respect to him. You look at Jacob Coker. Alabama pulled him out as a transfer from Florida State. Got a national championship with that. Richard Mulaney from Oregon State. Garrett Dieter from Bowling Green. Alabama has been able to get these transfers and manipulate that portal, having success with it. But in your opinion, how has the transfer portal affected recruiting from your your vantage point?
Well, it has had a huge impact on recruiting. When recruits are looking at schools, when they are getting advice from their trainers, from their parents, they have to consider the transfer portal. When you take a look at some of these programs, when you have a opportunity on the table, you may have to jump on that opportunity as soon as possible, because at a high-profile school like Alabama, if you don't jump on this decision right now, the opportunity may not be there in the next couple of weeks. With so many guys in the transfer portal, just looking at the transfer portal, I think even last year we saw like guys who did not get an opportunity to jump in the transfer portal, guys who haven't had an opportunity to see their fair share of time on the field. You saw those type of guys jumping into the transfer portal. This year has been totally chaotic. You see All-Americans, you see guys who are starters, you see guys who have fantastic stats jumping into the transfer portal.
I mean, it's the craziest thing, because I even go back to, you look at Auburn here for a minute. Tank Bigsby, one of the best running backs in the SEC in the portal. You're going to get Zach Calzada, the backup quarterback for Texas A&M. The same backup quarterback that beat Alabama at Kyle Field this season is in the transfer portal. So absolutely, you're seeing guys that have put up numbers, stats, production, and guys that you would not normally see. Why is he jumping in there? You have those guys in the portal.
Yeah, you definitely see that. You have a guy who was one of the front runners for the Heisman Trophy at the beginning of this season, and Spencer Rattler, in the transfer portal, out of it now, but headed to South Carolina, along with Austin Stockner, who was, I'm pretty sure he won sometime. He had to be listed as an All-American at one point because he was so productive at tight end for the Oklahoma Sooners. So you see marquee guys, top guys entering the transfer portal, and like Nick Saban said, he's going to use it as free agency, and he's going to leave some spots open in every recruiting class in the future to basically use it as free agency, have those spots open to go after the top available prospects, and the transfer portal is filled with top guys who are waiting to make decisions.
So how has the transfer portal, in your opinion, Justin, affected the scholarship looking here in recruiting? Because you know you have a certain amount of scholarships you offer to recruits, but how has the transfer portal affected that now? Because now you end up giving some out to the guys on the recruiting trail and then saving some for prized prospects in that transfer portal. How has that affected scholarships now?
Yeah, you have to. The scholarship number has definitely taken a hit because you have to leave some spots open. If you're a smart coach, you have to leave those spots open for veteran, experienced players. Not only have these guys put up numbers at their last location and at their last stop, these are guys who are experienced in college football. You're not going to get a experienced high school football player in college football, so you get sometimes a ready-made product like the Crimson Tide got in Henry To'oTo'o and James Williams, and you could basically plug those guys in, let them become starters and play big, huge roles on your team that next season. So if you are a coach, just take a look at it from this perspective. If I am a D1 coach, have two recruits on the table. This guy is a 3-star, 4-star, more of a project. This guy is a guy who has experience playing in the SEC. He had a good amount of tackles during last season. Has a lot of experience. Who am I taking?
I see where you're coming. I see exactly where you're coming from, and that brings me to this point. When you look at college football now, especially in recruiting, college football is starting to take on the NFL mindset. When you look at in the NFL, so recruiting for college football is like the NFL draft for pro football, and now with the transfer portal in college football, that's like free agency in the NFL, where it's you gotta have the advantage set to your side. You got to create some type of edge for you, whether it's you're getting somebody out of the transfer portal or where you're finding a way to out-recruit other programs for that big 5-star, that big 4-star, a guy that can really transcend and explode your program into the next level. So the portal, people have their gripes about it. Fans have their gripes about it. Coaches have their gripes about it. But I find for the first time ever in college football, you're starting to see more and more of these players take control of their own narrative. We've seen this in other sports like the NBA, but now in college football, you're seeing if the narrative is not written the way I want it written, I can control it by going into this portal.
Yeah, the portal has had that definitely has had that impact, and I think college coaches have to coach a certain way in a lot of different situations, and I think it is a bit of a tightrope to walk in terms of you want to give guys an opportunity to play early if you feel they give you the best chance to win, but you also have the development side. The Crimson Tide are one of those programs who have been able to develop guys, even if it took them 3 years to develop them and make them a great senior and a NFL draft prospect during their last year of college football. And sometimes in certain situations now with the transfer portal being very relevant, a lot of those guys are going to be less hesitant than they were in the past to wait on an opportunity, especially if it's coming 3 to 4 years.
Going to be very interesting down the road here as we continue to look at the transfer portal. But Justin, like you mentioned, like we both mentioned, second half of this show is going to be exciting. A lot more prospects, a lot more targets waiting to put pen to paper, signing that national letter of intent for the Crimson Tide. Just running that list back again. We're looking at Earl Little Jr. signing in the second half. We're looking at Marvin Jones Jr. signing. We're looking at Curtis Perry signing. We're looking at guys that can make tremendous impacts, especially defensively, in this class. Shamar James, could Alabama be able to flip him or pull him from Kirby Smart in Georgia and the machine going on over there in Athens? This is going to be a very intense second half of this show.
Yeah, most definitely. And adding Jihad Campbell as well, the guy who just looking at his recruitment right quick with him making a decision later on today, he's a guy who you did not really hear about. Jihad Campbell, I'm pretty sure a lot of Alabama fans heading into today don't know where that name comes from. It sort of comes out of nowhere. He's a 4-star defensive end who has been verbally committed to Clemson for most of this 2022 recruiting cycle. And Clemson, over the last couple of recruiting cycles, have not lost recruits. They have picked up commitments and kept those guys signed because they have kept their coordinators. This year is different though, with them losing coordinators.
That's a good point.
Yeah, Brent Venables going from Clemson as a defensive coordinator, their longtime defensive coordinator, to be the head coach at Oklahoma. And Clemson saw a lot of decommitments. That's why Dalen Everett was on the board and he took an official visit to Alabama last weekend. That's why Jihad Campbell was on the board, took an unofficial visit to Alabama last weekend. And the only person I really heard talk about Jihad Campbell possibly going to Alabama was Tyler Booker. I interviewed Booker after IMG Academy took on Auburn High School in Auburn, and Booker told me that he wanted to bring Dalen and Jihad to Tuscaloosa. I was like, maybe that's going to be a hard push because Clemson does not lose commitments. But Jihad Campbell was on campus. Jeremiah Alexander posted a picture to his Instagram with him, Jihad Campbell, and Nick Saban. So I'm pretty sure if Nick Saban was able to get him and Everett on campus this past weekend, that they were going to at least give them a heavy look. And it looks as Jihad Campbell got a good look from the Crimson Tide, and his decision will come down to Texas A&M and Alabama. He's one of those prospects I did get an opportunity to see play this season. He's a long, athletic outside linebacker. The Crimson Tide is just loading up on edge rushers. That outside linebacker room is going to be scratching, crawling to get on the field, and it's going to be hard for them to get on the field with Will Anderson, possibly the best defensive college football player in the country. You also have Dallas Turner rising.
I will say this about Will Anderson. I will say this, Justin. Keep your eyes on the 2023 NFL draft. He could be the number one pick taken in that draft. Will Anderson definitely could be the number one pick there in that draft. But as we're wrapping up here the first half of the show here, National Signing Day, I want to get your thoughts on this. The importance of continuity on a coaching staff and how big that is in recruiting, because a lot of fans look at Pete Golding, Alabama's defensive coordinator, and sometimes they wonder, why is Golding still here? Why is he still here? Is he gone yet? But when you look at Pete Golding, one of the biggest feathers in his cap, he's a dynamic recruiter. There is just something about the young men. They rock with Coach Golding. They vibe with Coach Golding. I don't know what it is about him. I don't know what does he say. How does he come off to them? But they just rock with him on that recruiting front. And that's one of the biggest reasons why Coach Saban is not trying to relinquish that man or let that man go, just due to, in Saban's mind, it's, I let go of Pete Golding. There's another guy I got to recruit against, because he's going to go somewhere and he's going to build up somebody else's program, and he's going to pump up somebody else's program, and he's going to bring those transcendent type names to programs elsewhere. So it's just highly important to, when you have a coach, when you have a group of coaches on your staff that you know these guys can help us in recruiting, very vital to keep those guys as long as you possibly can. Yeah,
I think Alabama has been lucky enough to have kept most of their coordinators, not seen a lot of change, especially on the defensive side of football. Pete Golding being in Tuscaloosa for the last couple of years, but taking a look at him from a recruiting perspective, a lot of recruits love him. They call him Coach Pete. I hear about him a lot on the recruiting trail, specifically with guys from the state of Louisiana. If Alabama is pulling any guy from Louisiana in today's college football recruiting landscape, Pete Golding has something to do with that. When you just take a look at this 2022 recruiting class, the Crimson Tide have signed Aaron Anderson, who was an LSU commit, 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 Aaron Anderson Aaron Anderson, who was an LSU commit. Pete Golding was involved with him. Shaq Preston, if he verbally commits to the Crimson Tide and sign with them today, Pete Golding did play a huge role in the Crimson Tide recruiting him as well. And when you take a look at Shaq Preston, I think Alabama has a lot working in their favor heading into his decision. He actually plays for the same 7-on-7 team that Devontae Smith plays for.
That is interesting.
Yeah, he looks up to Smith with him being from Louisiana. So I think that's something the Crimson Tide have in their favor. Just looking at Devontae Smith's career at the University of Alabama, so many memorable moments, 2nd to 26 with them being a Heisman Trophy winner at the wide receiver position. So I think the Crimson Tide are in a really neat position with Preston, with them taking an official visit to Alabama last weekend as well. I talked to his father, Shawn Preston, and he told me that they had a very fun, informative visit. Spent some time with Nick Saban and Miss Terry Saban, and he told me that they make a great team, a great duo. And it was pretty interesting that Nick Saban even had time to see them last weekend because he had to make a trip to New York to attend the Heisman Trophy ceremony with Bryce Young and some of those prospects who officially visited Alabama last week, including Preston, including Antonio Kite, including Jeremiah Alexander. Like you guys have heard in those interviews that we played earlier in the show, they got an opportunity to watch the Heisman Trophy ceremony inside the player facility. So the Crimson Tide had an opportunity to roll out the red carpet, and when you have the opportunity to host these guys before National Signing Day when it's not a game going on in Tuscaloosa, you can really focus on building their relationship.
Was Dane Shore there with him? I think he was. Was he there?
I don't think Dane Shore took his official visit during the summer. The Crimson Tide have not really got him on campus a lot during this season, but they pretty much had his commitment locked in. They signed him, and he's not going anywhere, and he did not look like he was going anywhere after he made that decision.
Well, folks, National Signing Day, touchdown, Alabama Magazine 2022. Young men putting pen to paper here in terms of the Crimson Tide. We're going to go to our break right now. We're going to go to our break here, but when we come back from our break here, we get to the second half of the show, breaking down Earl Little Jr., Marvin Jones Jr., Curtis Perry, Shamar James, so many guys left on the board. Who all can Bama bring in? We'll get to it when we come back. You're listening to the National Signing Day Show, Touchdown Alabama Magazine.
Hey everyone, Justin Smith here, scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama, here with the Crimson Tide's 4-star athlete commit Antonio Kite, who will sign his national letter of intent to University of Alabama on Wednesday. Man, how excited are you to make this official, go from being a commit to an actual signee?
I'm really excited. This is something I dreamed on as a kid growing up and football in my rec days, so it's good knowing that I'm about to sign tomorrow.
And you took your official visit to Alabama last weekend. I saw you posting pictures with guys like Traquan and Jeremiah Alexander. How was that official visit, and what all did you get to do?
It was great. Got to see some of the recruits. I know most of them, but the ones I didn't know, I got to really talk to and get to know more. And we we did a lot, but like most of it was just eating and then like doing over all the like school stuff, NIL stuff like that. We got to chill with Coach Saban and stuff like that.
And I saw you also. Did you guys get a chance to go to the Alabama-Houston basketball game?
Oh yeah. That was great.
How was it? I know you are a basketball guy. How was it?
That was actually my first time ever going to a college game, so it was great.
Okay, and of course, I know you are going to play basketball at Anderson High School, but you're going to focus on football at the next level. When you look on Alabama's football roster, there are a couple of guys like Bryce Young and Jordan Battle who say they are the best basketball players on the roster. You are a guy who actually has some D1 basketball offers before you pulled in some D1 football offers. What do you have to say about possibly showing those guys that you are skilled on the basketball court as well as on the football field?
They're gonna have to hand it over now. It's a new king of the court.
Yeah, I definitely feel you on that. And another thing I wanted to ask you is what do you plan to do now? I know you're not early enrolling. I know you're playing for Anderson High School. What do you plan to do during the off season before you enrolled in the summer?
I'm still playing basketball for my school, but mostly I'm just staying healthy and getting a lot of work. Still got a lot of stuff I need to learn, so I'm gonna get down all that and then I'm gonna get to work.
Justin Smither, the scouting and recruiting analyst at Touchdown Alabama magazine here in Hartford, Alabama, Geneva County High School. Check out the Crimson Tide's 5-star running back commit, Emanuel Henderson, and Bulldogs kick off the season. Henderson never disappoints. He's a guy who always puts on the show. Justin Smith, the scout team recruitment analyst for Touchdown Alabama Magazine, here with the Crimson Tide's 2022 quarterback commit, Simpson. You guys pulled off a big win tonight at home. What did you guys see tonight that was working for you?
Yeah, you know, they're a good team and stuff. Coming off a big, bad loss last week, we fought hard. But, I didn't think we played very well, like we usually do. We got a lot of corrections we got to make, and, got a good game next week. So, we're going to look forward to that and get back to work Monday.
Of course, you've been committed to the Crimson Tide for quite a bit of time right now. What do you feel that commitment stands at the moment, and what was it about Alabama that made you want to choose that program?
Yeah, I love Alabama. All in. I can't wait to get down there in December. But, the reason I chose Alabama was just because, one, the competition. Go there every day, get, first-round pick on the defensive line, the first-round pick, middle linebacker, cornerbacks, wide receivers, everywhere, and compete against that every day. Whether I start, my freshman year or, my fifth-year senior year, I don't really care. It's the fact that I get to go down there and learn from the best coach of all time and, just be like how Mac was, I guess you can say, just learn from Tua and Jalen and Bryce, Paul, and Jalen for me, just, trying to make my game better.
We are continuing our live National Signing Day coverage on Touchdown Alabama's YouTube page. Of course, I am Justin Smith, the scouting and recruiting analyst for TouchdownAlabama.com. Thank you guys so much for joining me today on our live National Signing Day show. I am here right now to give you guys a quick update on the Crimson Tide's 2022 recruiting classes. They just picked up another signature for one of their priority targets and 4-star defensive lineman Curtis Perry out of Pike Road High School in Pike Road, Alabama. Perry chose the Crimson Tide over Auburn, UCF, and Clemson. His recruitment has been pretty interesting as of late. I've said on my recruiting show, The Process, which airs every Tuesday and Thursday on Touchdown Alabama's YouTube page, that the Crimson Tide were in the best position to land Perry for the last couple of weeks. I said that they were the favorite heading into his decision on National Signing Day today, but Auburn did make things pretty interesting over the last couple of weeks. They hosted him for an official visit during the Iron Bowl. They also sent several coaches to his house over the last couple of weeks. So did the Crimson Tide. Freddie Roach, Alabama's defensive line coach, visited Perry at his home. Alabama's head coach Nick Saban, the Crimson Tide safeties coach, and in-state recruiter Charles Kelly also made trips to Perry's home as well, trying to get him to Tuscaloosa, trying to seal the deal with the explosive defensive lineman out of Pike Road High School. This is a huge pickup for the Crimson Tide. I don't think I can even signify the whole big pickup of Curtis Perry. This guy is an explosive defensive lineman, one of the more physical defensive linemen in the 2022 recruiting class to play across the defensive line. In my opinion, he's the most violent player that I have ever seen play. He plays with a violent edge. I remember watching him, like I said earlier, Park Crossing High School when they took on Carver High School in Montgomery. And on that first play of the game, he hit the quarterback, sacked the quarterback, and knocked his helmet off. And you could tell that he was just an aggressive guy who came all night, high motor prospect. Huge gift for the Crimson Tide, although he does not stand at 6'4", 6'5", is not listed at the height and the size that you see out of a lot of the big-time defensive linemen in the college football landscape today. But do not tell Curtis Perry that although he stands at 6'2", he's a guy who plays like a guy much bigger, explosive, fast, continues to go after the football, great backside pursuit. Nick Saban talked about how he looks a lot faster at Pike Road High School, as we are showing you those highlights. I did get an opportunity to see him play earlier in the season, so this is a very big get for the Crimson Tide in the 2022 recruiting class. They continue to try to fill out their 2022 class. Moving forward, like we said in the second half of the show, a lot will be going on with guys like Earl Little Jr., Marvin Jones Jr., Anthony Lucas, Shamar James, and other guys like Jihad Campbell announcing their commitments and signing their national letters of intent a little bit later. But I want to give you guys a quick update on Curtis Perry, the 4-star defensive lineman officially signing with the Crimson Tide. You guys can check out more over at TouchdownAlabama.com. We will continue to show you guys highlights and interviews, some of the things that we have been able to put together throughout the season. Hey everyone, Justin Smith here, scouting and recruiting analyst for Touchdown Alabama, here with the Crimson Tide's 5-star linebacker signee Jeremiah Alexander out of Thompson High School in Thompson, Alabama. Man, you are getting set to officially sign with the Crimson Tide. How excited are you to make it official and become an Alabama signee instead of an Alabama commit?
It's definitely a blessing. I've been dreaming of this moment since I can remember. And just a dream come true, basically. Less than 24 hours now until I sign my letter of intent to the University of Alabama. So blessed is truly an understatement.
And of course, just focusing on your game, you are a bit of an unique prospect because of your build, because of what you bring to the table. You could be an edge rusher at the next level, or you could be an inside linebacker, just the versatility that you bring to the game. And what do you think playing at Thompson High School under Mark Freeman, under you guys' great defensive coaching staff, what role do you think that has played in your game evolving?
It's definitely played a big role. They treat us like college players, really, like about the film time, the film studies and stuff like that. Like, we have a lot of stuff that we do at Thompson that I'm pretty sure a lot of colleges do. So without the coaches putting that under, I wouldn't say pressure, but just putting that under us at a young age, because I know a lot of high school schools probably don't watch film and stuff, do the stuff that we do at Thompson. So it's definitely a blessing to have coaches to prep you for college, basically.
Yeah, you guys' defense had a big-time season, helping you guys win another state championship. But as far as you moving to the next level, what is Alabama's plan for you on the defensive side of football? Where do they see you playing at now?
They see me rushing the passer at the Jack position.
What do you like about that position? Of course, we see Will Anderson and Dallas Turner dominate as outside linebackers for the Crimson Tide this past season. What do you think about lining up at that position in the future? And what do you like about rushing the quarterback?
I like about it because I say it comes pretty natural to me. I've been doing that for a minute now since my freshman year. And watching guys like Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, Dallas as a freshman, being able to play at the University of Alabama, it definitely gives me big hopes because me and him are pretty close. So if I come in this mid-year and do what I have to do, I'm looking forward to just becoming the best player I can be.
You took your official visit to Alabama last weekend. What was it like getting a chance to interact with some Alabama commits? We saw on your IG story where you and a lot of guys seem to be having a lot of fun. What was that like getting a chance to interact with Alabama commits, your future teammates, and just that official visit as a whole?
It's always good to, have relationships with the commits that's coming up there. It's not my first time being up there with Emanuel or like Spooty, Traquan, but the guys that were up there like Jahai Campbell trying to get him to come to Bama. And Dalen, he just committed to Georgia today. I kind of let me down on that. I thought he was coming to Bama, but you got to do what's best for you. But it's definitely good going up there and seeing the other commits, building relationships.
Yeah, one of the last questions we wanted to ask you here, Jeremiah, was your relationship with Nick Saban. You have been able to build a great relationship with him over the last couple of years because they have been recruiting you for a couple of years now. How would you describe your relationship with Coach Saban heading into you enrolling at the University of Alabama in December?
I would definitely say me and Coach Saban's relationship has grown since, I wouldn't say my first time visiting and meeting with Coach Saban was 8th grade year when I went to the camp, and ever since then it's grown. It's gotten since I committed, and the amount of trips me and my family has taken up there, meeting in his office and the phone call and stuff like that. I'm definitely looking forward to being under Coach Saban for the next 4 years.
Justin Smither, the scouting and recruiting analyst at Touchdown Alabama magazine here in Hartford, Alabama, Geneva County High School. Check out the Crimson Tide's 5-star running back commit, Emanuel Henderson, and Bulldogs kick off the season. Henderson never disappoints. He's a guy who always puts on the show.
What's up, bro?
Back in here, folks, talking National Signing Day 2022, Crimson Tide, touchdown, Alabama Magazine, live from Birmingham. We got the esteemed scouting and recruiting analyst for TDA, Justin Smith, here in the building, getting some information done on his end. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. And Justin, how fitting is it really? I'm going on a lunch break, and the moment I'm gone, the recruit I'm waiting to see signs waits till I leave the room to sign, and that being one Curtis Perry, the outstanding defensive lineman here at a Pike Road High School here in the Alabama area. The Crimson Tide getting a second in-state guy, a third in-state guy. When you look at Jeremiah Alexander, Traquan Fagans, and now Curtis Perry. This was one that you said the most violent player you ever saw, watching in high school from within this class. And then on my end, it's major when you get those in-state kids because they really promote or they really epitomize what your program is about because they grew up watching you since childhood. Very huge get to get Perry. Yeah, he is like you said, a huge get. I think definitely the biggest get so far. He's the first guy today who wasn't committed to Alabama before today who announced a commitment a few hours ago and chose to sign with the Crimson Tide over offers from Auburn, UCF, and Clemson. I think this is like you said, a huge get for the Crimson Tide. Like I want to continue to say, the most violent player that I've ever seen play. Plays with aggressiveness, plays with a chip on his shoulder. He wants to hit someone every play. He wants to make contact, and he loves to go after the ball carrier. Relentless pursuit. He's a fierce rusher. He can rush from different positions across the defensive line, and I'm not really 100% sure what position he could possibly play at the next level. He's the guy who could spend some time at defensive tackle. I think his natural position most likely be defensive end, but with his build-up, he can be an outside linebacker. He can be an edge rusher. He's a special prospect who play all over, and like you have compared him to Ryan Anderson, he's another guy who could play across the defensive line for the Crimson Tide. Curtis Perry, huge get here for Alabama in this class. As we look at now, a little brief overview of what we see so far from the signing class as we're in the second half of the show, continuing to wait on thoughts from Earl Little Jr., thoughts from Marvin Jones Jr., Shamar James, among others. Could we potentially see some drama, maybe somebody flip in this class? We will see. But as we have like a broad overview of the class here, we've got Alabama has got signatures from Ty Simpson, the five-star quarterback who will be on campus on Thursday. It's got signatures from Jamarion Miller and Emanuel Henderson, two really talented, two really gifted running backs. Alabama got a sign here from Isaiah Bond, Aaron Anderson, two really good receivers. You look at the offensive line. Maybe not the massive haul that was last year, but to get a Elijah Pritchett, to get a Dane Shore, to get a Tyler Booker, all three of those guys will look to see what can they do, how will they be developed, what position do they fit the best at in this class on the offensive line. Isaiah Hastings comes in, another really good defensive linemen. That was huge there for the Crimson Tide. Traquan Fagans in here as a corner. Alabama fans have been talking about, can we get back to having those marquee, technically sound corners? You got Elijah Brown and Amari Black, two really good tight ends, two freak athletes at that position in terms of inline blocking tight ends, wide receiver, split out tight ends. So Nick Saban has been hitting on different needs throughout this class. If you look at the first 16 to 17 guys that have signed here so far, I think Alabama's done a really good job on hitting on some primary positions here. Yeah, I think they've definitely done a good job of hitting some of their priority spots. Like I said, the transfer portal I think will play a huge role in this 2022 recruiting cycle. But like we talked about earlier, just speaking on positions where they wanted to prioritize, they wanted to get better at, the tight end position is definitely that position. They want to have athletic tight ends on their roster because of what they add to their offense. When you take a look at Jaleel Billingsley and Cameron Latou, you want to have possibly a duo, keep a duo on your team. And I think they have a great duo signed today in Amari Black and Elijah Brown, a 6'6" tight end. Like I said, he's an NFL prospect tight end at 6'6". He's a guy who enjoys blocking down the field. Also a guy who has experience lining up in the slot, lining up out wide, running routes. A big target who will early enroll at the University of Alabama in January. But speaking of the tight end position, the Crimson Tide also have a guy who
does not plan to sign today. He will sign on Friday, and that is Jaleel Skinner, the 4-star tight end out of IMG Academy in Bradenton, Florida.
Alabama just loves recruiting down there at IMG.
Yeah, IMG's. Of course, they are basically allowed to recruit themselves, and they are not governed by any state board or anything like that. They have an opportunity to pull in those guys. And when you're at IMG Academy, you basically are in a college environment with them having a campus, with them having their own rooms, their own field, their own facilities. You're basically treated like a college athlete. Like most of those guys will go on to play college football at IMG Academy. But speaking of Skinner's recruitment here, he actually took an official visit to Miami on last weekend as the Hurricanes recently hired Mario Cristobal as their head coach. So he had opportunity to visit there with them changing their head coach, and he has taken a couple of visits there in the past. Miami was one of his final choices before he verbally committed to the Crimson Tide, and I think Miami has his interest a little bit. I think they are one of the reasons why he probably has chosen to sign on Friday. I still feel Alabama's in a good position because when I talked to him earlier in the season after he committed to the Crimson Tide, he sounded so excited. And the one of the things that really caught my eye that he said was that everyone at Alabama is chasing greatness, and he's one of those guys who is chasing greatness, so he wants to go somewhere where they fit, where they are basically have the same goals that he has. So he was really excited about being committed to the Crimson Tide. So I think the Crimson Tide are going to hold on to his commitment on Friday, but it is interesting that he's pushing off his signing to Friday, and I think Miami is hoping that they can come into Tuscaloosa and possibly flip the 4-star tight end.
When you look at just Mario Cristobal, another guy that was once on Coach Saban's staff here at Alabama, you look back at what he did as an offensive line coach, as an associate head coach, but also as a recruiting coordinator, one of the best recruiters when he was at the University of Alabama. So Mario Cristobal down there in Miami trying to get some work done there and trying to convince and or persuade Jaleel Skinner, the talented tight end, to look toward the Hurricanes' way. But I know for a fact that at this point, Damani Jackson's going to wait till Friday to make his commitment be made known. But Denver Harris, another corner, is going to still make his signing on today, as we're going to be waiting on to see what is his move. I know he was trending toward Texas A&M. If I'm not mistaken, there's still an opportunity for Alabama to get a high-end corner in Harris in this class and trying to pull him from Jimbo Fisher, as it looks like Georgia and Texas A&M are jockeying to see which one can end up with the number one class here in the country. But as we're looking at now, after having a kind of a broad look there at the class as right now signed, we look now here at the targets in the second half of the show where we could see some drama. Somebody could flip, or Alabama could get some more big names here coming out of the pipeline. Starting this thing off here with just Marvin Jones Jr. Justin, what did you see from him just watching his tape, what he brings as a defensive player, what he brings as an edge rush, what he brings as a run stopper, what he brings as somebody that can elevate a program? What did you like the most about Jones Jr., and what could he bring to Alabama that could enhance this team?
I mean, he's a long outside linebacker who has more of an athletic finesse type of background. When you watch his junior film, you see him making a lot of big plays in the open field, but you see him using his hands really well, knowing how to get past defenders, using his speed to get past bigger offensive tackles. But when you take a look at his senior film, you notice that he's becoming more aggressive. You see plays where he's basically taking on the block, forcing more contact at the snap of the football. So he's a guy who has become more aggressive during his senior year, like we see out of a lot of guys. Continue to mature as a football player, so you continue to become more aggressive. But with his frame, he's that traditional outside linebacker Alabama wants. With those long arms, he can stick his arms up, hands up, knock down some passes at the line of scrimmage. He is good in the open field, which is something I think Dallas Turner does really well. Drew Sanders does it really well as well. Of course, Will Anderson is an all-around product. He can do. I don't think there's something that he cannot do. So
Will Anderson now a unanimous All-American.
Yeah, I don't think there's nothing that he cannot do. But going back to Marvin Jones, I think he's really impressive in the open field. He's a guy who breaks down at the point of contact to make sure no smaller, elusive guys get past him. So he will be a good get for the Crimson Tide as Alabama looks to hold off Georgia again and Texas A&M, just some of the programs who are trying to push for Marvin Jones Jr., including USC, trying to make a late push. But I know you've asked me about Denver Harris a couple of times. He's actually going to announce his decision on Saturday. So so it's going to be something to pay attention to. I know Texas and Texas A&M are hoping that he will stay inside the state. That looks like very likely. But Alabama was one of the top programs in this recruitment for a very long time. But as far as you guys asking about Denver Harris, he will announce his commitment sign on Saturday.
Now, I also know, Justin, as I was out, there were a lot of comments in the chat line talking about one Arch Manning. Now, I think Arch is a 2023 guy, but somebody was asking, is he going to reclassify and come in this season? Have you heard anything about a potential of reclassifying for Arch Manning?
There could be possibility. I haven't been able to check a lot on Arch Manning yet, but if he does reclassify, I don't see Alabama getting him if he's reclassified to the 2022 recruiting class. I have Ty Simpson. I'm pretty sure they're really confident in Simpson, so I think they would hold on to Ty Simpson as he basically is enrolling right now to participate in practice on tomorrow. So if he did make that transition to reclassify to this 2022 recruiting class, which is something I am going to check into him momentarily, I don't think Alabama would go after him in his 2022 recruiting cycle. I think there are some other guys in 2023 recruiting class you definitely can't go after.
Now, of course, when you look at defensive front guys, and Justin, you've been around a lot of these throughout this class and discussing not only Jeremiah Alexander and Curtis Perry, but also Walter Nolan, also Anthony Lucas, Justice Finkley, who played at Hewitt-Trussville High School, who had committed to Texas, and Steve Sarkisian. Not quite sure if he has signed with the Longhorns or not at this point. But of all those guys I just named, you mentioned that Anthony Lucas, in your opinion, is the best defensive front guy, the best defensive lineman in this class right here for 2022, and there's a serious recruiting battle going on for him with Alabama in the mix as well. What makes Lucas, in your mind, one of the best defensive line guys in this class?
Well, first off, his size. He's 6'5", almost 300 pounds, and he's really athletic. I know I've used athletic a lot, but how many 300-pound defensive linemen are playing wide receiver, are playing tight end, and running effective routes? He runs nice routes for a guy who could be a wide receiver prospect, and his quarterback is throwing the football up for him to go and get it at his highest point in the red zone. You do not see 300-pound defensive lineman during that. And that translates over to the defensive side of football. Really good in space at almost 300 pounds. Carries his weight really, really well. He can be aggressive. He can basically barrel through blocks. He's a guy who can use his hands really well. That's an all-around athlete. Like I've said a lot of times, he's a basketball background defensive lineman who has a basketball background, which is even more impressive. In my opinion, he is the top defensive lineman in this 2022 recruiting class. He checks all of the boxes. I know on multiple recruiting sites you'll see different guys, but I think Anthony Lucas definitely deserves that respect. Of course, in our own Touchdown Alabama independent recruiting rankings, we only rank and rate guys who are verbally committed to Alabama or who have signed to the University of Alabama. And if he does sign to the Crimson Tide, although Texas A&M, Notre Dame, a couple of other programs in really good position with him, we will rate him as a 5-star recruit if he does choose the Crimson Tide on today.
Now, if you look, going back to that size, so you said 6'5", 300. That kind of reminds me, just that type of build, that type of athleticism at that position, that kind of reminds me of Quinnen Williams a little bit. Now, Q was about 6'3", 300 pounds coming out of Winona High School here in the Birmingham area. But going back when Q came to Alabama in 2016, kind of had that same basketball-like background. The guy, freak of nature, physical athlete, a guy that could just slip through, wet bar of soap, get into the quarterback. And I remember during Jonathan Allen's final year in Tuscaloosa, I think it was getting close for Allen to go to the draft, and people were coming around Allen asking him, who's the next freak of nature on this Alabama defensive line? It's got to be Raekwon Davis, right? It's got to be 99 Raekwon Davis, right? I mean, he's 6'7". It's got to be Raekwon. And Jonathan Allen looks at everybody and goes, no, it's Quinnen Williams. Quinnen Williams, 92. Watch that guy. That's the next freak of nature. And, of course, we saw in 2018 what Quinnen Williams would do that season. So just looking at Anthony Lucas and how you are describing him, highly athletic, can do everything at 6'5", 300 pounds, giving me Quinnen Williams vibes here.
Yeah, I can see some similar. I do feel that Bill may be a bit different, but as far as a freak of nature, athletic type of kid, I definitely can see that comparison. Because I do feel freak of nature is a perfect way to describe Anthony Lucas, and whoever gets him today is getting a huge get in their class on today. And if Texas A&M pulls him in and they pair him with Walter Nolan, they undoubtedly have the number one defensive lineman in the country, whether you consider Walter Nolan or Anthony Lucas the top defensive lineman. They have once again recruited a great defensive line class, and Texas A&M will be a problem for whoever faces them next season if they can pull in Anthony Lucas, because they have done a great job of pulling in defensive linemen over the last couple of recruiting cycles, and we saw that come to fruition when Alabama was defeated by them this season. It's not going to be any easier going up against the Aggies in the future the way that they are recruiting defensive linemen at the moment.
As you now look at here in that cornerback position, waiting on Smith, waiting on a potential sign here from Earl Little Jr. Now, I know early on in the show we looked at him and comparing his game to Minka Fitzpatrick in terms of the blitzing ability, the IQ, the ball skills, all things of that nature. But just the size, the build, the speed, the footwork. It's just a high-end defensive back, a high-end level corner. What's impressed you about Little's game as a high-end level corner from the measurables, the physical makeup of him?
Well, yeah, he has a good size. I think he's about 6'2", that prototypical 185 around that range, that prototypical size of a cornerback. Not the long, does not possess that longer frame that you see some coaches going out there when it comes to cornerbacks, but he can do it all. He can line up at cornerback, play bump and run coverage, play off on a slide guy. He can play over the top as a safety, come down and basically play inside linebacker and basically line up at inside linebacker and rush and get to the quarterback and get home. So I think he is a perfect match if you want to compare him to Minka Fitzpatrick, but it's definitely a guy Alabama would love to have. Oregon still pushing for him. Florida State is a program that was involved in this recruitment for quite some time. I'm pretty sure Miami wants to keep him in Florida with his dad, going to Miami with his dad, being a graduate of the University of Miami and a former player of theirs. I'm pretty sure they want his son to continue that lineage of players going to Miami. So I'm pretty sure Miami is not going to call off yet. I'm pretty sure they are going to want to fight to the end. But the Crimson Tide look to be the favorite because he basically have called them the number one team in this recruitment for the last couple of months. He basically confirmed that the last time I interviewed him after his official visit in November. He said Alabama was still number one. He has a great relationship with Alabama's defensive back, Coach Jay Valai. Nick Saban visited him and his family this last week, so the Crimson Tide are definitely showing a lot of love. Jay Valai made that trip with Nick Saban. Also made a trip by himself down to Plantation, Florida to see Earl Little Jr. and his dad, Earl Little Sr. and the rest of their family. So I feel the Crimson Tide are in a good position to land Earl Little Jr. The guys who I wrote about this on yesterday on touchdownalabama.com, I feel the Crimson Tide have the best are in the best position to land today are Curtis Perry, Shaz Preston, Earl Little Jr., and Marvin Jones Jr. I listed Kendrick Law in that article as well, but Law is expected to announce his commitment on Friday. For those of you who may not know Kendrick Law, 4-star athlete out of Captain Shreve High School in Shreveport, Louisiana. Nick Saban visited him last week. He was the first prospect to see Nick Saban when he hit the road on the recruiting trail last week. He's the guy who most likely play wide receiver at the next level. Another explosive athlete, plays running back and wide receiver for Captain Shreve High School, and he could easily be a running back the way he hits the hole and the way he makes cuts with the football in his hand. So Alabama definitely wants to get another athletic wide receiver. And his wide receiver room, although it may not get the talk of last year's wide receiver room, we take a look at guys like Christian Leary, Ja'Cory Brooks, and A.J. Hall, and JoJo Earl. Everyone loved that wide receiver group last year. Oh, this is
I promise you they did.
Yeah, this is a marquee wide receiver group, and it is easy to see why you thought that. Looking at A.J. Hall, a springy, athletic, just athletic freak in a lot of different ways. A guy who can make some acrobatic catches. Look at Ja'Cory Brooks, one of the smoothest route runners I've seen Alabama pick up. I compare him to Amari Cooper with his ability to run routes, although Cooper may be a bit thicker.
I see a little Devontae Smith and Brooks as well, but continue.
Yeah, and also Christian Leary, a guy who, though he has a build of a running back, which is what I said throughout his recruitment. I say he looks a lot like a running back, which is why I was not surprised when he was one of Alabama's emergency running backs. But this wide receiver class Alabama has put together in this 2021 recruiting class definitely deserves its respect, especially with the speed. See a guy like Isaiah Bond, who has that personal record of 10:48 in the 100-meter dash. Take Kobe Prentice, who is set to sign his national letter of intent a little bit later on today, ran a 4.3840. You also take a look at a guy like Aaron Anderson, who has a lot of speed as well, really elusive, has good size at the moment, can climb the ladder and be just an explosive wide receiver. So I think this wide receiver room definitely deserves its respect in the 2021 recruiting class.
When you look at Justin, Jay Vlad, cornerbacks coach for Alabama, this is his first major signing class that he's been tasked of going out there and getting. We've seen Charles Kelly go out there on the attack and recruiting. We've seen Pete Golding do this for a number of years. We've seen Sal Sunseri do this for a number of years. And then Holman Wiggins also. When you look at Jay Vlad, a position so important, cornerback is a very important position. It's one of Nick Saban's babies at that position in terms of wanting to see corners play bump and run well, wanting to see them play man well, wanting to see them play zone well, break on the ball well, have those ball skills, IQ out there on the field. This is a very pivotal position here for the Crimson Tide. And when you look at, Valai, his first time attacking the recruiting trail like this, what are some of the challenges you have when you're out there on the recruiting trail, knowing that, yes, it's going to be kind of different for you because you've never been recruiting at Alabama before. So what's kind of been the challenge for him?
Well, I guess the biggest challenge for him, I think, is that Texas A&M, I think you have to give some respect to the way that Texas A&M and Texas have recruited. I think Texas has done a great job of promoting and using the momentum that Steve Sarkisian has given the program with that new light, with the fact that the future could be bright in Texas. Although they did not have the best year last year, they were able to capitalize on the fact that they believe in Steve Sarkisian. They think that their future is headed in the right direction, so you can use that on the recruiting trail and you can sell that, especially with that amazing coaching staff that Steve Sarkisian has been able to build in Texas. Texas A&M had not the best season, but them defeating Alabama makes their season that much better.
I mean, it definitely opened up the NIL deals, Justin. It definitely opened up those NIL deals for them.
Yeah, it definitely, like you said, opened those NIL deals for Texas A&M players, and Jimbo Fisher and his coaching staff has done a really good job of recruiting guys, and they're going to have one of the top classes in the 2022 recruiting cycle here. So just going back to who Jay Fly has to go up against inside the state of Texas, I do think those two programs have ramped up their recruitment and have had more success inside their state in this 2022 recruiting cycle. But Jay Fly definitely has some room to improve as a recruiter because Alabama only has one commitment from Texas at the moment, and that is, he's actually signed on Jamarion Miller, the 4-star running back out of Tyler Legacy High School in Tyler, Texas. And when you compare that to what happened last year, Alabama rated Texas.
Had 8 dudes from Texas, but then a lot of that was also from last year. A lot of that was also, you had Kyle Flood, you had Jeff Banks, in there. Kyle Flood was involved a little bit.
And when you say that, where is Jeff Banks and Kyle Flood?
They're both at the University of Texas. So I mean, that's prime example as to why. And then you also have to look at prior to Carl Scott leaving. Carl Scott had a huge hand on that class as well. So that's why it all goes back to Coach Saban. When he brings in guys to coach this football team, number one, he looks at how great of a recruiter are you, how elite of a recruiter, how marquee of a recruiter are you, because getting the guys in here is the lifeblood of college football. Yes, you have to develop them. Yes, you have to coach them. Yes, you have to teach and instruct them. But getting them in here, that starts the whole process. So that's the reason why, he's remaining with Pete Golding on staff. And this is why he believes that Jay Valai can be a big recruiter here where the program is concerned. But I mean, like you mentioned, he does have a huge challenge when you're going into Texas and you see Jimbo Fisher and that program getting better and better. You're seeing with Texas the staff that Sarkisian's put together with Kyle Fuller, with Jeff Banks, with Bo Davis, who was at one point in time at Alabama. So, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that's the challenge that he's going to have to face. Of course, he's going to be challenged to overcome that challenge because the state of Texas is going to continue to produce top talent. Just looking at the 2023 recruiting class, you can just see some of the top recruits Alabama is most likely going to go after, and they're going to lean on him to make some moves for them in that 2023 recruiting cycle. So I'm pretty sure Alabama is going to want to have more of a presence in Texas in this next recruiting cycle. So we'll see what Jay Valai does. But in terms of the coaches who have had a huge impact on Alabama's 2022 recruiting class, y'all take a look at guys like Freddie Roach who has done a great job of recruiting in-state guys. Also, Charles Kelly also does a great job of working with Freddie Roach to recruit some in-state prospects as well. Holman Wiggins is a name I've heard a lot. So Alabama's had some coaches who have had an impact on their 2022 recruiting class.
Now, I'm going to pull out Holman Wiggins for just a moment because Freddie Roach has done well, as you mentioned, and of course you got Charles Kelly working with that, Sal Sinceri working with that. But I remember when Wiggins first came in, a lot of times he was the quiet one of the group. He could recruit now, but you never saw him, I guess, out in the forefront. You never really heard his name as the primary guy. He would always kind of be the secondary guy to sort of close the deal. But my goodness, has he progressed to being one of those primary recruiters. When you go out there and talk to young athletes, especially at wide receiver, they're mentioning Holman Wiggins is my guy. Coach Wigg, I love Coach Wigg. Man, Coach Wigg is like this. Man, Coach Wigg is like that. Man, I'm feeling Coach Wigg. Like, Coach Wigg is my dude. And you weren't hearing those types of statements in 2019 when he first got there. But now 2 to 3 years later, when you talk to 17, 18-year-olds on this recruiting trail, Holman Wiggins is one of the first names that pop out at you. So he's done an outstanding job fostering these relationships with these young men.
Yeah, Holman Wiggins' name I hear a lot now. He was in California actually recently. I just hear him all over the map. Getting guys offers from the Crimson Tide at different positions. I've heard his name in California recently a lot. So I think the Crimson Tide are definitely going to lean on him as a recruiter and as a developer, because I think he's developed the Crimson Tide's wide receiver room really well over the last couple of recruiting cycles. So he has done a great job, like you said, continuing to grow as a recruiter. And one of the things I always talk about when a new coach comes to the University of Alabama, when you're recruiting for Alabama football, it's a couple of different ways where things can go. Of course, when you have that stripped A on your shirt, you automatically get respect as soon as you walk into any high school in any country. You automatically have a recruit's attention. You automatically have their coach's attention. You automatically have their parents' attention. So you are in a pretty good spot when you're wearing that stripped A on your shirt and you have an opportunity to recruit for the University of Alabama. In most situations, you can go from an average recruiter to an excellent recruiter in a couple of minutes if you change shirts and go into a new school. So the Crimson Tide are going to want to continue to try to keep good recruiters on staff. Like I said, you have some on staff right now. When you take a look at guys like Robert Gillespie, he has done a really good job keeping Emanuel Henderson locked in with the Crimson Tide. Also take a look at guys like Freddie Roach, with him being a Alabama product, with him being really familiar with the state. He has done a good job helping guys like Charles Kelly recruit the state, who when you look at Charles Kelly, he has possibly been the best recruiter for Alabama over the last couple of recruiting cycles because he has been there for longer than most of these guys. He has done a great job of recruiting Georgia and Alabama.
Absolutely. Charles Kelly, a native of Ozark, Alabama. So Coach Kelly, a native here of the state. As we look at it now, one of Shaz Preston here at wide receiver, the young man out of Louisiana. So, Justin, when you look at Preston here, what stands out about him? This is another one that in this part of the show here we could be looking to see a sign from pretty soon here. But what stands out about Preston's game versus the guys who have already signed at that position, the Aaron Andersons, the Isaiah Bonds, and what have you. What says about Preston's game?
Shaz Preston may be the most physical wide receiver in the 2022 recruiting class, a guy who fights for extra yards, a guy who's going to go up and catch the football in those filthy situations. I say he's a guy who you can just throw the football up to and watch him go and get it. So he's a physical wide out, a guy with a nice frame. He's one of those prospects. I think Nick Saban compared him to John Mechie. He's one of those guys who's not going to blow you away with his speed, not going to blow you away with every little parts of his game, but he's just an all-around great athlete, all-around great football player. Yeah, just a complete football player, a physical guy. That is one of the things I really liked about John Mechie. I remember getting interviewed a couple of years ago when he was a recruit, and one of our guys who used to work with us, Devin Jackson, asked me who was going to be a marquee player in his particular recruiting class. And I remember saying him. I think his name was the first name that popped into my head because he wasn't getting a lot of conversation surrounding his name heading into the University of Alabama. He was the only wide receiver I think the Crimson Tide signed in his particular recruiting class. And one of the things that really stood out to me about his film was his physicality, the physicality that he brought to both sides of the football. When I go back and think about it, he was even a defensive back and safety. He was out there lowering the boom and making big hits, which is probably why he hit the guy from Florida.
Yeah. Trey Dean is probably still feeling that, even a year after that happened. And it's interesting you bring up John Mechie because you look at this in the wide receiver room here, Justin. After this year, I think Jameson Williams is off to the draft. Definitely a first-round pick. Could be a top 15 pick if you look at this on the board. And then John Mechie, even though he does have another year of eligibility, if he chooses to go, this is a second-round pick, an early second-round pick potentially. So Alabama planning for, if it were to lose both Mechie and Jameson Williams after this year, you got some receivers here clustered. You got some receivers here to fall back on or to infuse into the program with this class here.
Yeah, I think Alabama's in a good position at the wide receiver position because, like we said, that 2021 recruiting class was so deep. This 2022 recruiting cycle could be really.
Also the 2020 group, when you look at Trayshawn Holden, Javon Baker, Thiu Jones-Bell, though Baker and Jones-Bell have not gotten on the field as much as they would like to. Trayshawn Holden has been making some appearances on the field as he continues to grow. So 2020 and the 2021 classes have kind of got that receiver room set here for the next couple of years or so.
Like you said, that 2020 and 2021 class are definitely in a good position to keep Alabama's wide receiver room stacked. And I think this 2022 recruiting class will add some more younger guys, some guys who will be fighting for some playing time. So I think Alabama's wide receiver room may be a little bit unrecognizable for a lot of fans, since a lot of these guys do not get to play at the moment with Jameson Williams having such a great year. John Mechie was having a great year as well. Also taking a look at the way Slade Bolden has been just a reliable wide receiver for Alabama. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys play in the college football playoffs, with some of them most likely having an opportunity ahead of them. We take a look at guys like Trayshawn Holden and Ja'Cory Brooks, but I think Alabama's wide receiver room is going to be set if they can get Shaz Preston here in a couple of minutes or so, and I think they are most likely done with the wide receiver position this 2022 recruiting cycle.
Well, folks, we're going to actually go to a quick break here on the show. Don't touch that dial. When we get back, we continue with talking about National Signing Day, Crimson Tide, getting these young men putting pen to paper where the national letters of intent are concerned. We'll be coming right back.
Justin Smith, the scout team recruit analyst for Touchdown Alabama Magazine, here with the Crimson Tide's 2022 quarterback commit, Ty Simpson. You guys pulled off a big win tonight at home. What did you guys see tonight that was working for you?
Yeah, they're a good team and stuff. Coming off a big, bad loss last week. We fought hard, but I didn't think we played very well. Like we usually do. We got a lot of corrections we got to make, and got a good game next week. So we're going to look forward to that and get back to work Monday.
Of course, you've been committed to the Crimson Tide for quite a bit of time right now. What do you feel that commitment stands at the moment, and what was it about Alabama that made you want to choose that program?
Yeah, I love Alabama. All in. I can't wait to get down there in December. But the reason I chose Alabama was just because one, the competition. Go there every day. Get first round pick on defensive line. The first round pick, middle linebacker, cornerbacks, wide receivers. Everywhere. And competing against that every day. Whether I start my freshman year or my fifth year senior year, I don't really care. It's the fact that I get to go down there and learn from the best coach of all time, and just be like how Mac was, I guess you can say. Just learn from Tua and Jalen, and Bryce, Paul, and Jalen for me. Just trying to make my game better.
Back in here from the break on the National Signing Day Show. Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Yours truly, Stephen M. Smith, but I'm joined with the lead scouting, recruiting analyst extraordinaire right here, Justin Smith of TDA, breaking down these nationally signed letters of intent for the 2022 class. Justin, we're about 5 minutes away from a big signing right here. Wide receiver Shaz Preston getting ready to make his move here at about 2:05 in this hour. You and I talked about prior to coming back from the break. This is a big hour because this hour you're looking at Shaz Preston, you're looking at Marvin Jones Jr., you're also looking at Earl Little Jr. The possibility of Alabama having 3 guys signed in this very hour. This is a big hour.
Yeah, it's definitely a big hour, the biggest hour of the day. Unlike last year, we did not have many guys making announcements who were considering the Crimson Tide on National Signing Day. This year's a lot different, and this hour is definitely going to prove that. This could be a huge hour for the Crimson Tide, with Shaz Preston set to announce his commitment in a couple of minutes here at 2:05 live on ESPN. The Crimson Tide's outside linebacker target Marvin Jones Jr. will also announce his commitment, along with Earl Little Jr., the 4-star defensive back. Of course, Jones and Little, products of American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida. Before Preston announces his commitment, we are going to give you the latest, just my latest thoughts heading into his decision. Is that the fact that the Crimson Tide are in a great position with Preston. I think that they are the favorite heading into his decision in a couple of moments here.
Pete Golden get this done.
Yeah, Pete Golden has been really effective on the recruiting trail. Preston unofficially visited the Crimson Tide a couple of times during the summer. Got on campus for an official visit last weekend along with his family. He unofficially visited in November as well. According to his dad, Shawn Preston, that visit was a great one, a fun, informative visit. They got an opportunity to learn a little bit more about the Alabama football program, a little bit more about the plan that Alabama will have in place if Preston was to sign with the Crimson Tide. So I feel Alabama's in a good position to land Preston. We'll see what will happen in a couple of minutes.
Now, of course, Justin, this year was different than last year due to the fact that last year it was more time in between each signing. Guys were not necessarily signing early and quickly within the early morning process of signing day. This year's a bit different. The moment we got in, the first 10 guys had already put pen to paper. Guys were signing early, like hot cakes coming out of the bakery here, so to speak. But normally, in your mind, what kind of goes into the guys choosing to sign early or choosing to sign quickly when it could be spaced out? Do you feel like it's just one of those moments where they want to just go ahead and get it over with quickly, go ahead and get it over with fast, they can have it done with, or what kind of goes into that in your mind?
I think you talked about it earlier. I think this is something Nick Saban most likely put into place. Let's get these guys' signatures in as early as possible.
I ain't trying to force Saban to do it.
Yeah, I think that's something their coaching staff probably did because they are going to want to lock up most of their class in the early recruiting cycle. I think every top program wants to do that now when it comes to 2 recruiting cycles. To be honest, I don't know if there will be anything to talk about when it comes to the traditional signing period, because I think for the first time, Alabama's recruiting class will most likely be done in this early early signing period here on today through the next 3 days or so. The traditional signing period is in February, like it has always been. I think it's the first Wednesday in February, so we'll see if the Crimson Tide will be looking at anything on that day. They will look to make up a lot of ground on today with a huge hour coming up.
It's just incredible, Justin, when you look at in years past, people could not wait for that first Wednesday in February. Like, that was the day. That was Christmas for Alabama football fans, whether it was the guys you knew that were going to sign or the guys that you didn't know and would flip. That was just a very high-energy moment. And now, with 2 signing periods, what used to be the high-energy moment now is for the early signing period. And in the late sign, and in the traditional period, it's like, well, it's here, but do we really care about it as much as we do now, the early signing period? So it's just brought so much of a newness to the term chaos, of a term pandemonium, because now everybody wants to sign early and get this thing over with.
Yeah, the early signing period has actually become really controversial over the last couple of months, I would say. I think a lot of people are pushing for it to possibly get pushed back because I kind of noticed this trend that is sort of happening in college football. This is why all of these college football coaches are getting let go at the point where they are getting let go, because you need that guy fired and up out of there so your new guy can have time to recruit before this mid.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, before mid-December, which is the early signing period. So you see a lot of head coaches get the their yellow slip, their pink slip, just throw them out of the facility, get this new guy in, and let's get him on the recruiting trail, let him have a good chance of basically having a good recruiting class.
And it's hard on both areas there, Justin. It's hard on the coach that's being let go, because now he has to go to a place where he doesn't know what the recruiting culture is like over there. So he has to try to see, how much can I salvage a class that were these guys pushing to get these guys? Were they not pushing enough? What are we ranked right now? What kind of guys are we looking at? What are the needs of this class? And then the guy that has to come in to replace the guy that left, he has to wonder, okay, the kind of the same things. How much was this school pushing for players? Were they pushing hard enough? Do they get the guys that they need? How many needs are going to be on my responsibility to go out there and solve? So it's a very catch-22 situation when you think about, yes, we want to let the guy go and come and bring another guy in to help out with this recruiting, but you're almost putting the guy you're bringing in and the guy you're letting go in very precarious spots at times.
Yeah, most definitely, and that's why they try to put them in the best position possible. That is why you see a lot of guys. I think in the past they at least coached a bowl game. They're not getting an opportunity to coach the bowl game anymore. As soon as that last game is done in the season, if they're not, even if they are, or if they're not bowl eligible, they usually do not let that guy coach the bowl game. They fire them, or coaches leave before the bowl game. Just looking at Notre Dame and Brian Kelly, he left when they were possibly in the race for the college football playoff because he wanted to go to LSU because he knew he needed time to complete his recruiting class at LSU.
Anyone to have some big time players playing with them also, playing for them also. But just as we speak here, we got the television on right now. This is Shaz Preston about to make his move. The hats are on the table. He's got Texas, Alabama, LSU in here. Let's see what
it looked like he didn't.
Let's see what he does.
He didn't pick Alabama.
He has picked Alabama. Another hay in the barn. Shaz Preston out of Louisiana has picked the Crimson Tide at wide receiver. Pete Golding gets another one. Huge job there by Pete Golding and Shaz Preston, the wide receiver from Louisiana. Justin, you had talked about this. Pete Golding going down to Louisiana, doing work, continuing to recruit that state. They've got Alabama, an explosive receiver, a physical guy, a big-time playmaker, landing Shaz Preston.
Yeah, like I said earlier, I feel he's the most physical wide receiver in the 2022 recruiting class. He's a guy that can box out guys with his thick frame. He's just a physical wide receiver. I remember talking to his dad, just talking about what he brings to the table, and his dad told me he brings a linebacker mentality to the wide receiver position. So you know he's a physical guy, but he's also explosive, has some speed to him. Like I said, Nick Saban, Alabama's coaching staff has compared him to John Mechie. Not going to blow you away with his speed, not going to blow you away with his route running, but you see the potential. You see the potential to be just a consistent big body wide receiver. Shaz Preston is going to bring some physicality to Alabama's wide receiver room.
Just an awesome moment here as we're watching this here on the screen here. Justin Shaz Preston, his entire family. You can see the emotion. You can see the joy. You can see the excitement on his face. His family, they're with him. Shaz Preston choosing the Crimson Tide over Georgia, over Texas, over LSU. The young man from Louisiana making it a done deal here with the Crimson Tide. Big kudos to Pete Golding continuing to go down there to that Louisiana area and recruiting that state, bringing another guy to the University of Alabama. Looking forward to seeing what Preston does. So now you got Preston in here. You've got Curtis Perry in here, waiting on to see what does Marvin Jones do. Marvin Jones Jr. does. What does Earl Little Jr. does. And also, what does Anthony Lucas, what does he do down the stretch as well? So still three big names are deciding where do they sign, where do they go in terms of National Signing Day.
Yeah, this is a big get. I think this is the start of a big hour for the Crimson Tide. I think this hour could get better and better for the Crimson Tide with them pulling in Preston. They have been gaining some momentum for him over the last couple of days and weeks heading into this decision. But the Crimson Tide have just got some big news. Jaheim Otis has made it official with the Crimson Tide.
Jaheim Otis is in. Jaheim Otis is in the barn. Put it on the board there. Otis, the big defensive lineman, has committed here to the Crimson Tide. And I remember, Justin, you had watched Otis. You went to a lot of his games, and the guy, the potential's there. When you watch him, the potential's there, the ability is there, the playmaking style is there. But for him, gonna have to get into that body transformation ordeal. Gonna have to drop some weight there, and of course, with Jeff Allen, with head nutritionist Amy Bragg, with Dave Ballou, with Dr. Matt Ray, the staff is there to help him. The staff is there to help him transform his body to get there on the field. But just watching him play, watching some highlights of him, Justin, some tape on him, the potential is there with Jaheim Otis.
Yeah, the potential is definitely there. He's a massive guy. That's why I said it's some big recruiting news for the Crimson Tide as Otis comes in at 6'6", weighs north of 300 pounds, and he moves really well. Knows how to use his hands and arms to evade blockers, and with this size, he's a guy that at high school level can just run through guys and just push guys all over the football field, but you don't see him doing that all the time. You see him having effective rush moves added to his game, just being a refined rusher of the quarterback and run stopper for sure. Can definitely fill the gaps and make it hard for any team to run the football up the middle against Alabama in the future. He did a great job of doing that at Columbia High School. It was very difficult for teams to run the football up the middle. He was also a prospect who knew when to put his hands in the air and knock down some passes at the line of scrimmage. So he brought that to the table. And like I said, for a big guy who stands at 6'6", 320 pounds easily, I think he is a guy who's going to have to focus on that body transformation system. Like you said, I think David Ballou and Matt Rhea are going to try to be his best friend, try to make sure that he is in shape, trying to make sure that he's on top of everything. I think this is a huge get for the Crimson Tide as they want to put together a great defensive line class. Holding on to Otis is big, with Ole Miss making a huge push for him over the last couple of months. He officially visited the University of Alabama this past weekend, so he had an opportunity to visit Tuscaloosa one last time before he made this decision.
One of the things, Justin, I want to see more of from the Alabama defensive line, and we saw this in years past, and that was getting bad at balls, knocking passes down. Coach Saban has always talked about people want to see sacks. Sacks make the stat sheet look big, and I get it, sacks create a lot of importance. But even if you're not able to sack the quarterback, the ability to get your hands into his throwing lanes, bat the balls down, that still affects the quarterback's confidence. That still affects the quarterback's timing negatively. That still shakes the quarterback up a little bit and not having him comfortable in the pocket. And we saw this in the past with guys like Terrence Cody, guys like Ashawn Robertson, Jaron Reed, Deron Payne. We've seen in years past where a big defensive lineman get that hand up, knock the ball down, affect the passing lane of the quarterback. And just going back to Jaheim Otis here, he can do that. And he can do that consistently here at Alabama. He, along with Isaiah Hastings, this is a good defensive line group. Still want to see, can Alabama get Anthony Lucas in here? Getting Curtis Perry, getting Hastings, getting Jaheim Otis. That's a solid lineup right there. But if it can land an Anthony Lucas with that, then if you're an Alabama fan, you got to walk away from this class going, I like this class.
Yeah, Anthony Lucas would be a huge get, although it's unlikely, but it would definitely be a huge get. And it was just going back, like you said, looking at this defensive line group, this is a solid group. You have Jaheim Otis, you have Jeremiah Alexander also coming off the edge as an edge rusher. You have Curtis Perry, who could play all positions across the defensive line, including at outside linebacker. You have Isaiah Hastings with that good size that he currently possesses, quick explosiveness off of the snap, guy with some great backside pursuit, and similar to Otis, he's a guy who also can use his long frame, with them being 6'5", to put his hands in the air at the right time, timing those passes and knocking passes down at the line of scrimmage, getting his hands in front of the quarterback's face inside those throwing lanes, like you said. So this is a solid group. I think a guy like Anthony Lucas would make this a great group, because I felt at the beginning of this 2022 recruiting cycle, Alabama wanted to load up on defensive linemen. They have some elite guys for sure. Maybe it is not at the level that I thought it would have been at the beginning of this recruiting cycle, but this is still a solid group when you take a look at the guys that they have signed at the moment.
And a lot of that, Justin, is geared toward the guys that they've signed in recent classes. You go back to the 2020 class, and you picked up a Jamil Burrows. You picked up a Jamarion Latham. Picked up a T.M. Smith also. 3 major defensive linemen. And in last year's class, you look at Damon Payne in there, Anquin Barnes in there, Tim Keenan III in there. So the last 2 classes, Alabama's been stacking on defensive linemen. So and then on top of this, you still look at, Could DJ Dale be back for next year? Very well possibly can be. Could Stephon Wynn be back next year? Stephon Wynn came in the 2018 class. Right? Alabama has had a lot of defensive linemen. You got Justin Aboigbe, who could be back next year. He was part of that 2019 class. I think he will be. Byron Young was in that 2019 class. He'll be back next year more than likely, to provide how he performs in the college football playoff. So from 2019 to 2021, Batard has been consistently stacking a defensive lineman together. So 2022 may not necessarily be a blow-you-away type of group, but a solid group, a strong group, a group that, like I said, if you're an Alabama fan, you walk away from this group going, Bama can develop this group, can coach this group, can get the most out of this group. This could be a really good group here.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a nice group for the Crimson Tide. I think they are very lucky to have Curtis Perry. I know they wanted him throughout this 2022 recruiting cycle. He was one of their priority targets.
I can't wait to see this kid on the field. I cannot wait to see this kid.
He has been one of their priority targets for several years now, and I'm excited to see him as well. I want to see him bring that aggressiveness in the playing style that he plays with them to the collegiate level. He has continued to improve, continued to get better. Nick Saban talked about Perry improving his speed during his senior season at Pike Road High School in Pike Road, Alabama. That is one of the first things I noticed about him when I saw him at Pike Road High School. I remember interviewing him after they won that game early in the season, and I told him, yo, you look a lot faster. He's like, yeah. He said, yeah, I feel a lot faster. He said, everybody been telling me that. And he also said Nick Saban told him that as well. So he's a guy who has continued to improve, continued to get better, and he's a huge get for the Crimson Tide on today, possibly the biggest get so far, as we do have two more announcements coming in this hour along, with 5-star outside linebacker Marvin Jones Jr. set to announce his commitment, along with Earl Little Jr. as well, a guy who Alabama is the favorite for.
Absolutely. Looking forward to seeing those two announcements come in. And also, a little bit later on today in the 6 o'clock hour, we'll be looking at Kobe Prentice, the wide receiver from Calera High School here, just a little bit south here, a little bit southwest here of the Birmingham area. So it'll be fun here to get all of those news, all of those nuggets here as we continue with Crimson Tide recruiting National Signing Day for this 2022 class. And before we go to a break here, I just want to get your thoughts here. What was the most excitement that you have had just going around the areas, analyzing these guys, scouting these guys, breaking down tape and filming games on these athletes? What were some of the most exciting moments you had personally doing this?
I've had a lot of exciting moments personally. I think going out to see them in person, or see them in person, see them in actual games are always exciting. I think the things I remember the most are the impressive, just tight games, great environments. I think the best game I've seen in person was between Thompson and here at Trussville High School, when Paul Tyson and Talia, talking about Lowell, were the respective quarterbacks.
That was fun.
Yeah, that was one of the more historical high school football games in general. I remember so many people even watching it on ESPN and talking about how it was the best high school football game they have ever seen. And I remember watching it in person. The atmosphere was crazy. You felt it on the field. It felt like a big game, a big moment. You had two Alabama commits at the time going head to head at the quarterback position. I don't know how many times we have seen that in the past, but I know it was the first time I've seen two guys commit Alabama go head to head, and it was a great game. Both guys had great moments because Paul Tyson and here at Trussville High School got off to if I'm not mistaken, like a 20-point lead until Leah, talking about Lowell, had to bring the Thompson Warriors back to win that football game. Of course, it was a lot of future Alabama stars involved in that matchup. We can take a look at Pierce Quick, who is in transfer portal right now. Malachi Moore was a part of that game as well. So it was a great matchup, and that was one of the best games I've ever
was
attended.
Amari Kite in that too for Thompson?
Yeah, Amari Kite was involved as well. So yeah, a lot of Alabama future Alabama players were involved in that particular game. So I've had an opportunity to see a lot of these guys in person. 707s, camps, 707s are always fun. I really enjoyed them, although some high school coaches are not the biggest fans of 707. I love the environment and how fun it is to see all these prospects go head to head. Some guys you will most likely not see play on Friday night against one another because they're most likely from different states. So it is always fun to go out. Nothing beats going out to actually see these guys. I think that is something that's sort of underappreciated today with Huddle and highlights and everything out there. But when you take a look at Huddle films and highlights they are called highlights for a reason. They are their highlights. They are their best plays. You don't see the lowlights. You don't see what they need to improve on. So if you want to see what they need to improve on, see their complete game, see how they battle adversity, you need to see them in person. That is why I pride myself, and we pride ourselves at TouchdownAlabama.com to go out, see these guys in person as much as possible. When you take a look at Alabama's 2022 recruiting class, we have seen more than 50% of these guys. I'll say right now, 15 out of the 20 guys Alabama has signed, I've either seen in person play this season or at some type of camp. In the meantime, some of these guys I've seen play on multiple occasions. When you take a look at Jeremiah Alexander, Tyler Booker, I've seen Jaleel Skinner play for the first time, just Jake Pope, Isaiah Bunn. So many guys had an opportunity to see play this season. We are not done yet. We are going to be credentialed to go to the Under Armour All-America game in the All-American Bowl in Texas. So
Let's do this.
So we're going to have an opportunity to see these guys, even more guys who I've not seen yet. By the end of this 2022 recruiting class, we will definitely have tried our best to see every guy who's committed and signed to the Crimson Tide. I know for a fact we will see at least 90% of them.
So on my end, Justin, I'm not as in depth with it as you are in depth with it, but I remember 2017, 2016, before he got on to the University of Alabama campus, I went to Hillcrest High School, Tuscaloosa, to see Brian Robinson. That was probably one of the coolest moments. Brian Robinson, Hillcrest took on ACA, not quite sure who the opponent was, but B-Rob destroyed the opponent. I mean, I think he had over 250 yards rushing in that game, had 4 to 5 touchdowns. I think the quarterback that Hillcrest had at that time was like a right-handed version of Tim Tebow. That guy was out there slinging the ball everywhere. They had 2 receivers. They had Jahi Brown and Torrin Mayhew. Those 2 tore it up out there on the receiving end, but Brian Robinson was definitely the star attraction in that game, over 250 yards rushing and 4 touchdowns that game. Got a chance to see that live in action there in 2016 there. But folks, we're going to go to a quick break here on the show. Don't touch that dial. When we get back, we continue talking National Signing Day, recruiting here for the Crimson Tide, as in this hour, we're still waiting on Marvin Jones Jr., Earl Little Jr. Where could they go? Where could they sign? Where could they end up? Also, we're waiting on Marvin Jones Jr., Earl Little Jr., and young man from Mobile, Alabama.
Yeah, Shamar James.
There we go, Justin. Shamar James. Where can these guys end up? We'll get into that right after this. people, back in here from the break talking Crimson Tide on the recruiting on National Signing Day 2022 recruiting cycle here. Joined here by the esteemed scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire Justin Smith. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. And Justin here, we just got the word here on screen. Anthony Lucas, the star-studded defensive lineman, choosing Texas A&M to continue his college football journey. It would have been nice for Alabama to maybe try to pull Lucas in, but not able to do that as Jimbo Fisher grabs Anthony Lucas to put with Walter Nolan for that defensive line class. But still a good defensive line group for Alabama. You and I both talked about it. Getting Curtis Perry, getting Jeremiah Alexander, getting Jaheim Otis, getting Isaiah Hastings, still a very good defensive line class.
Yeah, this group still has a lot of potential with the guys that you have named. And Alabama still has a good potential to land a couple of guys here in the next couple of hours. We can take a look at Marvin Jones Jr. and Jihad Campbell. Jihad Campbell looks to be the next guy set to announce around 3:15 p.m. You guys can probably watch that live on his Instagram, but we will provide live analysis on Jihad Campbell, the IMG Academy product, who will choose between Texas A&M and Alabama. Just looking at his recruitment, a long-time Clemson commitment, he felt that his recruitment was pretty much over with because Clemson does not lose recruits when they get verbal commitments from them, but with their defensive coordinator choosing to take the head coaching job at Oklahoma, a group of
the offensive coordinator Todd Elliott, Tony Elliott, choosing to take the job at Virginia.
Yeah. So yeah, with them losing coordinators, they did lose a couple of recruits, Dalen Everett and Jihad Campbell being a couple of them. Of course, Alabama got an opportunity to host both of them over the weekend. Look as if Jihad Campbell is going to give the Crimson Tide a good look. Campbell also visited Texas A&M to close out the weekend. So we see Texas A&M is not going down without a fight, trying to get the #1 recruiting class. We saw Alabama and Texas A&M involved in Anthony Lucas's recruitment. We also going to see them involve Jihad Campbell's decision at 3:15 p.m.
Absolutely. We're looking at Marvin Jones Jr., Earl Little Jr., Shamar James, and others. Kobe Prentice signs at 6 p.m. But what was really interesting here, Justin, about all of this is coming up a little bit later at about 4 o'clock, we're going to have Coach Saban taking the podium, addressing the media, addressing reporters about what he likes about this class, what he enjoys about this class, the men of character in this class, the great people in this class, the great young men. What are you most excited to hear from Coach Saban as he speaks pretty soon here to the media about this class and what the coaching staff, everybody in the support staff helping put this class together?
I think I'm interested in seeing what he says about the priorities in his class. I think that is one of the first things he talks about when he introduces his post-signing day press conferences. His first statement is usually about the class, how he feels about the class. Say we wanted these positions, we're going to add a couple of depth. We want to add some guys here and some depth to this particular position. I want to hear things from his perspective. Of course, with us being recruiting analysts, we study the roster that Alabama currently has. We study how they are going after certain guys harder than other guys at other positions. So we sort of come up with our own priorities. Of course, Nick Saban and Alabama do not release their priorities at the beginning of the recruiting cycle. So when things wrap up here in the early signing period, we're going to hear Nick Saban basically talk about what their priorities were in terms of recruiting guys at certain positions. I think he's going to get questioned about the transfer portal, with the Crimson Tide looking as if they left the door open to possibly get some guys in the transfer portal, which is what Nick Saban calls free agency.
Well, it's gonna be fun to see what Coach Saban says because, like you mentioned, Justin, he doesn't give out just a lot of information. And then when you try to ask him for a lot of information, that's when you get the greatest rants of all time coming from Coach Saban. So you know going in, he's going to keep things certainly close to the vest. But what I'm looking forward to seeing is just him talk about how many guys could be potential impact players starting out the gate, right? Because the majority of this group may not be able to see the field early just due to what position that they play in and the guys that are ahead of them at that position. But to some of the guys that may be going to positional units where it's not as deep, they may have a chance to get out there on the field and push for some early playing time, starting off with, of course, a great performance in the A-Day game. So I'm looking forward to seeing, just in terms of needs, which of the needs being put on the field will be the guys that you can see push to get some playing time. Because for me, I look at the cornerback position, and at corner, I mentioned this, you're going to potentially lose Josh Jobe and Jalen Armour-Davis both to the NFL draft. And with that being said, you're looking at next year potentially, you could have Kool-Aid McKinstry at one corner, Kyrie Jackson at the other. Or it could be a full-on fight. We could see Terrion Arnold in a corner. We could see Traquan Fegans in the corner. We could see, Traquan Fegans in the corner. We could see Earl Little Jr. Like, that corner position, especially if Alabama loses both Jobe and Armour-Davis, both to the NFL draft, that's going to be a very intriguing spot right off the bat. And then you look at safety. You're going to be losing Jordan Battle to the NFL draft. You're going to be losing Daniel Wright. You could lose DeMarco Hellams depending on how he plays in the college football playoff, although I would like to see him come back and improve on some things, work on some things. But most importantly, that defensive secondary could be a spot where, if a freshman truly shows they can ball out, this could be a chance for a Traquan Fegans or Earl Little Jr. to really do something here.
Yeah, as far as the position groups for Alabama will need to replace some guys at next season, I think you basically talked about some of the guys who have an opportunity to play early. I think if Earl Little Jr. does sign with the Crimson Tide on today, he will definitely be one of those guys in that conversation, with the Crimson Tide expecting to lose a couple of guys in the secondary in terms of guys who could play early. I think Traquan Fegans could be in that conversation as well. I think Antonio Kite is more of a guy who needs to work on his game a little bit more because he is a raw prospect. He has that basketball background. His first year of playing varsity football was his junior season, so he will continue to try to mold into a more of a technically sound defensive back. He has the athleticism, he has the IQ, he has the potential, but he's a guy who may need a year or two to just work his way into being a full-time football player, a full-time defensive back, especially with them staying at Anniston and playing basketball throughout the second semester of their high school basketball season. So those are a couple of guys who could make an immediate impact. Of course, we talked about this earlier. Although Alabama has some gifted outside linebackers, some gifted edge rushers verbally, basically signed at the moment. They land Jihad Campbell and Marvin Jones Jr. Those would be two huge and significant pickups, but those guys are going to have to fight very hard to try to get on the field at that outside linebacker position. Seems their chances of possibly getting some early playing time are not really high at the moment, so they are going to have to be those guys who really buy into the program, buy in to the process, in terms of guys who may have to wait for an opportunity. I don't think Alabama's head coach Nick Saban likes to put linebackers out there really early. So at the inside linebacker position, it may be difficult for a guy like Shawn Murphy to get onto the field, but a guy like Curtis Perry could make some noise in early on in his high school career because of his versatility, with the fact that he could be an inline defensive end. He could be a defensive tackle. Alabama likes to change out those guys throughout the football game. So Curtis Perry is a guy I would pay attention to who could possibly make an impact. Also looking at Isaiah Hastings, of course, with him being 6'5", 290 pounds. I'm excited to see what Jaheim Otis does. He is expected to enroll early, so he will get an early start on transforming his body, continuing to get in shape. I'm excited to see what he does during the spring once he gets an opportunity to possibly get a couple of months or a month or so under his belt, under David Ballou and Matt Rhea, what he will be able to do in the A-Day game, what he will be able to look like in that particular environment. So we'll see what type of impact he will have in his first year under the Crimson Tide.
Now, Justin, keep your eyes on the offensive line also in spring ball, because you look at this, you're losing Evan Neal to the NFL draft after this year. You're losing Chris Owens also. Yes, you would have Javion Cohan, Emil Ekiyor, and also Seth McLaughlin, Darian Dalcourt also. But I feel like this spring, we could be seeing some shakeups here on the offensive line starting this spring. And if that happens, then this is where your Tyler Bookers, this is where your Dane Shores, this is where your Elijah Pritchetts can have a chance to see, where do we fit here on this field. If any one of those three guys can find a way to get on the field and make something happen under Doug Marrone, the offensive line coach, that's going to be a very interesting position to watch here. Because like I said, even though Javion Cohen will be growing with more experience. Emil Ekiyor growing even more. Seth McLaughlin growing even more. You're still going to have Darian Dalcourt back. The fact that you have to find 2 new offensive tackles, and at the same time, it could be a really good battle at those 2 guard spots. Because even though Cohen and Ekiyor have experience, what if a Tyler Booker shows you something that those other 2 have not shown you? What if a Dane Shore gives you something that the other 2 have not given you? And then you still have, guys from the 2021 class with the J.C. Lathams, with the Brock Myers, with the Terrence Fergusons, the Jayden Roberts. So this spring, in terms of the offensive line, will be very intriguing.
Yeah, when you talk about the offensive line, I think there's going to be a battle at those tackle positions no matter what, because you had 2 of the top offensive linemen in the 2021 recruiting class signed to the Crimson Tide when they signed that historical offensive line class. Just looking at that historical class, all 5 of those guys will be fighting to get onto the field next year. But in terms of a guy in this 2022 recruiting class who I feel could possibly make a push, I would look more towards Elijah Pritchett. I think that he just has prototypical size. He's not I wouldn't say I don't know how to say it, but he's not overly big. He's just perfect. He just has the perfect prototypical size at 6'6" and 295
An ideal
pounds.
lineman.
He's an ideal tackle, and he is a guy who moves really well. Can make himself wide to protect rushers from getting to his quarterback. He's a guy, like I said, his head coach at Columbus High School, Corey Jordan, said he was a one-man wrecking crew that can run behind him. He can get to the second level. He continues to block down the field as well. So Elijah Pritchett is a guy I would pay close attention to. Although I do feel Tyler Booker is one of the more college-ready offensive linemen in this 2022 recruiting class, but I feel he's more so like a guard prospect. When you take a look at him, he's 6'4". If you saw him walking onto the field, your mind would say guard. He's more of an interior offensive lineman. He doesn't have the length of a tackle.
Absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see how Booker transition also. But at the receiver spot here, when you look at the guys Alabama's brought in, with Shaz Preston signing, with Kobe Prentice signing later, with Isaiah Bond signing also, I mean, the group, the guys here for Bryce Young to throw the football to, but at some point in the future, the guy is for Ty Simpson to throw the ball to. How involved or how much involved was Simpson in recruiting these wide receivers and helping these guys come with him to the University of Alabama? Because I go back to the 2017 class, Tua Tagovailoa was instrumental in getting Jerry Jeudy, instrumental in getting Henry Ruggs, instrumental in getting a Devontae Smith. Even out of the 2020 class, Bryce Young played a big role in helping to get a Trayshawn Holden, a Javon Baker, guys like that. So for this class, how instrumental was Ty Simpson in getting those receivers?
And Ty Simpson was very instrumental. I think he totally brought into the Alabama athletic program, not just the Alabama football program. I remember his dad telling me that him and his family took a visit to Tuscaloosa during the summer, I believe, and he told me that when Nate Oates and Alabama's coaching staff came into the Eden area when he was at the University of Alabama, along with a couple of basketball recruits, Ty Simpson went over and introduced himself to Nate Oates and those potential basketball recruits. And he's been constantly on Twitter, on social media, saying he wanted this guy or this guy to join him at the University of Alabama. He's visited Alabama several times during the summer, similar to Henderson when he was already verbally committed. You're not bound to visit Alabama every weekend. You don't have to visit Tuscaloosa every chance you get because you are committed. That is a choice for you to travel from Martin, Tennessee to Tuscaloosa, which is not around the corner drive. There's a bit of a drive to make almost every weekend during the summer when he took that visit to the University of Alabama. So Ty Simpson was very involved with helping the Crimson Tide recruit throughout this 2022 recruiting cycle, especially getting some of those wide receivers. But when you think about the quarterback position and helping Alabama recruit, I'm pretty sure the Heisman Trophy winner in Bryce Young and the fact that he will return to Alabama next season as the Heisman Trophy winner, I'm pretty sure that played a huge role in guys' decisions like Shaz Preston, because he was actually on the campus of the University of Alabama watching the Heisman Trophy ceremony inside the Alabama player facility.
So how impressive is it, Justin, to have a quarterback be the primary recruiter for a class, because we've seen an offensive lineman be the primary recruiter. We go back to 2019, even though Pierce Quick is in the transfer portal, he was the primary recruiter for the 2019 class as an offensive lineman. I go back to the 2015 class. I think Damian Harris was more likely the primary recruiter for that class. So we've seen that different positional units have somebody to step up as the primary guy. But when your trigger man, when the face of your offense, when the leader of your team potentially is the one that is on that recruiting trail as a player, trying to get guys to play with him and to come play with them. How impressive is that to see a quarterback do that?
That is very impressive. I think some guys have it easier than others, like guys that are really popular, the 5-star recruits. They don't even have to recruit because their name is going to sell the program, similar to Bryce Young. Even though he's not in the same recruiting class as Bryce Young, I remember going to the Under Armour Future 50 event. We were in Orlando, I think, covering the... I'm not mistaken, was it the Orange Bowl?
It was the Orange Bowl against Oklahoma, yes.
Yeah, it was the Orange Bowl against Oklahoma. I went to the Future 50 event and interviewed Ujah Hall, and he told me that he was looking at Alabama, and he talked about Bryce Young. He talked about Alabama already having Bryce Young, although he was signed at that point. Of course, Bryce Young is a year ahead of Ujah Hall, and he was a 5-star recruit coming out of Merritt High School. Everyone knew the hype. I'm pretty sure Bryce Young and Ujah Hall probably did not have a lot of conversations, but they knew one another. He knew what Bryce Young brought to the table. So when you have a great quarterback, you have an opportunity to recruit over multiple recruiting cycles based on his name, based on his potential, without him even knowing the recruit. So we got a guy like Ty Simpson, who I think was a well-known prospect. He was a 5-star recruit. He's listed as a 5-star recruit according to Touchdown Alabama. Several other recruiting sites had him listed as a 5-star recruit at some point in this recruiting cycle, and I think a lot of players and a lot of programs and a lot of coaches see what he brings to the table, and I'm pretty sure they know the potential that he has, so it definitely goes a long way.
Ty Simpson looking to help the Crimson Tide prepare for the college football playoff, the semifinal matchup against Cincinnati, trying to resemble or emulate Desmond Ridder in practice prior to a national championship game, provided Alabama gets by Cincinnati, and you have the winner of Georgia, Michigan for that national championship showdown right there. We're talking recruiting here, Alabama football recruiting, National Signing Day. These young men putting their pen to paper, their names on the national signed letter of intent. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. We got the scouting and recruiting analyst extraordinaire, Justin Smith, in here, helping us break this down from the Magic City of Birmingham. Coach Saban will be at the podium in the next hour. At the 4 o'clock hour, Coach Saban will be at the podium talking about this class, breaking down this class, what he likes about it, what he appreciates about it, the men of character in this class. So definitely do not want to miss that. Coming up soon here, we got more commitments coming up. We got Marvin Jones Jr. in the next hour. We've got Earl Little Jr. in the next hour. We got Campbell in the next hour. Just so many guys trying to figure out where are they going to go in this 2022 recruiting cycle here.
Yeah, we have Jihad Campbell coming up at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. Of course, you also have Earl Little Jr., Marvin Jones Jr. coming up around 3:40 in this next hour. Of course, that is Central Time as well. So we'll see what each of those guys do in this next hour or so. Of course, the Crimson Tide are heavily involved with both guys. I feel that they are the favorite to land Little by far. They are in a good position with Jihad Campbell as well. Marvin Jones Jr. has been one of their top targets throughout this 2022 recruiting cycle. So those are the announcements that we are most looking forward to. Of course, Kobe Prentice, the 4-star wide receiver out of Calera High School, Calera, Alabama. He's if I'm not mistaken, one of the only outside of Walter Bob who has not signed a national letter of intent to the University of Alabama so far. We'll see what Kobe Prentice does at 6 o'clock and what his announcement will be. As far as his plans are right now, he's set to sign later on today at 6 o'clock p.m. at Calera High School. He has basically said no interviews until after his announcement, so we'll see what he does.
Now, Jihad Campbell here is very intriguing because he's going to be making his announcement via Instagram. So talk about this, Justin, about how the recruits can kind of control the narrative of either I can go up on stage, have all the cameras in my face, and I'm picking the hat or picking the shirt or what have you, or I can control it myself and have it there on the Instagram. Just talk about the power here that these recruits have and making their recruitment or their signing known in their own fashion.
Yeah, I think it's really important. I remember when the commitment videos were Houston. I think they have sort of fallen off.
Jedrick Wills had my favorite one when he came out with like 9 different suits on and ended up with the Alabama suit.
Yeah, they have really fallen off over the last couple of recruiting cycles. Yeah, they were really popular at one point. They are not as popular as they once were, but recruits still do them. But a lot of recruits don't even commit through them. They just use them as just another video to post. They just post it on Twitter or announce a commitment live on their Instagram. And social media is so powerful, like you said, with the transfer portal, similar to the NBA and some professional sports. These college and high school prospects got an opportunity to control the narrative in so many different ways. Just looking at it from a college recruiting perspective, I am pretty sure it probably was before my time covering recruiting. It was a time where you basically had to go through a publication to let your top 5 or top 10 be known, let your top 10 get some visibility, let your top 10 get some eyes on it. But now you can drop your top 10, top 5 on your Instagram, on your Twitter, and you basically control the narrative. You don't have to do any interviews. You can just basically put out what you want to put out. So recruits and college football players are definitely in control.
Doing all that they can to tell the story in their own way, shape, and form here. Folks, we're going to take a break here. Don't touch that dial. When we get back, we will be able to get to Campbell's commitment, Campbell signing. Where will he go in this recruiting class? At 3:45, you still got Marvin Jones Jr., Earl Little Jr., Coach Saban coming up in the 4 o'clock hour. Don't touch that dial. We're coming back to the National Signing Day show, Touchdown Alabama Magazine.
I am Jeremiah Alexander, 5-star committed to the University of Alabama, and you're watching National Signing Day with Touchdown Alabama.
Justin Smither, scouting and recruiting analyst at Touchdown Alabama Magazine here in Hartford, Alabama, Geneva County High School. Check out the Crimson Tide's 5-star running back commit, Emanuel Henderson, and Bulldogs kick off the season. Henderson never disappoints. He's a guy who always puts on the show.
What's up, bro?
Back into the National Signing Day show action. Touchdown Alabama Magazine with our esteemed scouting and recruiting analyst Justin Smith extraordinaire. I'm yours truly, Stephen M. Smith. Justin, latest signee in the bag, Jihad Campbell, signing with the Crimson Tide. Via his social media, kind of emotional there toward the end, as you know, he and his friend were right there on Instagram. But Campbell giving his national letter of intent there to the Crimson Tide.
Yeah, I think this is another good pickup for the Crimson Tide. We talked about the defensive line and how we feel this could be a great defensive line class overall. Jihad Campbell is a bit of an interesting prospect in terms of what he brings to the table. Jihad Campbell, I mean, in terms of what he brings to the table, because he stands at 6'3", weighs 215 pounds. So he's a guy who sort of fits that long mold in terms of being an outside linebacker. But something that's really interesting about his recruitment and about what he brings to the table is that he is a guy who could be a standing up inside linebacker. Just looking at his game and looking at his frame and look at the way that he flies all over the football field. He's a guy who can play sideline to sideline. Sometimes you can't say that about every outside linebacker prospect, but he is one of those guys who can play sideline to sideline, flies all over the field. He's a fierce rusher. He's a guy who's relentless on the rush, tries to get to the football by any means necessary, and gets there pretty quickly because he has some elite speed as an edge rusher. So this is a great pickup for the Crimson Tide. If he stays at outside linebacker, he's going to be one of those guys trying to fight to get a little bit of playing time, because you still have Will Anderson, Dallas Turner.
He may need to move inside, Justin. I mean, Campbell may need to move inside. Now, of course, that might require him to add maybe 5 to 10 pounds to the frame, but he might have to move inside, because once you have Will Anderson there, Chris Allen maybe possibly coming back, Drew Sanders, Dallas Turner, just so many names at that position, you got to make a change to inside linebacker. Yeah,
I think that is something that we could possibly see, but I think he's a versatile prospect they could get for the Crimson Tide. When you look at their 2022 recruiting class, if they do not pick up Shamar James, Shawn Murphy is their only inside linebacker commit, because, of course, Robert Woodyard flipped his commitment from Alabama to Auburn. Like I said at the beginning of the show when we discussed that, I feel this was a mutual parting of ways, but looking at Alabama's 2022 recruiting class, there's only one solid inside linebacker commit in Shawn Murphy, which is why the Crimson Tide continued to go after Shamar James, although it is not likely that they pick up a commitment from him, but it's something we'll definitely pay attention to moving forward here when it comes to National Signing Day.
Now, if Alabama does not get another inside linebacker to put here with Murphy here, Justin, would that be considered a detriment in your mind, especially with, you look at this, Henry To'o could pursue the NFL draft after the end of the season in the college football playoff. Christian Harris could as well, although in my opinion, I would like to see Harris come back another year. Then you would look at, Jalen Moody's going to be gone. You still have Shane Lee at the program. Then you've got guys like Jamarion Kennedy, though he's an emergency running back. He's recruited to be a linebacker. You have Deontay Lawson as a linebacker. You have Ian Jackson as a linebacker. You have Kendrick Blackshear as a linebacker. If you do not get another inside guy to put with Shawn Murphy, is that a detriment there for Alabama at that position?
I think it could be a hit when it comes to the future if those guys do move on to the NFL and leave the program. We look at a guy like Jalen Moody. I don't think you're going to rely on a freshman linebacker. You don't want to. Of course, Alabama was forced to do so because of the depth at the linebacker position. I think they have done a really good job of stacking on the depth at that linebacker position in recent recruiting classes, but this recruiting class looks as if they may be a bit on the lighter side at the linebacker position. It will be interesting to see what Shamar James does a little bit later today. I'm pretty sure they have said that to him throughout his recruitment, continuing to preach that to him, that if you come to Alabama, you might not can play early. Of course, Nick Saban does not guarantee any playing time, but that we need linebackers like you. We need athletic guys like you at the inside linebacker position. That is why we want you in Tuscaloosa in the future. But if the Crimson Tide can get him, that would be a huge get, stacking some more depth at that linebacker position in this class. Going back to the last recruiting cycle, Alabama did pick up a trio of linebackers in Kendrick Blackshear. You also take a look at guys like Ian Jackson and Deontay Lawson, who's a natural linebacker. So you definitely can take a look at that. Possibly the transfer portal again at the inside linebacker position, although I'm not sure who is there at the moment when it comes to linebacker prospects, but it's a lot to look forward to.
It's going to be intriguing to see what takes place here. Still waiting for announcements from Earl Little Jr. and Marvin Jones Jr., those coming up here at the 3:45 mark. You're also at the 4 o'clock mark. Head coach Nick Saban of the Alabama Crimson Tide will take the podium and talk about this class. what he likes about this class, what he enjoys about this class, the character in this class, and what went into he and the coaching staff putting this class together. Also, Kobe Prentice, the wide receiver from Kalira High School, will be making his announcement at 6 p.m. on today. But overall, Justin, I feel like this. Even though we'll be waiting until Friday to see what Damani Jackson's decision is. We'll be waiting on Friday to see what Jaleel Skinner's decision is. We'll be waiting on Saturday for Denver Harris' decision. I think as of right now, you looking at this class, the way it's set up now, I think Alabama got what it needed. And like you have mentioned, it doesn't matter what recruiting services you look at. By the way, check out Touchdown Alabama Magazine's independent recruiting rankings. Our own Justin Smith does a dynamic job. I don't know of anybody else that really goes out there and scouts these athletes and attends these games and watches these guys on the field and documents them on the field the way that Justin does every single time that he's out there. So definitely check out the Touchdown Alabama Magazine independent recruiting rankings right now to stay up to date on all things on the recruiting trail. But Justin, you mentioned it yourself. It's like it doesn't matter what services you look at in terms of who's got the number one class, who's got a top 5 class. When you look at classes 1 through 5, it's basically all the same talent. There's not that much of a gap between class number 1 and class number 5. So as long as you finish within that top 5, you got a really, really unique, a very dominant, a very dynamic class. And I said this before also, when it comes to recruiting, you hit your needs. You hit the positions that you need to hit to build depth, to bring transcendent names and talent in here. Now, of course, you also have a couple of guys that you might want to say, ooh, I want to get him. Ooh, I like that guy. Ooh. Of course, there's a couple of those ooh and ah guys that you really want to bring in potentially. But the main thing is hitting on the needs that you have. And then once you get those players in here, developing those guys so that way 3 to 4 years down the road, you can truly see what you brought in that recruiting cycle.
Yeah, most definitely. And we are going to report that another NIL National Letter of Intent is in from Kobe Prentice, the 4-star wide receiver out of Kalira High School in Kalira, Alabama. Of course, Prentice was set to have an announcement at 6 o'clock today. We expected him to announce earlier than that because that is what we have seen throughout the day. Possibly we'll still have a ceremony, but he signed his national letter of intent. Of course, you can do that virtually right now via mobile devices, via desktop, via mobile computers, and just via laptops. You don't have to sign an actual piece of paper and send it by fax anymore.
So another piece of hay in the barn, according to our own Justin Smith. Kobe Prentice from Kalira High School has signed that national letter of intent there for the Crimson Tide. You and I have talked about Prentice a little bit here on the show. He's got the speed. He's got the athletic ability. He's got those burners in open space. One of the main things for Prentice will be is continuing to get his hands more so consistent catching passes. In a few games that you cover with him, he did have an occasional problem with drops, but when he gets his hands on the ball and he catches the football, he connects the football, he's got playmaking ability written all on him. Kind of like a Jamison Williams to a certain extent. Now, Jamison Williams, we know the speed, we know the jets, we know the burners that he has, but at the same time, J-Mo has had moments where he's dropped catchable passes and has had to kind of bounce back to redeem himself out there on the field despite the phenomenal season he's had. 68 catches for Alabama, 1,445 receiving yards and 15 touchdowns. Kind of see the same thing here with Kobe Prentice. Speed's there, size there, ability's there, but getting those hands a bit more consistent.
Yeah, I think that definitely will help him. He's a bit on the shorter side, a true slot receiver at 5'10", approximately 170 pounds. I would say a lot of speed. Ran a 4.38 40 during a camp visit to the University of Alabama during the summer. That is when the Crimson Tide saw him in live action for the first time. He offered him. He quickly flipped his commitment from Maryland to the Crimson Tide, and the rest is history in terms of Kobe Prentice's recruitment. He's bringing a lot of excitement to Tuscaloosa. I think a lot of Alabama fans have been excited about the clear product throughout this 2022 recruiting cycle. A guy who has game-breaking speed, can make defenders look foolish with his elusiveness in the open field, can tie moves together really well, can make moves in a phone booth. That is how explosive he is at a wide receiver position. Like you said, he is a guy who has had problems with occasional drops, but I've seen him bounce back from those drops. When I saw Calera High School take on Helena High School, he dropped a touchdown in the first half, came back and ripped off another touchdown to make up for that score. Had some occasional drops at the Alabama Mississippi All-Star practices, but also always came back with another great play, a great route runner. That is something I've seen him really develop, and this is something you do not really see out of guys who are that fast. Sometimes their routes are not as crisp as they should be, but he's a control route runner. Although he has that game-breaking speed, 4.3, that 4.3 40 speed, but he's controlled when running his routes. I think that is something that is really impressive by a high school prospect. You usually see those guys with that type of speed develop that at the collegiate level. For example, Christian Leary is the guy who had some problems running routes because of how fast he was and just trying to stay controlled when running routes. But Kobe Prentice is in control when he runs his routes, so he's a very impressive route runner, dynamic player, had a dynamic season for Calera High School. Will not early enroll. He will actually work on his speed as he will be a track runner for Calera High School when the track season runs around.
So, Justin, a little bit of trivia here. The last time Alabama got in a young man from out of Calera High School, you would have to go back to 2014, where it signed Ronnie Clark, running back. They signed Ronnie Clark to be a defensive back, and then Alabama flipped Ronnie Clark from defensive back to running back. Unfortunately, Clark had some injuries there, but he was still able to carve out pretty decent career, pretty nice career there for the Crimson Tide. Ronnie Clark, the most recent person prior to Kobe Prentice to come from Calera High School there. So with Prentice there getting his national letter of intent in, once again, people at that 345 mark, we're going to be hearing announcements from Marvin Jones Jr., Earl Middle Jr., where will they go in terms of the signing class at 4 p.m. We're going to have head coach Nick Saban take the podium inside the University of Alabama Mal Moore Athletic Facility. He will be discussing what he likes about this class, what he enjoys about this class, the character in this class, and what went into he and the coaching staff putting this group together here for the 2022 campaign. Also, keep your eyes on Shamar James. What could he do moving forward? Will he sign with Alabama? Will he end up flipping somewhere else here? So keep your eyes also on Shamar James as well.
Yeah, Shamar James is definitely the next announcement that we are going to pay close attention to a little bit later. Of course, we have coverage on that over at touchdowналabama.com. We'll most likely wrap the stream up here for the National Live Signing Day show at 4 o'clock p.m. with most of Alabama's commits signed. I think those are all the guys who were signed in national letter of intent to the Crimson Tide. All the guys that were committed earlier, they are basically in. We are waiting on Marvin Jones Jr. and Earl Little Jr., so we should wrap up the signing day show around 4 o'clock. Of course, Nick Saban will go on at 4 o'clock to talk about this signing class, some guys in particular, which is something he has not had the opportunity to do so in the past. We've had the opportunity to talk about those guys now that they have officially signed a national letter of intent to the Crimson Tide. Marvin Jones Jr. looks like he will be the next to announce. He's down to Florida State, Alabama, and Georgia. I feel the Crimson Tide are in a great position with them. Alabama's outside linebacker coach Tyson Siri visited him last week. Nick Saban has been in contact with him as well. We'll see what his announcement will be in a couple of seconds here.
Here we go. We got the Georgia hat on the table, folks. The Florida State hat, and it looks like Nick Saban's Alabama straw hat is on the table on the ESPN screen right now. Marvin Jones Jr. with his family, the young man out of American Heritage High School in Florida. Going to see here what his decision is going to be. I mean, you can just see the excitement here on his family's face right now.
Yeah, now, is this the first time we've seen the straw hat? I don't think we have seen like a representation of straw hat. It looks like he's going to put on the Georgia hat for Marvin Jones Jr.
Wow.
A bit of a surprise as the Crimson Tide were
Kirby Smart.
As Crimson Tide were in a good position with Marvin Jones Jr., but Georgia was heavily involved in his recruitment as well. A bit of a surprise. I felt Alabama was in a good position with Marvin Jones Jr., but Kirby Smart is a great recruiter. We've seen him recruit a lot of great defensive linemen.
I think this is Will Muschamp. I think this has a Will Muschamp written all on this one. Remember, Georgia lost a coach off the staff, Dan Lanning, to take the Oregon job, which was left behind by Mario Cristobal, who's now at Miami. I think this has Will Muschamp's fingerprint all on this one in getting Marvin Jones Jr., Justin. Of course, you spent a lot of time covering him. Alabama was in a firm position to try to get this young man, but it looks like Kirby Smart and Will Muschamp able to kind of swoop in here at the last minutes here and grab Marvin Jones Jr.
Yeah, I wouldn't say it probably was the last minute. Georgia has been recruiting him really hard just just as long as Alabama. He has given everybody a pretty fair shot, so it is I wouldn't say a surprise. It wouldn't be surprising to me if he chose Georgia. Those are the two schools I felt that were really fighting for him. I felt Florida State was in a good position for a good amount of time as well, with his dad being a product of Florida State. So the Georgia Bulldogs defense just got a lot stronger with a commitment from Marvin Jones Jr. But going back to Alabama's defensive line class, with them not getting a signature from Jones, not getting a signature from Anthony Lucas, although it seemed like Lucas was heading in another direction for a couple of months now in terms of Texas A&M having some momentum. There's still a solid class for Alabama on the defensive line. When it comes to the defensive line, I think they could have did better in a couple of different areas. I think that defensive line class could be a bit stronger, but it's still a solid class.
It's still a good class. It's still a B+ class. I mean, you would want to have Lucas. You would want to have Walter Nolan. You would want to have Marvin Jones Jr. I'm pretty sure there's some fans out there that would like to have Justice Finkley, who is now at Texas, who's going to be going to Texas, I should say, playing football for Steve Sarkisian and the Longhorns. But you cannot get upset with having Curtis Perry. You can't get upset with having Jeremiah Alexander. You can't get upset with having Isaiah Hastings. You can't get upset with having one Jaheim Otis. So this is still a B to B+, B+ more so of a defensive line class. And the B+ is passing. B+ is an honor roll student. So even though there were some A's, some A players in this class that you would have loved to gotten your hands on, and so many people are like, well, in the past, Alabama was getting those guys. What's going on with Coach Saban? What's going on with these assistant coaches? Or Alabama used to get these guys. Well, the level of competition has stepped all the way up, especially, and Justin, you talked about it, there are coaches in these other programs that they just have a way about fostering relationships. And I feel like this is another reason why the coaching turnover has hurt Alabama in terms of trying to keep those coaches that foster those relationships on staff. But it looks like Earl Little Jr. is about to make his move. Earl Little Jr. considering Alabama, Miami, and Florida State. The young man from Plantation, Florida, American Heritage High School. Let's see here what Earl Little Jr.'s decision will be, as our own Justin Smith has compared him countless times to one Minkah Fitzpatrick because of Earl Little's versatility out here on the field. Justin, if Alabama couldn't get Jones Jr., let's see if they can land the teammate Earl Little.
Yeah, it would be really surprising. This would be a huge surprise if Earl Little does not go to the University of Alabama. But in terms of what Marvin Jones' decision was to sign with the University of Georgia, is not completely surprising. Just going back to Alabama's depth at the outside linebacker room, we said, these guys had to fight to get on the field. Like, these guys, it's going to be a struggle to get on the field at that outside linebacker room with Jahad Campbell coming on board a few minutes earlier, and also just taking a look at guys like Jeremiah Alexander and Curtis Perry, who could be an outside linebacker, just adding on the fact that you have the best defensive player in the country in Will Anderson, and also Dallas Turner and Drew Sanders. Chris Allen could come back. There's a lot of depth to compete against. You have to wait. It's best if you don't want to wait, be in a better position. Look like Georgia was that decision. We'll see what Earl Little does in a couple of minutes here.
Here we go. He's with his family here. Everybody excited to see what his decision is going to be here on this 2022 recruiting.
It looks like they're doing a rolling signal.
They're doing a rolling signal. Got Baby on the set rolling.
Yeah.
He's going to put the hay in the bag. Alabama for Earl Little Jr. Put the hay in the bag, folks. Earl Little Jr. to the Crimson Tide. Huge high-end corner for Alabama. Justin, this is what the fans wanted right here. Can it get a high-end corner? You compare them to Minkah Fitzpatrick. Here is Earl Little Jr., by the way, of Plantation, Florida, following the footsteps of one Patrick Surtain II out of American Heritage High School in Plantation, Florida also. So you get Little and you get Traquan Fagans. You can't beat that.
Yeah. Earl Little Jr. is a huge pickup for the Crimson Tide. I think one of the best defensive backs in the country. Like I said earlier, you could put him anywhere, just versatile. Put him against a slot wide receiver, put him out wide, put him over the top. Heck, put him at inside linebacker, inside the box. He's going to produce. He's going to be one of the top athletes on the field. He's going to be one of the more knowledgeable athletes on the field. Has a very high IQ. Huge get for the Crimson Tide in the recruiting trail. He has consistently said that Alabama was his leader. As you guys can see, he was not lying or not just leading teams
I mean, got
on.
the whole family in straw hats.
Yeah, which is something that we see sometimes on the recruiting trail. We see that some recruits a lot of times say this team is their leader, this team is their leader for most of the recruitment, and they eventually change their tune heading into the national signing day. You see them sign to another program. But Earl Little Jr. has basically came out and made it very known and made it known to everyone that Alabama was his number one in school. They were his favorite. They were the school leading his recruitment. They consistently held on to that league, which is sometimes very hard to do when you got a guy who's not going to commit, who's not going to give you a verbal commitment.
So at the end of the day, for Coach Jay Valai, as the cornerbacks coach, you get a Earl Little Jr., you get a Traquan Fagans. Not bad. For his first recruiting class, him being a part of this with the Crimson Tide staff, you still have Denver Harris out there. You still have Damani Jackson out there. So there's still an opportunity if Alabama was wanting to pull those two corners as well, when you look at Jackson signing on Friday and Harris signing on Saturday. But to land Little and to get Traquan Fagans, if you're Jay Valai, you gotta be pleased with that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jay Valai is really happy. He played a huge role in Alabama getting Earl Little Jr., a great prospect in the 2022 recruiting class, one of the top overall defensive backs. When we take a look at his film is really impressive. You like the way that he flies all over the football, anticipates things. You really want like a secondary player who knows how to anticipate on where a play is going. So I think he's a great get for the Crimson Tide. In the past, we've seen Alabama really load up on defensive backs in certain recruiting classes. This class is not one of those classes. This class is sort of light on the defensive back scale in terms of what Alabama has done in recent recruiting cycles. I think I have been able to say that Nick Saban and Alabama have consistently gone out there at least 5 defensive backs in these recruiting classes. But when you take a look at this particular 2022 class, Alabama now has signatures from Antonio Kite. They have Traquan Fagans. Now they have Earl Little Jr. They have Jake Pope as well. And those are the guys that they are going to sign. Of course, Isaiah Bond is going to most likely play wide receiver at the next level, but he has the versatility. Is listed as an athlete. So this defensive back class is, I say, one guy short in terms of what Alabama has consistently brought in at the defensive back group when it comes to recruiting defensive backs, but it could open the door for the transfer portal.
And that's what I'm about to get into. In this opinion, does this open this up for the transfer portal now that you say this? Because now you look at, there's quite a few DBs in that portal, Justin, including Eli Ricks, formerly of LSU, who's been in that portal for quite some time now. A lot of rumors out there have him trending toward Alabama from the portal. Do you think he could be the one that comes out, or could there be somebody else within that portal that could be that move there for Alabama?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a positions to look at when it comes to a cornerback and just a secondary. You spoke about how Alabama is expected to lose on both of their starting cornerbacks. Most likely in the NFL draft, could most likely lose Jordan Battle in the NFL draft as well. DeMarco Hellams has the potential to go on to the NFL if he produces in the college football playoffs. So the door is open for some young guys to make some moves at the defensive back position. But when it comes to Nick Saban, and like I said earlier, when you look at a guy who's coming in as a recruit, the transfer portal is like free agency. If you got a already made product with some SEC experience in Elias Ricks, why not take a chance and possibly go get him if they want to push for him? So that is just something to take a look at if they making a U-turn and try to recruit him really hard. Again, just looking at the transfer portal, it's a lot of talent there. It'll be interesting to see how Nick Saban uses it. He calls it free agency. I have no doubt. There's no doubt in my mind that he will definitely be taking a look at it.
As we're getting ready to wrap this thing up here, Justin, we're getting closer and closer, about 14 minutes away from the 4 o'clock hour here to look at Coach Saban as he's getting ready to take the podium inside the Mal Moore Athletic Facility on the campus of the University of Alabama to speak to the media on this class and how this class came together in terms of he and the coaching staff. Just looking at all the names at this present moment, Justin, if you had to grade this class so far, what would you grade it right now?
It's a very great class. I think something to pay attention to is the guys that they had verbally committed before today. I think sometimes some fans get lost in the fact that Alabama missed out on one or 2 to 3 guys, but they only signed 2 guys, new guys. But you have to look at the fact that most of the hay is in the barn before National Signing Day, with the early signing period in place, for things changing up so quickly when it comes to those National Signing Dates. So if I had to give it a grade, I would give it a minus. I think it's still a great class. You pull in a 5-star quarterback. You have a 5-star running back. You have quite possibly the number 1 running back in the country in Emanuel Henderson. You have one of the top defensive backs now in Earl Little Jr. Your wide receiver class is basically insane. You landed another stacked wide receiver class in Kobe Prentice, Aaron Anderson, Isaiah Bond. You got all of those guys to sign national letter of intent today. You got a solid defensive line class. I feel it could be a bit better, but you have some great prospects. Some of the top prospects in the country signed to you in Curtis Perry, Jeremiah Alexander. When you take a look at Perry and Alexander, they were must-gets in this class because they were in-state prospects, and those are the guys who are going to change the culture in terms of Alabama's defense all around, because you want those dogs, you want those guys who are going to attack the football, you want those guys who play with an edge and a chip on their shoulder. When you take a look at Perry and Alexander, they play really well. I'm excited to see those 2 guys play together. If you guys get an opportunity, we played their film here on our National Signing Day show, but on our YouTube page, you guys can check out the highlights that we got from Curtis Perry and Jeremiah Alexander from this season. Watch the physicality that they play with. Watch how physical both of them are. Watch how violent both of them are, and just imagine both of them being on the field together.
So you're going to go with A- here, Justin. I'm just going to go with A period.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm going to go with A period is, and I've said this all show, Saban and Alabama hit on needs. Yes, you may not get the most flashy player when you talk about, he's an off-the-charts 5-star or he's an off-the-charts 4-star. But the purpose of recruiting is to hit on what do we need, what are we prioritizing here, what is primary for us right now. And when you look at Alabama, getting a 5-star quarterback and Ty Simpson, like you mentioned, that's primary. Getting 2 running backs in this class, getting a 5-star in Emanuel Henderson, arguably the best running back in this class, getting Jamarion Miller right with him, because if you look at this, who knows, even though you've got a Jace McClellan, a Trey Sanders, a Kamar Wheaton, running backs on this roster, who knows if one could go, or Roydell Williams? Who knows if somebody could transfer, somebody could leave? So you got those 2 guys there. You got big play receivers with Kobe Prentice, with Isaiah Bond, with Aaron Anderson. So you got those receivers in. Offensive line, you got your offensive linemen, and 2 of these guys, if not 3 of these guys, between Dane Shore, Elijah Pritchett, and Tyler Booker, could be something starting off in spring ball. Defensively, yes, you would have liked to have had some more marquee defensive linemen, but I think Curtis Perry's a stud.
Yeah.
I think Curtis Perry's a stud. Look, Jeremiah Alexander, I've said this, when I watch the tape, he looks like a young Ryan Anderson. He looks like a disruptor. He looks like a mean, angry man possessed, and can't wait to see that on the field with the Curtis Perry. A Shawn Murphy, I talked about this kid right here. This guy could restore or possibly bring back the old mentality of those Alabama linebackers that not just got to the quarterback and stuffed the run, but also played extremely well in pass coverage, being an all-around player at that linebacker position. And then, of course, Earl Little Jr. You get a high-end defensive back. Alabama needed that where this class is concerned. So I would give it an A just due to it's not flashy. I get it. But Nick Saban, as Coach Saban tends to do, he hits on needs. What do we need versus getting the flashy type of player? At the end of the day, if you develop this class, if you mold this class, if you grow this class, 3 to 4 years down the line, this class could potentially get you some national championships, which is ultimately what the Alabama fans want anyway.
This is definitely a great class, an outstanding class. It's going to be easily a top 3 class in this 2022 recruiting cycle. We will see what Nick Saban has to say momentarily about this class in particular, with the Crimson Tide picking up verbal commitments and basically national letters of intent now from a couple of new prospects on today. They got signatures from Earl Little Jr. Of course, the guys that I'm going to list now are guys who were not verbally committed to Alabama before today, and we were talking about guys like Earl Little Jr., who signed a national letter of intent to the Crimson Tide a couple of moments ago. You also had Shads Preston, the 4-star wide receiver, one of the more physical prospects in the 2022 recruiting class, signing with Alabama. Jihad Campbell, a guy who came off as a bit of a surprise as of late with them being Clemson commit for most of the 2022 recruiting cycle. So the Crimson Tide pick up all three of those guys along with Curtis Perry, the 4-star defensive lineman out of Pike Road High School in Pike Road, Alabama.
Absolutely. Well, folks, this is the National Signing Day recruiting show. Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Yours truly, Stephen M. Smith of TDA, with the scouting and recruiting extraordinaire analyst Justin Smith of Touchdown Alabama Magazine. Appreciate all of you checking out the show. As always, people, you can check out touchdownalabama.com for all updates, all articles, all stories as we break down the Crimson Tide from all facets, all angles when you talk college football. You can check out Justin's show, The Process, every Tuesday and Thursday on our YouTube channel. Justin breaks down all recruits, all prospects, all players, all athletes in terms of the recruiting circuit. You can also check out In My Own Words, yours truly, Stephen M. Smith, Touchdown Alabama Magazine on that platform as well. For all of us here at TDA, signing off right here, you've been listening to the National Signing Day show for 2022 for your Crimson Tide.
Go, they gon' sign. National Signing Day, we live.